صباح الخير. I can hear.
This is going to be something
الآن سوف يكون ذلك شيئا غير رسمي. أريد لدينا متحدث.
the discussion. They will do a short presentation for about 12 minutes. Now it's 11 and a half minutes. And then we'll welcome other speakers to the table so that we start discussion on whatever you said, and we hope that we agree with everything you are going to say. So please introduce yourselves and start. Oh, I didn't introduce myself, so I should do it. I should do it. I recommended to everybody to introduce themselves, and I failed miserably for a start. So my name is Nuno Crato. I'm a professor of mathematics and statistics at the University of Lisbon. I work at a foundation for education called Iniciativa Educação, and I was Minister of Education for Portugal during the best time of our country, I have to say, unfortunately, because we hope that better times would come after us, and it's not what really happened, but things will change. So please.
Thank you, Nuno. Thank you very much. First slide, please. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, thank you very much for inviting us on the panel this morning. I'm Nick. The key thing to know about me is that I'm a general partner at a first check education investor. But the key thing, the reason I'm doing what I'm doing is because I'm a first generation university student. My grandfather was one of 16 kids. My father was a truck driver. I wouldn't be here today unless it was for the opportunity of education. And over the last 10 years, we have created the world's first Czech EdTech investor. We've made 84 investments in EdTech over that time, all of them democratizing access to opportunity. And I'm joined today also by Kevin.
So my name is Kevin Frey. I am the CEO at UNICEF's Generation Unlimited Partnership. I'm also a former EdTech and JobTech entrepreneur, now working at the UN to try to democratize and scale impact from EdTech and JobTech for young people. Generation Unlimited. So our mission is to skill and to connect the world's 1.8 billion young people, aged 15 to 24, to opportunities for employment and entrepreneurship. Very quickly, if you were to just look at a kind of schematic of the place that we play in at Generation Unlimited, the world's first public-private youth partnership, again, it's a partnership that is led by UNICEF, but bringing together partners from around the world to make sure young people are connected to the internet, that they have the skills and mindsets that they need, and then are connected to opportunities for employment, for entrepreneurship, and for social impact.
Okay, so on to the thought starter, the future of EdTech with AI. I think the key point that we're going to make is that we are at a turning point for the use of technology in education. If we get this turning point wrong, we could see in 10 years' time that we've hugely increased global inequality and not reduced it. But today, we face particular choices that actually could hugely reduce the inequality, and AI is the route to do that. If you look at education technology as a whole, there have been 4 waves. If you go back to 2010, the first wave, education software as service tools. You recognize Blackboard, TES, Instructure, people like Handshake. Those companies were all education software as service companies. They were followed by a second wave of marketplaces and content. You would understand Coursera's here, the Brailleys, the Quizlets of the world. And then the third generation came along, tech-enabled services. Multiverse in the UK, Guild in the US, Emeritus, VipKid. Now, what's happening now is what we see is the fourth wave of AI-powered learning. You've got Synthesia, Causally. There are so many companies appearing in this space. And actually, the opportunity here, and I'll do this one first, we have looked at 700 companies, all started in the last 18 months, that are all using AI in education. It is each of those AI companies is affecting every sector. We call them engines of opportunity, from knowledge graphs to education co-pilots to assessment to hyper-personalized content. There are huge numbers of startups coming to these areas, attracting funding, and sometimes they pose threats that sometimes the incumbent companies, Pearson, the Holtzbrinks, the others, Samaritas, can channel and develop their own AI. Other times they can't, okay? But the point is here is that every single sector of education is being disrupted by hundreds of AI edtech startups that have just appeared on the landscape over the last 18 months. And we see within AI the opportunity to move edtech from the bottom right. The bottom right is where today's unicorns are today, which is low efficacy but high scale. Your typical massive online course reaches many people, but the completion rates are low. A glib example. However, the opportunity with AI is to move education technology into the top right-hand box. Not only can we achieve scale, but we're going to achieve high efficacy. And the reason we can do that is because for the first time, we can deliver personalized one-to-one content with AI. We can identify genuine skills. We can enable teachers to scale, and we can enable materials to become more interesting. And the questions are around how we use it, and in no way would we ever advocate for replacement of teachers. This is very much a complementary technology, and it has to be used with the existing system, not without the existing system. So, yes, we see, as an investor, I see hundreds and hundreds of companies come in this space, each of them enabling a different level of personalization, and I see huge change. And I think onto the discussion now, but passing across to Kevin for, what's your perspective? Here you are with UNICEF and Generation Unlimited tackling youth skilling. It's like, do you think this can close the gap or open the gap?
I think it's a great question, Nick, and I don't know the answer. I do think we're at a fork in the road. I do think there is a moment in time now where the decisions we make today will set us on paths with heavy path dependency to a more equal world or to a far more unequal world. And I think AI will be the catalyst for that. Major risks, obviously, coming in with AI. Without question, elimination of entry-level jobs. AI is best positioned to take out the exact jobs that young people usually get, the first jobs, the entry-level jobs. We all know that because of the language, the large language models and the data sets that they're training on, there are gender biases, there are racial biases, there are geographic biases. Those are all amplified by the AIs that we're using right now. But at the same time, there's huge opportunities. I think we've all heard about this idea that AI could provide a personalized, high-quality learning tutor for every young person on the planet. Of course, that means they have to be connected to the internet first, though. But we do have an opportunity to have a high-quality tutor for every young person on the planet. Also, there's a whole bunch of new jobs getting created in the AI space, but that's only going to help young people, especially in the global south, if they're trained up with these new AI super skills. Governments need to start today changing curriculums, making sure AI training is in every single curriculum, because those are the skills that are going to drive productivity and efficiency going forward. When from where I sit at Generation Unlimited with UNICEF, think about the global north and global south, I'm worried, I'm concerned that if governments, private sector in the global south do not make sure that young people have access to AI and have the skills they're going to need to participate in an AI-powered economy, we will see a growing disparity and inequality where all of the productivity and efficiency gains accrue to the north and the south is left behind. But I do think we have a moment in time now where we can course correct and make sure that, in fact, AI becomes a force for equity.
Very good. Thank you very much. So I have 2 or 3 questions for you.
Lovely.
Of course, we are going to pursue these questions and other questions during this hour. But my first question is this. You talked about personalized learning. That was also one of the promises of the pandemic.
Yes.
Is that I remember at the start of the pandemic, people were saying, this is the greatest opportunity that we are going to have now, It's a great opportunity because now students will be empowered and they will be in charge of their own learning. And we saw the results, and the results are catastrophic. So all across the world, except in a few countries that were already doing very well and are doing even better now, and we will talk about the same, is Singapore, it's South Korea, it's Taiwan, and so on. Except for those, there were huge losses, huge learning losses across the globe. So it didn't work. Why is it going to work this time? That's my first question, and I'll jump to the second after you please enlighten us about that.
It's a great question, and it's one that, you know, as a minister of an entire system, that is the perennial question. How do you create the maximum utility and change? And I think there are two parts to your question. The first part is putting people in charge of their learning, and the second is how you personalize content. The pandemic was a huge test for getting a lot of things, some things right, but a lot of things wrong. Back to some of the many nods in the crowd when I said that technology should be used with teachers to complement teachers, not without. The teaching and pedagogy is about a shared learning environment. Andragogy, learning on yourself, being in charge of learning, it doesn't work. It works for such a tiny percentage of the adult population, exactly. Yep. And it does not work for the youth population. So my first point is that technology has to be used with the teacher or with the practitioner. And the second point around personalization, this has also been promised for many years. But the challenges in personalizing content for the individual, you have to learn what the individual is. You then have to be able to adapt the content to them. And the operational underpinning of that is vastly complex, both in terms of the atomization of content you require, which is incredibly expensive and almost impossible, but also understanding and acting in real time. So previous iterations of technology had maybe had some pathways in the background that were set, but they weren't truly adaptive. With AI, not only can you assess where somebody is on a problem, but you can actually create content on the fly to that particular level. So it's real-time content creation plus a real-time adaptation to the individual alongside the teacher. That, to me, is how we can solve the problem.
Thank you very much. I think you just were more specific about this and so it's a great opportunity for discussion. I have a question for you, okay, or for you both, which is, what about the training for the AI? Because what we have witnessed in the past revolutions, technological revolutions, is that the specific training was not working because 6 months later, there was another product on the market. And now it's like not 6 months later, it's 1 month later. So what about studying mathematics? And what about studying English or Arabic or whatever language you speak? Wouldn't that be more important for someone working in AI that's studying specifically what AI is doing now? So it's a very generic question. This will last for more than 1 hour, but if you can just give us your thoughts about this.
I'm not sure I totally understood the question on that.
Oh, okay.
So it's...
What's the specific training you think students need now that they are not having that prepares them for the AI revolution?
Perfect. In the first sense, what is AI? How to use it responsibly.
Right.
But then think of something as simple as prompt engineering. So how do you actually leverage AI to get the output that you want? These are now new digital super skills that young people need to get. It needs to get into education and training systems so that they know how to leverage the extraordinary power that's at their fingertips now. I did want to go back to your previous question. I know we're real short on time.
Please.
But I'm worried, and Rob Jenkins, we were talking about this in Dubai a day and a half ago, the director of education from UNICEF, that sometimes there's a narrative out there that, okay, you know, the pandemic had a big ed tech experiment and we failed miserably, therefore ed tech's not the answer. I think you hinted at some of the ways forward, that the countries that were prepared, that were already doing this and knew how to use ed tech actually succeeded. So I'm not really I'm not willing to write off EdTech because of the results of the pandemic. I think what it means is we all need to get systems in place, we need to get teachers trained, we need to get young people ready, make sure the infrastructure is in place for the promise of EdTech. And I do think that the difference between pandemic and now would be the promise of generative AI. Personalized tutors that could actually work one-to-one and get to know you as an individual and provide tutoring. So I do think the pandemic experiment would be different today than it was 3 years ago with generative AI.
We'll hope so. We all hope so. And it's time to start the larger discussion. Thank you very much. I think you gave a great presentation for us to start. So welcome to the discussants now. You are welcome to jump in if you disagree with whatever people on the table are saying. But, okay, so who wants to start? We have lots of problems to discuss. You want to start?
Good.
So please introduce yourself. Don't do my mistakes.
Good. I'm Shamla Cherry. I'm the CEO of Duke Corporate Education, part of Duke University. And for me, I'm a South African. I think, the observation is, what does this AI mean? What does EdTech mean when a child in South Africa does not have access to water, electricity, and the tools? Can AI, support this? Can EdTech support this when there are no tools? And there's an unemployment of 52%. So I think it's fantastic. For me, it is, I think AI is wonderful. How can it be an opportunity to resolve the challenges? Can it actually solve the inequality? Can it make sure that it fills the gap solving the inequality from a wider world point of view?
And your answer is?
Well, I think, gender-based violence, a whole host of things. I think the question, it is a wonderful moment. We can claim it. I'm still...
But the answer is not guaranteed, right?
Guaranteed, absolutely.
Okay. Do you want to comment on that, or what?
My name's Andrew Hamilton. I'm part of the traditional university world. I was recently the president of New York University, and prior to that, I was the vice chancellor of Oxford University. And I think, just to answer your point, nothing is guaranteed. And obviously, we heard from the two earlier speakers, this is an incredibly exciting time for EdTech. But of course, it's also a time of caution. And we, particularly within the existing university world, have to proceed with care. I would just take one point of disagreement.
أود أن أذكر نقطة عدم اتفاق. لا أعتقد أن الجائحة كانت كارثة في كثير من الأوجه.
We were able to see many students continuing under very difficult circumstances their educational pathway. And actually, many of us were concerned that the impacts educationally of the pandemic would be far worse than they actually were. And I think EdTech played a very important role in helping us manage a completely unprecedented and a world that we were making up as we went along.
Are you talking about universities, or are you talking about elementary education?
I'm talking about universities, of course, from my own experience. And of course, I have grandchildren. I watch them losing the opportunity to socially interact. And perhaps that's, again, the other dimension that all of us know and recognize, that the power of personal interaction, peer-to-peer contact is so important.
Anthony, would you like to jump in?
My name is Anthony Muhammad. I'm an author and consultant and former K-12 educator. Spent 8 years as a teacher, 11 years as a school administrator in the United States. And one, I'd like to commend the two gentlemen who came and others who have really contributed to the development of EdTech. But I'd like to comment on the issue of involving teachers in the K-12 system, in the integration of AI, and that's where my big concern is. We have, within K-12 systems, particularly in the West, a very high level of dissatisfaction among teachers. Merrimack College in the United States did a poll. They do it every year, and as of last year, only 20% of American teachers responded being satisfied with their jobs. It's very similar in Australia, in the UK. The hidden culture of schools makes it very difficult for innovative opportunities to be integrated because of the human and sociological aspects that exist in schools. Often when I hear people speak about schools, I ask, have you ever been in a school? Have you understood the culture of a school? How things are delivered? Mary Kennedy wrote a book from Harvard years ago called Inside Teaching, where she identified that the ideas of researchers and the reality of teachers and students are vastly different. And that's why ideas have a very difficult time being implemented at scale, because the idea of the researcher and the innovator doesn't match the reality of what teachers and students are experiencing on the ground floor. I would love for AI and other ed tech and opportunities to actually impact the development of young people. But I think it's important as a part of our conversation that we address the reality of schooling, the disparities that you mentioned in South Africa and in other places that make it very difficult to move from ideology into actual implementation.
Very nice. Po, you were nodding vigorously, please.
Yeah, well, thank you. So first of all, hello, I'm Po Shen-Lo. Officially, I'm a math professor at Carnegie Mellon University. I've been there for 14 years, mathematics professor as well. However, I also was for 10 years the national coach of the Olympic math team for the United States.
Oh.
And because I really identify with what you said about researchers, innovators need to actually go in those schools. Actually, for the last academic year, previous academic year, basically every 3 weeks, I went in front of a 6th grade classroom in a school and taught. And I chose in America, they're called Title I schools. I chose the most challenging schools to go to because otherwise you can't understand. But at the same time, I also coach the top kids in the country. And what I would say is, I'm also an entrepreneur. I'm a social entrepreneur. So I like to create solutions. And I think that if you want to solve these problems, we need things that work from everyone's point of view. You need win-win solutions. That's the only way to get scale. And in some sense, the voice that's missing in this room right now is the kids.
Yes.
It's the kids. I mean, actually, the way that I come up with solutions, for example, what I work on right now is we try to scale peer-to-peer teaching. In some sense, it's super old school. It's away from the A, it's back to the H, human intelligence.
Yeah.
But of course, we use technology to do so. So my main thing that I work on now is how to get kids who are a few years older to scalably inspire kids who are younger. Basically, that's how you can try to scale these out. But I'd love to see solutions in this space that involve the voice of the students as a major component.
Very good. Would you like to comment upon that?
So, hello everyone. My name is Neil Butcher. Like Shamla, I'm from South Africa. I'm an education specialist working with the World Bank, and I've been working in the educational technology space exclusively in the developing world, as it turns out, for the last 30 plus years. So I wrote all the promises about EdTech that we heard today in a paper for the South African government 25 years ago. And since then, have seen billions, literally billions of dollars of investment in technology, none of which is backed up by any sustained evidence base that it has educational impact at scale. So I think one should always proceed with caution, not just caution. One should be deeply skeptical about marketing promises of what technology will deliver. And that's not a criticism of technology companies, that's their role. But I think the responsibility needs to lie at the door of national governments. Because really, what we should be focusing on doing is sorting out some fundamental problems in education systems that have existed for a long time and that are getting worse. We've spoken about the issue of teacher disempowerment. This is not a static problem, it's a worsening problem. Exactly. And it's being made worse by government policies, not because of educational technology, but because they're seeking increasingly to micromanage teachers and what they do in the classroom and to determine what curriculum is appropriate to teach to students. And unfortunately, technology has been a tool in supporting that kind of curriculum delivery. So the sad reality is that at a time where in the face of technological development, what we really need to be doing is preparing children with critical thinking skills and information literacy skills, none of which require the use of technology to teach those skills. We're instead, unfortunately, doubling down on teaching outdated curricula to children using very expensive technologies. And those very expensive technologies are diverting money away from curriculum development. As long as we continue that, we should expect failure. So in my mind, the two most critical priorities we need to be focusing on is national curriculum reforms that actually focus schooling systems on teaching children the skills that they are going to need to thrive in a rapidly changing world, regardless of what that change is. And secondly, on dismantling the policy environments that have disempowered teachers so that they increasingly do not want to be in that profession. Until we do those things, the prospect of investment in technology having any positive learning impact, in my opinion, tends towards zero. Thank you.
Let me try to bring together some of I think our colleagues here have outlined some of the ingredients for success if we put them together. My name is J.D. Larock. I'm the CEO of the Network for Teaching Entrepreneurship. We work in the U.S. and around the world to teach young people from underserved communities how to launch businesses. And I want to start with the point that my colleague here made around how the learners, the kids, are always pointing us in the direction that we should go and where things are going. When ChatGPT came out in the past year and a half or so, I asked myself, as the leader of an organization that works with schools and students in school districts around the US and around the world, will I see students proposing businesses that use these technologies? Will I see students putting together business plans that utilize these technologies to help them put the plans together, even though our program doesn't specifically teach that? I was not surprised to find that the answer was yes. The students naturally gravitate towards where they want to go, what they find to be useful for their own learning and their own goals. And that's point one. We should be mindful of the fact that students are voting with their thoughts, with their minds, with their own decisions about what they want to see their education do and be. The second point has to do with what my colleague to my right said, which is that, why do we as an organization teach entrepreneurship education in the first place? The answer is, it is typically not offered and not available to teachers to do in the American or the global school curriculum. And yet, entrepreneurship is the foundation of every economy everywhere. You don't have societies without entrepreneurship. So we need to have space in national curriculums and regional curricula for innovations, for flexibility. And I really appreciated what you said around how it's not just about technology and utilization of the tools themselves, but those metacognitive skills that really focus in on what technology can't do, or how human beings can supplement what technology can do, such as critical thinking and future orientation, and the emotional intelligence that is a necessary part of our society. I'd like to close with one point. I'm an optimist about where this all goes, because if you look at the broad sweep of the development of education systems, there have been times throughout history where leaders and governments recognized that a different kind of world was coming together. When the scientific age came about, biomedical discoveries, this led to the Carnegie Corporation and scholars putting together a reform model that led to the development of the medical school model that we still use worldwide today. After World War II, when it was evident that the wartime effort to promote discoveries in weaponry and science, but also medicine, could be put towards civil society, this led to the development of a new social compact that brought universities and governments and the private sector together in new ways that honored and recognized the 20th century scientific age. I think it's fair to say that we, and especially our children, are now fully living in a digital age that is comprised of AI-based tools, social media, the metaverse, industrial AI, the Internet of Things, and augmented reality and virtual reality. I think it's our opportunity as educators, as leaders, to recognize the totality of that world and start bringing in opportunities to modify curricula to make more of that world equally accessible to people throughout the world.
Very good. Thank you very much. Would you, Nick and Neil, would you like to comment upon these discussions about what we have discussed so far? Or
I'm not sure on my...
you are not sure?
I'm not sure our mics are on. Oh, they are on still. Okay. You can still hear us, yeah?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
If you want to stand, whatever.
Just very quickly, I think there's a really good balance in terms of, Oxford University to the South African example to the American examples. What's clear to me is how many experiments have gone on over the past 15 years. And I think what's also clear to me is how suddenly we're at a point in time where we have to learn from all the successes and the mistakes that have been made over the last 15, 20 years and put them to work with a new generation of education technology that doesn't just think about the tool, but thinks most importantly about the context, the way that teachers are being trained, the system that tool is being put into. Education technology has tended to kind of be seen as a standalone thing, but it's not going to succeed unless it's integrated within the entire education system at school, at university, or at work. And I think from all the great points that you guys are making, right now is the time to distill those learnings and put them to work for the future.
Thank you. Will we have a microphone for anyone in the audience who wants to speak? Will you have one? Yes, it's there. So if anyone, do you want to speak? Do you want to ask a question, make a comment? Yes, please.
Jim.
Hi, my name's Jim Knight. Like you, Education Minister, in my case, in the UK. And I was really struck by the comments around teachers and how their professionalism is being undermined, and whether or not technology will further undermine the professionalism of teachers if we just try and use their tech to deliver the existing curriculum. My sense is we do need to use the opportunity of EdTech to better support teachers, to augment teachers and teaching, but we also need to prepare our young people for a future where they are also collaborators with machines as well as with other humans. So we need to nurture better humanity in our young people in school, but we also need to embed technology because that is their future. And if they're not equipped to collaborate and enhance their value with technology at school level, then we will be failing.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to add
a
point. The gentleman and my colleague from South Africa, is he talked about government policy, and I know we have ministers who are present. One of the things that makes innovation difficult to embed in the United States are policies around ranking schools based upon standardized test scores. Teachers are incentivized for letter grades, better comparative standardized test scores, as opposed to looking at the needs of young people and seeking tools and technology that would enhance that. As many have pointed out, the system in the UK, the United States, Australia, and others who have adopted this has led to not only wider academic achievement gaps, but also a redistribution of wealth through attachment to real estate values, population trends. So my colleague Michael Fullen, who's from Canada, writes about a concept he calls coherence. And when you hear ideas that sound good in isolation, but there's no coherence, they actually work against one another. So of course we want teachers to be more engaged in their professionalism, more respected, but as long as government policy incentivizes teachers to teach towards a test which really lacks a lot of validity and reliability, is culturally biased, those are the things that drive most American schools, and many schools who use a test-based system for school comparison give schools ratings based upon those comparative standardized test scores. That is the environment where innovation is being implemented and is dying on the vine because of greed and a desire to see a larger gap between the have and the have-nots, which makes a difficult culture and environment to implement a student-centered technology as AI has the opportunity to be.
I might be the only person in this room to disagree with you. I'm in favor of standardized testing. I think that one thing is...
Because I don't disagree with standardized testing.
Okay.
It's the weaponization of comparing one school to another. As long as
That's
it's
a different
formative,
story. That's a different
formative
story.
and it's feedback for school improvement, absolutely.
Yeah, okay. Well, my experience is completely the opposite. Once we introduced standardized testing, everybody improved and the gap reduced. Because with standardized testing, it was very clear, and of course with the curriculum, it was very clear what we wanted. And there are tests that are not well done, and of course they promote whatever you are saying. So they promote the narrowing of the curriculum, they promote testing to the test, and so on. And there are tests that are well done. Just, I think the best example is, can you design a test to speak English that actually narrows down the teaching of English? Yes, you can. You just introduce, you have to speak with this framework and you have to speak, to say these things. But if you just open discussion, is there a way of doing it? No. The best way to respond positively to the test is to learn how to speak English or Arabic. Well, my Arabic would be 0. But so, at that same time, if we don't have the testing, what happens is that things are in the hands that we don't know what they are going to do. And well, you are, you have lots of experience recently, but you have witnessed recently Dartmouth, MIT.
Oh yes, coming back
to standardized testing, because they studied and they realized that without standardized testing, the gaps would increase. And the SAT was actually, I don't want to abuse my time, just to tell you, SAT was designed to narrow the gaps. SAT in 1929 was designed to receive at the best universities of the United States the students that were well prepared, no matter what that background.
I think in a sense,
yes,
Anthony is criticizing not standardized testing, but the way in which it's used. But my reaction to that, we all despise rankings. Universities are assaulted by rankings of many different types all the time. But that's a little bit like complaining about the weather, because even if governments did not facilitate rankings, the private sector, the journalists of the world would create their own rankings. We see it in universities with US News and World Report. That's not officially sanctioned, but it happens, and in a sense, there's very little we can do about it. And I suppose I would just say we have to put up with it and do the best that we can to educate people about its limitations.
But it has a real tangible impact
on
the morale and the engagement of teachers.
So does the weather.
Yeah.
Well, of course, we are now not going to center this discussion on standardized testing. My fault, but you had something to say. Please.
I mean, I think, obviously, standardized testing, like so many other things, it's a tool. It's how the tool is deployed that matters. If we start with a point of departure that says, well, we just have to accept things because they can't change, then this whole conversation is a bit of a waste of time. So I don't think that makes a lot of sense. I think one of the unforeseen consequences of standardized testing, and that's where I think technology is particularly risky, is in the extent to which in gaming that it encourages schools to game the system in the same way.
Absolutely.
My children, one of my children has just finished school in a top-end private school in Johannesburg. And the school's resources and time and effort are all geared towards completing the end-of-year examination. And it's an educational disaster. And anyone who claims otherwise is not out there looking at what the consequences of those types of choices are. And it's a worsening problem because it is reducing teacher autonomy. So you actually made this point as a former Minister of Education. If we don't have standardized testing, how will we know what they're doing? As if we have to control and disempower people at the margins by knowing what they're doing all the time. That's not the promise of a future world of technology that I'd like to live in. And I don't think it's what we should be aspiring towards. We should be inspiring towards empowering people so that they can make their own decisions about what's important to them, not have those decisions
It's our kids. It's our kids that are in teachers' hands, not something else. Please.
So the other part of this, I thought, is that if we go back and we say that we look at all what can't be done, instead of having a very progressive thinking mindset and pushing, frameworks, policies, and governments, what can be done. Because each one of us here in this room are accountability partners. We claim this moment. The fact this is an important point in history, we claim this moment to EdTech companies. And we say that if EdTech companies can solve the problem, then we are responsible for that problem. It solves equality. It solves a child being educated. It solves a child being employed. So I think we can take ownership of this child. If we say that we need human-centered skills, what are the human-centered skills? It doesn't mean just critical thinking. Kindness is the new capability. So we need these skills to push forward as well. So we need to think about what are the new skills that we require that supports technology moving forward as well.
That's a very good question. Please.
I'd like to build on that because I think that AI really holds the opportunity for us to rethink what knowledge and skills we should be prioritizing now. And again, this is not a new thing. Education systems all the time are forced to reevaluate what is in the curriculum and what matters and why. There's a reason why we don't teach Latin in schools as thoroughly as we used to, and that is because the world moved on to other things. And I think that there's something in that in this moment too. Clearly, building on what both of you have said, we have an opportunity to consider what is the full set of human-centered skills that complement the emergence of technology more thoroughly into our lives, into our workplaces, into our social interactions, and what can we do as educators to develop those skills more. Many of the skills we teach at NIFTY in our entrepreneurship program track very nicely to complementarity to this new technology. And there are many of the things that you mentioned: critical thinking, collaboration, problem solving, future orientation, ability to manage risk, emotional intelligence. And by the way, the interesting thing is these things can be developed as skills. They can be taught. Creativity can be taught and cultivated. They can be nurtured, and they can be measured in a standardized test environment. We know that at my organization because we actually have such a standardized test. We developed it about 15 years ago with the Educational Testing Service. It's a valid exam that we use to measure skill development in these not reductive domains that you were criticizing earlier, but these new, more current and more relevant domains. And I think
such as?
Again, I just talked about them. So communication, collaboration, problem-solving, creativity, and all the rest.
Without content.
Without the content. Without content. Yeah.
Okay.
So I think that's our opportunity.
Thank you. Please.
I wonder if sometimes we get caught in a bit of a false dichotomy, an either-or between it's EdTech or teachers. It's uniquely human skills or digital skills, when it's obvious. It's both and. Mm-hmm. We need to have EdTech and technology in the classroom to support teachers. If you look at the future of work, it's at least tech-enabled. It's often entirely in the digital economy. We have to be preparing young people for an AI-powered future. But it's going to be teachers doing it, and we need uniquely human skills as well. So it seems to me that the place to land is a hybrid, and not to necessarily always get caught in these, is it EdTech replacing teachers? Is it digital skills replacing uniquely human? It's both and. They're both necessary conditions for successful young people as they progress.
Very good. Yeah. Yes. Well, the floor is open, so if anyone wants... So why don't we turn to this lady here, please? Paul, just a second, okay?
It's coming.
Is there anyone else who wants
to
raise... Okay, please.
Duke University. Great to hear the speakers' thoughts, and would love to understand from you what progressive experiments, to the point of the early panelists, have you conducted that you would consider a success at expanding access and addressing some of the goals that we've been talking about? It would be great to hear what we need to be replicating. Thank you.
Thank you. This gentleman over there, please. Sorry.
Thank you for this interesting discussion. What about supporting our teachers to connect them to the labor market? We don't see our teachers live.
That's a major point.
They don't understand what's going on outside the schools.
It's a huge
Actually, there's
the curriculum from teach to the labor market.
career counseling and information, labor information in the curriculum. Our teachers, they are not aware about the recent development in career and labor market. I think this will let them unable to help our students to connect what they learn with the future of the labor market.
Great point. Thank you. Well, please, Poe. And next you and next you. Okay.
Yeah, sure. I wanted to make some comments about this because actually in this conversation, there's a lot of, we'd like to do this, but there's this problem. We'd like to do this, there's this problem. So I actually come at everything. I'm a mathematician, but one of the most famous mathematicians to graduate from my university, Carnegie Mellon, was a man named John Nash, who has a Nobel Prize not in mathematics, there isn't one, it's in economics, because he was involved in game theory. So actually, when I look at all of these things, I see that what we need to do is we actually need to figure out the ecosystems that will make things work. There was a question from the audience about, is there anything that has worked? Actually, the way that I work is, as I mentioned earlier, I go into the schools. I work with the kids. I also am an entrepreneur. So one of the things that we've done, and we found out that this is working and growing, is that if you have each person who's part of this entire system winning, then you have something. For example, what we did is I realized as I went all around, there were all these middle school children for whom they were not being sufficiently challenged in school. I actually saw this both in very high-performing schools and in very low-performing schools. But the problem was, how can you find people to coach them? Then I found out there are also high school children who are very, very clever, and it would be very good for them if they could improve their communication skills. Then I found actors and actresses who are looking for part-time paid remote work jobs, of which there's 100,000 of them in the United States. Connecting these three together, I'll talk about this tomorrow in the What If talk I'm giving, but we basically have actors and actresses coaching high school children who are already good at math on how to be interesting at communicating, while they coach the middle schoolers in mathematics. But why I mention this is able to run even without the endorsement or approval of a counterparty. It goes direct to every single person who's involved. I came up with this because I started out in ed tech, and when I talked to an investor, one of the investors told me, "Don't you realize it's not the product that wins in ed tech, it's the sales team?" I said, "Oh my gosh." I don't want to criticize, but I mean, there are people who are in this space who know they need to sell to that counterparty, and whether it works or not, darn it, if they can convince you, then all the children have to use it. My approach is, if you want to make something that works, you need to go down, you need to talk to a real teacher, you need to see what happens in the real place. You need to see that on this small scale, all the people who are involved are winning. Once they're all winning, then you scale. So that's my approach to these things.
Very good. Please.
I think it's a very interesting discussion. I come from the digital industry, work for a unicorn in digital marketing. We're training people at large scale in 140 countries. And what we find also is, and the question is, how do we bring teachers, and how do we train teachers, connecting them with this new labor market or with this new digital industry? We're doing some projects with UNESCO and some other stakeholders, but what we find sometimes is you need to break the barrier and let the teachers enter this field that they feel uncomfortable in, and the students sometimes feel, as you were saying, with entrepreneurship, more comfortable with. So how do we do that?
Could I?
Very good question.
I think.
Would you like to give an answer?
Yes.
Very short answer, please.
Will do. You bring up excellent points, and I think it's quite. There's evidence now around the world that education systems are gravitating back towards recognizing the need to be more in tune with labor markets. And of course, there are some countries, Switzerland, Germany, others like that have always been quite good at that. But I think, again, it's one place where there needs to be more intent in the curriculum and more opportunities for teachers to be educated in those things. And this is quite an important moment for it, because as our presenters remarked earlier, it's quite the case that these new technologies I mean, large language model-driven AI is the first time that we are hearing has the potential to disrupt white-collar employment, and that's something that we should really pay significant attention to. I think it comes down to having a space in the curriculum where students have the opportunity to be aware of the jobs and careers and sectors as they are developing now, to have real space and room in teaching and learning for classes to go to workplaces. This is a facet of our program, even though it's
لبرامجنا أيضا حتى وإن كانت ريادة أعمال فالطلاب يمكنهم أن يروا الشركات وما يحدث في أرض الواقع.
Educators need to take stock of how their own curriculum needs to change in light of the fact that they may be, in part, preparing students for a set of skills that are outdated or will be automated. And so that has to be supplanted by something else.
But that brings us back to the comments that were made earlier, the importance of focusing on core critical intellectual skills of critical thinking, of expression, writing and speaking. These are things that then prepare that student not just for their first job, but for their fifth job 20 years later, as you say, in a world that's going to be very different.
We have one more question there, please.
It's not a question, it's a
Okay, comments, please.
adding to the point of
Please.
teacher preparation. I think very similar to, let's say, a medical profession, you cannot keep your knowledge at where you ended up with when you first graduated. A lot of times we don't have any. We rely on the teachers to look for professional development, and sometimes at one organization to find a suitable professional development for staff. However, I think policymakers need to collaborate with technology providers, and we need to find a way to have like a teacher profile. They need to keep up to date. We cannot send kids to deal with teachers who graduated probably 20 years ago and haven't done any professional development. There is no compulsory way, or there's no systematic way to have this data available for the teachers. Like, I need to know what was the last professional development the teacher had, and we need to introduce teachers to new professional development opportunities in AI implementation in the classroom and these types of things. But we need to have also a systematic way of having this data available and transparent, so we know what the teachers' skills are and when were they last updated.
Very good point. Anthony,
yes,
would like
to answer a question and to address.
It's not a question.
Yeah, the question and the comment.
It's a contribution.
But the idea that we're taking different perspectives and this can't work if that is not implemented, et cetera. I think we're just pragmatically and intellectually thinking about what's the best way to have great technology tools be useful for kids. And there are barriers. And one of the barriers that my work focuses on is the culture of school. And that's the teacher development, et cetera. Yeah. And the answer to that has been evident for a long time. It's creating a collaborative teacher culture. Bilby McLaughlin from Stanford and Shirley Hord have published for years that the best way to enhance teacher satisfaction, effectiveness, retention is through a collaborative culture. So instead of looking at education as compartmentalized, if we work collectively, we have common objectives. We have common learning needs. We have common targets. So moving schools from a conglomeration of one-room schoolhouses into a truly collaborative, focused model of teachers working together gives you the best opportunity for your AI tools to work. Because now you have a healthy organizational culture who is ready to look for practices and tools that are congruent with their collective goals and objectives. Now you have a marriage, as opposed to two forces fighting against one another with different objectives.
Yes, I have a disruptive question. Can we teach critical thinking without knowing the language, without knowing how to write, without knowing a substantive content about something? Can we critical think about mathematics if we don't know mathematics? Can I critical think about English literature if I've never read a novel in English? Please.
So I can take this. This is actually why I was talking about building the ecosystem, because I think actually the fundamental thing we need to ask is what are those skills that we're teaching? And in fact, the way that we do our teaching is to give you questions you have never seen before and see how you puzzle about them. We are less interested in how well you can do a problem you have seen. We're more interested if you put this child in a situation where they have no idea how do they brainstorm. We found out you don't need trigonometry for that. You can do a ton with, of course, you need to know how to add, subtract, multiply, divide. That you have to have. But once you have fractions and percents, well, once you have fractions and percents, you can do all kinds of very strange questions. That's my background for the math competitions. There are lots of middle school math competitions where if you take those questions, you're assembling basic concepts in very unusual ways. So we needed to make an ecosystem where the educator was comfortable taking random ideas coming from the audience and assembling them dynamically in front of the students so that it was a dynamic collaboration between students and educators. So this is my observation. You don't need super advanced concepts to teach that, but you need to have a dialogue.
And we were saved by the gong. Okay. So thank you very much, everybody.
Very intelligent.
Thank you. Thank you. I think it went really well.
Loved your comments. Yeah, obviously very well read, gentlemen.
I'm deliberately provocative.
When we are finished.
everyone for attending with us the Early Childhood Dialogue today. We have experts here speaking about early childhood development and education. We will be looking into different factors or dimensions within early childhood. We'll be looking into the holistic approach to early childhood development, as well as the ECE system in the top performing countries. And we would like to have this as an open dialogue. Please feel free to prepare your questions, and we will make sure to have some time to answer those at the end. To answer the big question that always come up is, what is early childhood? What age is early childhood? So early childhood is a crucial period spanning from conception up until the early years of schooling. Scientific findings emphasize the significance of early childhood education, particularly quality early childhood education, in fostering the cognitive, the social, emotional, and physical development of the child. Now, we know that during the early years, the human brain develops in a very rapid pace through social interaction. And when we say social interaction, we mean positive interaction between the caregiver and the child, as well as the enriching learning environment. We also know that early childhood education and the quality of early childhood education is key to the development of the child, as well as to shaping the future, not only the individual child, but also to shaping the future of the human capital within society. Now, I would like to, first of all, I will introduce myself, then I will pose some questions to each one of you, and I would like you to introduce yourself as well. My plan was to introduce everyone here around the table, but because of my voice and this condition, I would keep a little bit, I will just pose questions and then give you more time to answer those questions. My name is Naziha Khoja. I'm the early childhood manager at one of MISC's foundation subsidiaries called Riyadh Schools Platform. And previously I worked as an advisor at the Ministry of Education during the G20. And after that, and I worked also as a course lecturer at McGill University when I was doing my graduate studies there. To open this dialogue and discussion, I would like to ask first Jumana, the representative from the UNICEF, to introduce herself and also to define to us what exactly is a holistic approach to early childhood. What besides the teachers' qualifications, the standards, the curriculum is important in fostering the development of the child and affecting their learning outcomes in the future?
Good morning, and I'm Jumana Haj Ahmed, the Deputy Representative for the UNICEF Gulf Area Office. Very happy to be here with you all on this panel. And maybe to start, I mean, you already mentioned that when we talk about early years, we're talking about the period from conception to 8 years old. And neuroscience evidence has shown that early childhood development is the most crucial for an individual's cognitive, emotional, social, and physical well-being. And as you rightly mentioned, the brain is growing the fastest during this period. And this really emphasizes the importance of investing in early childhood development. Now, scientists and community development experts, they also recognize that it is a crucial component for human capacity development. And that's why you see early childhood development enshrined across a number of the Sustainable Development Goals. And particularly SDG target number 4.2, which actually focuses on every girl and boy having access to early childhood development, care, and early childhood education. So a number of the organizations, including UNICEF, the World Bank, WHO, came together and worked on defining what is a holistic approach to early childhood development. And they developed what is called the Nurturing Care Framework. And within this framework, there are 5 key domains that makes the early child development holistic. One is good health, having the vaccinations that the child needs, proper health services, proper treatment in case of illness. Adequate nutrition. And we know that if a child is hungry or not well fed with the quality food, it affects also their cognition and understanding. So providing the child with an adequate nutrition is key. The third domain is about responsive caregivers. And this focuses really on the social relationships of the young child, but also at engagement and response and interaction between the caregiver, whether it's a father, a mother, a grandparent, a stepmom, a stepdad. And then the fourth component is, of course, early education, which we're talking about today. And the fifth one is about safety and security from abuse, violence, and exploitation. So for a child to survive, thrive, and develop to their full potential, they need these 5 key domains.
Okay. Thank you, Jumana. I think it's interesting because even at the school system or the ECE system, we will find all of these dimensions in a way or another essential to the everyday school that children go to. So they will need to eat. So we need to ensure that they have healthy eating habits. They need positive responsiveness. It's not only about what kind of social interaction they have at home, but what kind of also interaction they have with their teachers and the school staff. So it's eye-opening to see the wide picture of the holistic approach. And this brings me to asking Dr. Maimouna. Dr. Maimouna, if you don't mind, please introduce yourself. And if you also would like to give us an overview of what is the kingdom is doing in order to ensure that the approach to early childhood is holistic. Thank you, Dr. I am Maimouna Al-Khalil. I'm the Secretary General of the Family Affairs Council here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. What we are doing at the Family Affairs Council is exactly ensuring that we have a holistic approach. What we mean by a holistic approach is an approach that excludes nothing and includes everything when it comes to the nurturing and development of a child. We're talking about parental support, security, safety, healthy habits. All of these are critical elements for the growth and development of a child as a whole. Now, when we talk about learning and development, it cannot be compartmentalized. It needs to be all elements involved are linked, and you need to set a foundation for that. And basically, that means that we have to pay attention to all aspects of development: cognitive, emotional, social, physical, even spiritual. We also understand that to lay that foundation, you need to start much earlier. And it was mentioned from conception, even before a child is born, until date of school entry. So that is our approach and what we understand holistic approach being. Now, the Family Affairs Council is the entity in the kingdom that has the role of ensuring that all entities that are relevant to early childhood care are coordinated in the manner in which they operate. And we work with all government agencies and civil society to make sure we advance that approach. There are several examples, just to be concrete, within the 3 minutes that I have. But I would like to start with shedding a little bit of light on the National Family Strategy. This strategy was approved in 2021. It kicked off middle of 2022. And it has within it, subsumed under it, 3 plans, one for the child, one for women, and one for the elderly. And among the many initiatives in this strategy is initiatives that pertain to the health of mother and child. But perhaps last year was a very monumental policy that came out on early childhood development. And the Family Affairs Council is in charge of coordinating the efforts of the government entities and entities involved. And here it specifically targets 4 dimensions, some of which Jamana already alluded to, beginning with nutrition, moving on to education, and then health and well-being, and ending with safety and child protection. Of course, what we spoke about, the importance of social interaction, is also included in that front. And I might want to conclude with the latest holistic approach product that the Family Affairs Council was happy to launch last November. And that was an example of where we need a holistic approach, which is the National Online Safety a framework for children. This framework brings together at least 12 government entities. It brings them together with the private sector and civil society to work on 10 tracks, moving from legislation to enforcement to building capacity to raising awareness, conducting research, and you really can only achieve those objectives if you follow a holistic approach, since it isn't one entity that is in charge, but rather everyone needs to come in and play their role and their part to achieve a certain objective, in this case, a child online safety. Thank you, Dr. Maimouna. I think, so all of the efforts from the Family Affairs Councils are not only directed to education, but is more holistic to ensure that even the safety of the child online is protected, and to also highlight the role of community in the positive childhood development. This brings me to the question about the community and role of community. Alex, Dr. Maimouna was speaking from the kingdom. You're coming here from Australia.
I am, yes.
Welcome, Alex.
Thank you very much for having me.
And if you don't mind sharing with us, what's your definition of it takes a village to raise a child? Tell us more about the role of community in fostering the development of the child.
Sure. So thank you for having me. My name's Alex Grant. I'm the co-founder of Kamali Group, a consulting firm that promotes social and inclusive development in Australia. I'm going to answer this question by talking to my own experience. My eldest boy just started kindergarten, but when he was 14 months old, I was not coping. His behaviour was terrible. He didn't sleep and he wasn't talking. And at the same time, my son started early education. They put us in touch with a local community nurse. They also strengthened my support system by connecting me with a playgroup and perinatal mental health worker. We were referred to an ear, nose and throat surgeon who confirmed that Max was functionally deaf and treated him for glue ear. I quit my job as a diplomat and I learnt and taught him sign language, and we accessed government-funded speech and occupational therapy. His early childhood centre also continued signing in the classroom, and they suggested that we follow the same evidence-based approach that they use, called Circle of Security, based on 50 years of research into attachment theory. They also managed my expectations. I was asking a toddler to emotionally regulate, a skill that most adults still struggle with. My son is now thriving and he's learning to read, and he received his very first merit award last week. But when we had our second son, I identified his hearing loss 6 months earlier, which has enabled him to catch up to his peers 2 years quicker than his brother, reflecting the evidence and the benefits of early intervention. Through early education, my boys were developmentally screened, and they're learning a range of self-help skills. They have a strong sense of identity, and they're building resilience, compassion, and lifelong friendships. But this isn't a one-off story. Australia does have standards for early education which promote a consistent, high-quality, play-based curriculum, regulating children's health and safety, encouraging partnerships with families and communities. Emotional regulation and awareness has become a prominent feature of the curriculum. And learning to self-regulate is most important in the early years, as it's more difficult to change educational outcomes once that formal schooling commences. But co-regulation requires building the capacity of not only educators, but also parents and carers to develop strong attachments with children, role model healthy habits and relationships, and engage in play-based learning experiences. As part of my role previously in Prime Minister's Department, I lived and worked in remote Aboriginal communities in Australia, where I have seen children struggle with their mental and physical health, learning and social skills, because their parents and their community were also struggling. But this isn't isolated to Australia. In America, McDonald's listing the calories on their meals had the unintended consequence in low socioeconomic areas. We know the poor are great economists, so parents were buying the cheapest food with the highest calories. And we might be quick to judge, but living a healthy life and parenting are learned skills. If people aren't given the knowledge and the resources to provide nutritious meals, safe homes, structured routines, and healthy relationships, then how can we expect children to thrive? We also know that children need opportunities to explore, experiment, question, and discover the world in playful ways. Reading, talking, telling stories, and connecting with culture, family, and community is central to a child's learning, identity, and well-being. And this must start from conception and from birth with policies such as paid parental leave that enables people time to bond with baby and learn to become parents. This is one of several successful stories in Australia. Another is access to free or subsidised preschool and 4-year-old developmental checks through early childhood centres. In Australia, there is a strong association between hearing impairment and unemployment, social dislocation, and criminal behaviour. We see the same effect with ADHD, which is estimated to be 5 times higher among youth prisoners. Preventing this snowball effect requires a coordinated response by the education and healthcare system, parents, and community. And combined with early quality education, investments in parental capability and community supports have the power to change individual, family, and national outcomes. It starts the process of breaking the cycle of poverty. It can divert interactions with the justice system and reduce incidence of chronic physical and mental health conditions. I often joke with my parents, be kind to your kids because they choose your nursing home. But the truth is, children are our future carers and decision makers, politicians, doctors, engineers, social workers, and small business owners. They will also raise the generation after them. It absolutely takes a village to raise a child, and investment needs to start now if we want children to reach their full potential.
Thank you so much, Alex, for sharing your personal story and also for highlighting the benefits of the holistic approach. Now, you just mentioned the value of investment. Maybe it's time to ask Mahmoud, who's joining us from the World Bank, to share with us some recent data of the value of investing in early childhood development and learning.
Thank you so much for the invitation. My name is Mahmoud Said. I am a senior economist at the World Bank based here in Riyadh. And at the risk of preaching to the choir, let me start by saying that early childhood education / care has a lot of benefits. Has a lot of benefits for individuals, has a lot of benefits for families, and also has a lot of benefits for the society in general. Early childhood education leads to the research and country experiences over the last 50 or 60 years has shown that early childhood education improves school readiness. It improves foundational skills, numeracy and literacy skills. It reduces dropout rates. It reduces repetition. That's in the short term. It also leads to a lot of long-term benefits at the individual level. Children who receive child care when young are more likely to pursue higher levels of education. they're more likely to succeed in the job market, their employment prospects are much better, and the quality of their life, if that something can be measured, is also much better. That's for individuals. We see also from the evidence that we have that the child care, the provision of child care or child early education has a lot of externalities, especially for women, the labor market outcome, the labor force participation, the employment, because it frees up the time for moms to pursue other things, either pursue higher education or pursue employment opportunities. It's also specifically in disadvantaged families, and especially for adolescent girls, it actually has a lot of impacts on their education, because some poor households tend to make the decision of who's going to take care of the young children. It's usually the big sister, and also these kind of combined effect on the individual and the community leads to economic growth and productivity. And let me give you a couple of examples from across the globe. One of the famous examples is the Norway universal preschool, which started in the mid-70s. And the evidence has shown that tracking the kids who participated, the cohorts of children who participated in this program, leads to less dependence on welfare, so they're less likely to depend on the government, leads also to higher education attainment. The same in the United States. A couple of famous studies on the preschool program in Michigan, or the Abecedarian program in North Carolina and others, has kind of tracked the cohort of kids, and it's the same conclusion basically. And it's the same evidence not just from the US or Western Europe. We can see it in other settings as well. In Jamaica, this is a famous program that provided 2-year nutrition and simulation activities to kids between the ages of 9 months and 24 months. And we can see over time, after 20 years, they tracked them and they have seen that their employment increased by 25%. And let me end by the famous rate of return on investment on early childhood education, which is the recent evidence has showed it's 13.5%, almost 14%, which is investment in education, especially in early education and early childhood education and care, is one of the smartest and most rewarding investments that a government, families, and individuals could make. Each dollar or a real or a euro invested in education, early childhood education, results in 13 to 14% return. And this we don't see that rate of return that much in education policies. Let me stop here, and we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mahmoud. This is very informative, but it's also connected to the quality of early childhood education and development and care we're providing to children. This also takes me to asking Jumana, if you may share with us what defines quality early childhood education. And after that, we'll go to Dino, the CEO of GEMS, to share from the ground, from the schools, what is quality skills and competencies that you make sure that children are acquiring in the education system. So we'll start with Jumana first and then to Dino.
Thank you, Naziha. So as Dino will be speaking at what will quality look like, maybe I can speak about the early childhood education systems and what is a strong system to early childhood education. And so one of the most important elements is political will and clarity on which ministry leads on early childhood education, and defining that, but then also allocating the needed budgets and finances to develop and to advance the early childhood education system. So prioritizing financially the early childhood education system is key to succeed or to have a strong early childhood education system. So that's one. The second point is related to the workforce and making sure that we have well-qualified educators. And to support the well-qualified educators, you need proper compensation, you need excellent educational programs in higher education universities, but also you need to provide them with mentoring and coaching. A third key element is Of course, quality, which Dino will be talking about, but that is key for a strong education, early childhood education system. And then, of course, you have the public demand. So, for example, if you have communities and parents demanding quality education, accessible, inclusive, the point that was raised earlier by Alex is key, making sure that the education system is inclusive and it provides equal opportunities for all children, regardless of their background, religion, nationality, ability. So this is also important for a strong education system. And of course, when you have parents making the demand, this will put to respond and to be accountable to have these elements. And finally, the last point is governance. So I talked earlier about the 5 important domains to have a holistic approach to early childhood development. So you need to have a proper governance system and referral system between the schools or the early childhood education centers, between the health system, between the social protection system. So it is important also that we have a comprehensive approach to early childhood education systems.
Thank you, Joanna.
Thanks.
So my name is Dino Varkey. I'm the Chief Executive of GEMS Education. Today we are the largest private provider of K-12 education in the world. Each and every day we have the privilege of educating close to 170,000 students. Our schools are from 3 years old to 18 years old, so obviously early years plays an incredibly important role in the work that we do. The pedagogy, the practice, and the science in this area is very well documented. Whether it's social, emotional development, whether it's early literacy and numeracy skills, gross and fine motor skills, the ability to listen, the ability to communicate, sparking creativity, the ability for young people to solve problems. These are the foundational literacies and skills that any child needs to develop in early years, because it not only assures a positive educational experience later on in life, it actually ensures positive life experiences as an adult. But within all of this, what's the most important objective or outcome that we can ingrain throughout this entire process? It's to ensure that we have developed in a child that pure joy for learning. They need to love to learn, because in today's world, that is the critical pillar that underpins the success of any human being.
Lifelong learning. Yes.
Right, and that is cultivated and inculcated in your formative years. I mean, are there other things that we look at today? Despite all of the data and despite all of the science, only 4 in 10 children worldwide are attending early childhood education. In the Middle East, that proportion is lower, about 25%. If we are to enable or champion greater access to early childhood education, then we need to understand that the availability of capable and qualified teachers and faculty will be a significant constraint. So as a consequence, and again, do I see a great opportunity, perhaps even a greater necessity, to use digital technologies in this space? Yes, right? When we think about whether it's AI or machine-led learning, whatever you choose to call it, the reality is that they have the potential to be able to accelerate the learning journey for every child. And that's something we must embrace. And now, are there risks to it? Of course. Right? Do we need to regulate and monitor its utilization so that we can ensure that a heightened dependency to technology doesn't result in negative impacts? Of course we do. But I think that's relevant for all of us, just as it's relevant for younger children. Yeah.
Thank you, Dino. I think one of the points you just pointed out to is the use of digital technologies, and in relation to what Dr. also Maimouna said about having a framework to regulate how is that being used in society. It's all within the concept of ensuring that there is a holistic development for the child. Maybe we will end with 2 questions, and then we will open the floor for the audience to ask any questions if they like to ask. The first one is about the international or the international practices in the top performing countries in ECE system. Mahmoud, if you can share with us what are examples of countries that are providing exceptional ECE system, and how is that reflected in their GDP? And then we will move to the national practices and initiatives in the kingdom to ensure that the enrollment of early childhood is increasing, and to ensure that the holistic approach and the quality is also into consideration within that increase of enrollment. So we'll start with Mahmoud, if you don't mind.
Very good question. Thank you so much. And let me start by, if you look at one indicator, for instance, pre-primary enrollment, and if you look at the simple association between pre-primary enrollment, student achievement using international assessments such as PISA and others, and economic growth, you would see a strong relationship. In case of successful examples, you have the long-standing cases of, say, Norway and other countries, a very well-established pre-education, pre-primary education or early childhood care system. But I would like to focus on a kind of a specific example from the region, which is Morocco. As you may know, the region has a very low rate of pre-primary enrollment. I think it's 32%. It's the lowest in the globe, second only to sub-Saharan Africa. And despite the massive progress that many countries achieved, Saudi Arabia, for example, achieved a lot of progress over the last 4 years, there is still many and more kids do not have access to early childhood education and care. Morocco was at the same place in 2018, 2017. Enrollment was a bit higher, is about 49%. And they started investment in a lot of expanding access, investment in preparing ECE teachers, investing in setting up a quality assurance system to make sure that the services providing for these children are of high quality. And over 5 years, from 2018 to 2022, you can see a massive improvement in access. It improved from 49% to 75%. And what was impressive about this, it's not just for the average kid. Most of the improvements that we've seen is for the kids in rural areas. The pre-primary rate jumped from 33% to 83%, which is a massive. Let me add a cautionary tale on improving access, because access, and I think a couple of our speakers highlighted, it's not just about access, because we've seen this story before in many countries expanding access to primary education, to secondary education, and then you look at the learning outcomes, is not. So in South Africa, there was a grade R program that provided pre-primary education to 5-year-old. And they looked at, after 2 years, 3 years, they looked at the learning outcome, it doesn't moving. I think the Morocco, the South Africa, the different examples give us a kind of a very few lessons. One, it's a matter of not just access, it's a matter of balancing access with quality services. And I think if you're going to have to prioritize investment in early education, it's going to have to be one specifically targeted for families who most need it, because that's where you're going to see the most impact, and also specifically targeted to investments that are going to improve learning. We're speaking about preparing ECE teachers, play-based pedagogy, age-appropriate, and other key areas. It's not just about building infrastructure or centers. And the last point I'm going to making, there is no, like many other education policies, there is no one-size-fits-all. It's going to depend on the local context, and the type of services, provisions, and the modalities differ from country to country. You have the center-based, you have the government-based, you have the private sector, you have the family-based. it will depend on what the country is trying to achieve and what is the target audience and all of this is not going to happen unless, and Jumana mentioned that, there is a system in place, governance, funding, and also quality assurance mechanisms that make sure that whatever kids are getting in these settings actually lead to better outcomes.
Thank you, Mahmoud. I think there are so many examples, and to me, it's always, puzzling to find a formula between the increasing enrollment and quality, and yet quality is it's a debatable subject because no two people can agree on what quality is. Of course, we have the main ideas, but it's always one subject for ongoing conversations and debate. Dr. Maimouna, if you don't mind, you have the mic to share with us initiatives taking place in Saudi to ensure increase of enrollment, and also a quality assurance in the early childhood education.
Sure. I'd like to start from the challenges, then move on to the initiatives, where these initiatives were in part an answer to those challenges. Two challenges were identified by the Human Capability Development Program, the first being the low enrollment, of course, in preschools, and the second being the issue of quality and in terms of infrastructure and support services. Of course, there have been initiatives going on in the Ministry of Education. There have been standards set for kindergarten schools, also a national framework for early childhood education curriculums has been also in place recently, and we are seeing an uptick, as you mentioned, Mahmoud, in the numbers of enrollment in the kingdom. But I, from my standpoint in the Family Affairs Council, would also like to add a challenge with at having an early childhood system that is multi-sectorial, that is well coordinated, and that is regularly monitored is another one. Another challenge that I believe is needed to make sure we undertake that holistic approach and to make sure that we are ending up with outcomes, as you mentioned, not just access percentages. Now, having said that, we at the Family Affairs Council now are working on a project that is actually funded by the Human Capability Development Program, and it's called the National Framework for Early Childhood Education. It is in two parts. The first part was recently completed, and the first part is about expansion of places that these children can receive early childhood education. We're talking about provision with a specific focus on issues of accessibility, affordability, and full inclusiveness. Now, on that front, there are four main tracks that we are focusing our attention on. And in all honesty, this is work that we will need to continue to work on, starting with guidance and supervision. So looking at what are the entities that are in charge of early childhood education, how are they communicating with one another, are the roles clearly defined, and so that would be the first track. The second track is legislation, so a full review of all the regulations and laws. Are they in place? Do they need reinforcement? The third aspect is funding. So is this sector attractive enough for investors? Can the private sector come in, nonprofit sector as well? Partnerships is the fourth track. Very important to have very constructive partnerships where there could be a diversified approach to address many of the challenges that are there today. And finally, of course, awareness. And when I talk about awareness, we're not only targeting parents and families, but we're also targeting decision makers, businesses, investors, that there is that return you spoke about, and that return is at the individual level and at the societal level and even at an economic level. So that is the first part of the national framework for early childhood education. The second part, which we are now just beginning, was particularly focused on quality assurance. And that is, I think, you mentioned the balance is very tricky, but it's important for us to make sure we continue to strive to achieve. Now, we work, of course, with the two main entities in charge of early childhood education in the kingdom, that being the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Human Resources and Social Development. But we also, it's a big project that needs multi-stakeholders. So we work, it's a collective effort with the civil society, with the private sector, with also not the international organizations, UN agencies, and other government entities that are relevant or have a relevance to early childhood education. This, I believe, is, I think, very important step for us right now, building of the framework, and then the Family Affairs Council is charged with making sure that we coordinate the efforts between the different entities. I believe it is a challenge, yes. The target set by Vision 2030 is very high as well. But given all the other successes we have seen in different Vision 2030 programs, we are very much enthusiastic to see it to fruition.
And you're doing exceptional work when it comes to bringing all of that together, because at the end, it's the important point about this roundtable, or having people from different sectors, different entities, to highlight that we cannot reach a better early childhood development and education if each works individually. We have to be working together, as you said, bringing all different non-governmental, non-profit, and government with the private sector to work together to ensure we reach our target. We have about 6 minutes or a little bit more for questions. Q&A, please feel free to ask any questions. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you for this, very interesting. Definitely, it's a very critical situation. I'm coming from education background. I've been a teacher for 14 years. I'm a parent. I'm recently director of education director. So when I think about education, I don't see it limited to school or to institutions. Definitely, there is much more bigger ecosystem that starts and ends at home, and how parents are aware about what you are discussing. And I think this is something that we have missed to look at and take attention to, is how we are preparing even the parents. And at some point, it might be challenging in some societies, in some cultures, how we can embed, how we can engage the parents in these changes, in this new methodology of how we are addressing early childhood. I think there is some resistance in the way we think about early childhood so this misalignment sometimes between what we are doing and what is done at home, it's something that we need to address. This is one point. The other point regarding technology integration. To your point, I think I disagree a little bit that we don't need to integrate technology too much in early childhood. I think we need to enhance the natural development process, the exploration. We need to give kids space to explore. I think we don't have to worry about how they take a decision rather than how they learn, to motivate them into learning. And to some point, I've been attending parents' meetings, and they were complaining about their kids being stuck with devices and not playing around. So definitely there must be, but this has to be addressing the risks that you have mentioned. And the third point, a question for Mr. Mahmoud. So how do we address supporting early childhood in areas with conflicts, areas with wars? Is it only for children, or we think about even supporting the parents, the mothers mainly, and how this is a consistent approach to the next level? And I'll end with this. I've seen in schools kids eating healthy snacks when they were at 4 years old, and at 10 years old having a breakfast fried chicken. So I know this is a really novel approach, but what we are doing even after that to have this impact for the human capital ongoing. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex, would you like to take the first question?
Sure. I can talk to how Australia is really trying to engage parents. This starts at conception. So we actually connect antenatal care and parents in a parenting class. And so we immediately get that community, and we get the information that we need to look after a child the basic necessities. In Australia, we also have quite a novel website called the Raising Children Network. It provides all the latest evidence base. It's a repository. It's targeted at children and families from diverse backgrounds. It's a very good resource. We also have a parenting hotline, which I know friends have called when they're in dire need, and it has been extremely helpful. We have hotlines to child nurses 24 hours a day. They're the types of things that when you may not physically, like I do, have my village. My parents are 300 kilometres away. So it's really hard when you're in those moments where you want to do the right thing and you don't necessarily know how. So I think that the government providing access, that research translation is absolutely pivotal, but connecting people through intentional groups.
Dino, would you like to take the technology or?
No, I mean, look, I would agree. I think it's a balancing act. I think, as I said, the nature in which I certainly alluded to technology was in response to the fact that we're not going to have enough teachers. The global teacher shortage, I'll speak about it tomorrow, is 70 million. So when you're going to have that kind of a constraint, you're going to have to use technology as an enabling tool. So that was probably the piece. The other broader thing I would mention very quickly before we get to Mahmoud is, I think there is a massive misconception around the skills and the capabilities required around an early childhood teacher. People naturally assume it's lower skill, it's lower capability than tertiary, than in secondary. If we've all had the privilege during COVID, if you had a young child and they were online and you saw an exceptional primary school teacher engage with young people, that demonstrates the true skill of an early childhood practitioner. I don't know if you've all had that experience, but that is something you need to see, because that suddenly tells you that, oh my God, how is it that these practitioners are able to get such substantive foundational capability in 3-year-olds? It's amazing.
Hardest job in the world.
Yeah.
Let me come very quickly on the parents. I think two main issues. One is it's information, it's awareness. And that goes not just for early education, but for returns education in general. The other most important issue is resources. We see in many settings, it's not just they don't know, it's they don't have the resources to pursue. Even in the US, one of the key determinants of access is the lack of resources in poor families and rich families as well. So that's something to keep in mind. On the FCV setting, the fragile and conflict setting, as part of my job at the bank, I work on Yemen as well. And Yemen is one of the most fragile countries in the world. I think it goes to the no-size-fits-all issue, which is children in these settings have very different needs. We need to adapt that in the design. And also we need to consider the modality, because the traditional building a preschool is probably not going to work. You need to look into ways on engaging parents. There are a lot of evidence on visits by nurses or by trained individuals to these parents, training them, following up with them there are a lot of evidence on that, but definitely they require a specific attention. I'll stop here. It's 2 seconds. So.
Thank you everyone for today's contribution to this session, and for all the questions, and for attending. And then thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Richard Marsh is Director of Talent Academy at NEOM. Dr. Andrea Massini is Dean of Faculty and Research at HCI Paris. Associate Professor Lee Pyo Yo, Executive Director for Institute for Adult Learning, Singapore University of Social Sciences. Dr. Kai Rummelt, CEO, Udacity USA. And Professor Ralph Taberer, Vice Chairman, Global Schools Management, Middle East, United Kingdom. And Anderson Tan, Director, Experience, Singapore.
So the goal is not to provide 10 different courses to different talent segments. The goal should be in terms of how many of those learning hours that they invested actually turned out into productive tasks, and were they able to apply the learning? Was the learning actually applied or not is what is important. So we tend to generally focus on number of hours of learning that organizations have invested in. But what is important is in terms of the extraction of that learning, the learning that people have gone through, have they actually applied? So the intent is to do surveys, to do analysis, to see whether the aspects of that learning that they went through, what percentage of it have they applied. Also, what is important is, so first is prioritization, that they're able to prioritize what learning, and there should be people within the system to guide that, which learning at this stage of their career is important. Second is in terms of extraction. So there is, guidance in terms of, and, managers reviewing and having crucial conversations around what have you been able to extract from this learning and what have you been able to apply on the job. So learning in the normal workflow. And the third aspect, which I would say, is in terms of reciprocal contributions. Are they able to reciprocate whatever they're learning to their peers, and also learning from their peers in terms of what their peers actually applied and they never thought through that, some of this was actually important. I went through this training, but I never actually applied what I went through. So the crux is to build that productive learning culture, and it doesn't come naturally. For managers at every level, there needs to be guidance in terms of how do I help my team members build that learning culture, be able to learn how to apply that learning. So that I feel is absolutely of paramount importance.
And very quickly, are these results measurable?
Yes, absolutely. If we can measure, whether we are measuring it in silos. We're measuring productivity in silos. We are measuring in terms of, customer satisfaction surveys, learning hours. Immediately after learning, did the person feel good that I went through this learning? But can I not apply within 60 days, 90 days in terms of, did I actually apply that learning? Or how many hours did I contribute to the peer learning community in terms of maybe communities of practice that are there in organization? What am I giving back to my peers or learning from my peers? So absolutely measurable.
Richard, at the Talent Academy at NEOM, you are focusing on vocational education. Tell us how vocational education can really leverage the combination of theory and practice to enhance learning across different age groups.
Yeah, of course, thank you. So theory and practice are the pillars or the cornerstones of most vocational systems. So the difference between academic education, which can be often a lot of theory, and employer-led training, which can be a lot of practice, is that you try and bring the two things together. And for any of us, in any situation, we want to know that anybody that we employ, anybody we work with, understands what they're doing, but also has got experience of what they're doing. And I think sometimes in the lifelong learning debate, we think about people self-educating themselves in a very theoretical way and not applying that. And within the NEOM project, we've got a real opportunity to think about how do we skill and upskill people of various ages in a way that gives them both the theory and the practice. And for us, that's about them being close to the workplace, them having a realistic and safe space to practice the skills that they've learned, because otherwise it's very daunting to say, I was a miner for 30 years, and now I'm going to be a coder. And I go to Udacity or Coursera, and I do a coding course, and I turn up with my certificates, and now I'm a coder. You know, life doesn't work like that. Nobody's going to give you a job as a coder because you've got a certificate. They want to know, well, what have you coded? Where is your practice? So we need to find methodologies, as we often do for young people, to practice the skills that they're learning at any age and any stage in their career to allow them to change and upskill their careers.
Dr. Andrea, how can research enhance training programs for professionals, balancing the value of state-of-the-art knowledge with operational challenges of content revision?
Yeah, thank you. Challenging question. I also represent the supply side, being part of an academic institution, and we see basically 7,000, 8,000 executive participants every year, both in Europe and here in the Middle East through the branch campus we have in Qatar. And through that lens, we see that we have several challenges as providers of lifelong learning. The first one is the fact that most of our participants would tend to focus on the now, on the immediate challenges, on the firefighting. And it's our responsibility also to provide programs that integrate not the skills that are needed today, tomorrow, but those who will be needed in 5 years perhaps, to make sure that the competencies, the capabilities they develop will become applicable and relevant. So how do we do that? Well, we have obviously the possibility of relying on the work of research professors who every day push the frontiers of knowledge, creating new ideas, new challenges, new solutions. And we have, I would say, an obligation, an opportunity also to irrigate, to feed our programs with that knowledge. It is a challenge, of course, because you mentioned theory and practice, and you have to be very, very careful in how you blend those. But without having that very fundamental push for new ideas, we would have a risk of seeing training programs for lifelong learning education that focus on the exploitation or the solution to short-term problems as opposed to long-term innovation and radical solutions. So I believe that having that engine of growth is a fundamental element, even for lifelong learning education, not only for degree programs.
Li Pao, tell us, Professor, how Singapore is helping mature workers develop digital capabilities and the innovative solutions that are helping to ensure workforces are resilient in the face of digital transformation.
Right. Well, let me start off by saying that when we look at digital literacy, we look at it from two aspects. The first aspect is more making the awareness right across the entire workforce on cyber security awareness. And the other aspect of it is also what we call responsible communication. In other words, you don't spread false information. On the job side of it, we are very specific. We create a adult learning collaboratory where we bring in employers, unions, and even policy makers, and of course educators, and of course the workers who are affected by the training to say, let's sit down and say, how does this change or digital transformation process affect the place of work, and how the nature of work has been changed, and what we need to do in terms of preparing the workers to a large extent adapt to these changes in the nature of work. And we create together with the workers to say, and quite clearly, I think we are all aware that a worker who is 20, 30 will learn very differently from a worker who is 40 or 50 or even 60 years old. And so we create programs together with the unions involved because they are the stakeholders and nobody wants a worker to be retrenched. So we say, look, if the intention here is to make sure that every worker stays employed, let's work together. Let's understand the nature of work, how it impacts the workers, and then we transform in terms of how we should deliver curriculum to level up the workers to make sure that they now stay relevant to the place of work. Now, of course, most of you will realize that you require to give workers incentive to participate. You also require incentive to get employers to participate. And so what we have is we create platforms to say that if an employer is committed to reskill their workers, then the government will come in with some grants to even create a platform where if a worker is absent from work, the employers claim absenteeism payroll. And that's one aspect to get employers buy-in. In other words, there's no loss to the employer. From the employee's perspective, we are very We know that every employee works for the fact that they need to bring bread on the table. Then we create platforms on progressive wage structure. Based on skills future and how the nature of work has changed, we create a progressive wage structure to say that you've acquired these sets of skills, this is your next level of job. If you have not acquired, this is where you stay. And at some point of time, we have to tell the worker to say that you may be redundant if you do not transit. All right, and that's the reality of it. And when the worker knows that he has equal stake in this, he's motivated to learn, because as he moves to the next level, he can see an increase in his wages. So that's the strategy we've been adopting. And we created an adult learning collaboratory where we bring all the different stakeholders together. We talk about this with good intent that everybody gains from it. The employer increase in productivity, the unions are happy because the workers stay employed. And then I bring in the adult educators. Now, this is how, in the transition process, workers need to learn, how we need to engage them based on their profile. And we bring in this industry by industry because it's not generic right across the board.
Is it equally effective across industries?
Well, it's not equal across industry simply because the nature of work in each industry is very, very different. Someone who is in the engineering, hardcore engineering work, probably need less skills in the IT space compared to someone who is in the healthcare space. He's probably a healthcare specialist, but he probably needs to be better educated on the use of computer literacy.
Kai, I'd like to ask you how companies can adapt to the rapidly changing skills landscape and ensure a skilled workforce with dynamic technical skills having a shorter shelf life. That's part one of the question.
Yeah.
Part two is, how can learning providers really design flexible skills models that offer both breadth and depth to cater to technical fluency requirements across all enterprise levels?
Yeah, let me try to tackle that one. First of all, I want to start by addressing a misconception that when we talk about skills, I mean, you mentioned that IBM recently in a study said that the typical shelf life of a skill is 2.5 years. But I think even IBM in that context is wrong in a way that a skill is not a static concept. So it's not a matter of you have the skill or you don't have the skill. And I think what we need, and I think what we need to come up with is understanding something like a skill score of really seeing what is the level of that skill that someone has. And the more you apply that skill, and the more you show proficiency in the skill, and the more you learn, your skill goes up. But the moment you stop, it goes down. Because we come from an environment, and you go to university, you get your education, you get your skills, and you apply them for the rest of the life. Those times are gone. That's not going to happen anymore. And that's not what the world is going to be like anymore. So it's really about understanding those skill levels, but also not just looking at it from an education level. And I loved what you said, this matter of applying skills. Because at the end of the day, it's not good enough to watch a video on something and have seen a skill. It's about doing it.
Yeah.
And in that sense, I partly agree with Richard. I partly have to disagree. When you mentioned that it's not as easy as taking a Udacity course. Maybe with Coursera, that's the way. But with Udacity, the core of how our courses work is you learn and then you apply. And you apply it, and you have to show proficiency, not necessarily in that you've learned it, but you have to show proficiency in that you can apply it. And that's ultimately why, in our case, that road from this training into a job actually works quite well.
Ralph, tell us, when have we been here before in the midst of a technological revolution? I don't know how old you are, but do you have any memory of the last time we were in this position?
Yeah, then my next birthday has a 7 in it, and it's the first number.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we've been here before. We're as we're saying in the conference, we're on the brink of a technological revolution, AI. For the first time, human beings will have to learn to live with their intelligence alongside artificial intelligence. So how are we going to live? It's 25 years, we're going to take the first pass. Now, the time we've been here before, there's a couple of times, but one comes to mind for me is USA in 1961, when JFK, we all know John Kennedy's speech to the Senate about having to get somebody onto the moon within a decade, a human onto the moon in a decade. And he did it, of course. But in 1961, he also had another initiative. And it's not talked about a lot, but it was the US personal fitness training program, which he wanted to implement in every school. And that's because he realized that actually, for the future, we not only need to organize our courses, our preparation for space, thinking about technologies in different ways, we also need to get at fundamental human qualities and strengthen ourselves as human beings. Now, unfortunately, he succeeded with the moonshot. He didn't succeed in changing the everyday experience of K-12 across, it diluted. And I'm now very interested in how we redo K-12 education in the face of the new revolution. We prepare for AI, we use AI, but we also go back to asking ourselves, how did we develop those fundamental human capabilities of self-discipline, and I've raised 7 children, so another 7 in my number, and getting them to get up when they wake up, to make their bed, to respect their future selves, to be disciplined about their space and their organization, to be a good brother and sister, to actually start to compete in life, not by competing with everybody else, but competing with yourself in order to do better, and going on to the sorts of things that Dr. Guy was saying earlier about developing a moral center. These are essential parts of human capability that we've also got to change our education system to renew, and I want to see that in part of our future mix.
Anderson, tell us, how can people align their skills with global needs and navigate diverse cultural environments and understand legal frameworks for a successful career in an international context?
As you can see, this is a very difficult question. So many ends. All right.
Based on your talking points, by the way, to have everyone know.
Okay. I think largely we can classify into 2 groups, right? A peacetime adaptation as well as a crisis adaptation. And I think a peacetime adaptation, many people here, and perhaps yourself, would probably have some strategies. I'd like to highlight a case in point of a crisis situation where there's a need to recognize skills, okay, and to adapt skills. I want to start off with a story, and it's a real story. I'm not sure how many of you know about Myanmar. Okay, it's one of the countries in ASEAN that is currently going through a potential civil war, all right? So I have a business partner there. When I first got him into my business, he was 23, now he's 30 years old. When the military took over the country 3 years ago, I asked him to leave the country to come to Singapore. He refused because Myanmar people are very nationalistic, very proud. But 2 weeks ago, the government decided to impose compulsory recruitment. That means the government is going to recruit Myanmar people to fight against their own people, all right? This time around, I told him, are you willing to leave? He said, yes. So I told him, sorry, I can't bring you to Singapore anymore, but perhaps I can try and bring you to Vietnam, okay? And I tried, because I have a country there. I have a company there. I was very surprised when he told me that he had no university degree. Because to get into Vietnam, you need a university degree. But he's an exceptionally talented young man, very good in business skills, very good in social media skills. Now, what I had to do, okay, was to do a skills market fit. I think entrepreneurs know about product market fit, right? You have either you look at the market and then you develop product, or you have a product and you try to fit into the market. For this case, I have a person who has a set of very talented skills, but he has no qualification, no degree qualification, and I have to fit him into a country that he was never prepared to settle into. Many Myanmar people prefer to go to Thailand. And it was very challenging, all right? So how do people actually adapt to an environment, all right? And we all know that the work environment is changing, and it's not just about the change of work, but sometimes it's geopolitical, sometimes it's climatic. Okay, and when it is cross-border, it is always related to productive work, like what you mentioned. It is not just learning for fun anymore, all right? So for this business partner of mine, what I did was I had to really pivot his skills for him, and I said, I will now change your skill to one of business development, where we will position you as a specialist in bringing Myanmar enterprises into Vietnam. Okay? Does he have all these skills? He certainly have, but not articulated in that fashion. All right, so when I look at this topic that has been given to me, of course, shaped from my discussion topic, all right? So this thing about skills market fit is something that not just the individual has to look at it, but I believe institutions as well as governments will have to look at it, because it is the world has gone into an environment and time and space whereby so many things are unpredictable, right? So we can plan for the peacetime, but in a crisis environment, and we are facing with all kinds of crisis environment, the best global crisis we are all we have all encountered is COVID, whereby thousands and thousands of pilots suddenly lost their jobs, and governments have to pivot them because you can't retrain a pilot, right? And you don't want them to leave the industry, okay? Millions of tourists, tourism-related workers, healthcare workers.
Can I come in?
Yes.
I think the interesting question for me in this is, you know, whose issue is it first and foremost? Because we expect governments to solve all our problems, and they can't micromanage these problems. And for me, the thing that I think always the danger when we're thinking about change is governments take on the problem, they take a whole body of knowledge, they chop it up into pieces, they give it out. Some of it they give to schools and it's content-based, some of it they give to vocation and it's skills-based, and that shouldn't happen, but that's what happens. For me, the most important thing is we give people agency. We give people character. We give people the way to solve problems. That's the government's commitment in an education system, as far as I can see. And then, if we give through that experiences for children, not just content, but experiences almost like an obstacle course. You know, this is your obstacle, there's your 12 obstacles, get over them and work out the strategies to get over them. And some of them you can get over, some of them you can't get over without collaborating with people. But do it again and again, keep beating your best, and you learn the strategies. Build agency. And then I think when we do engage in these micro problems as employers or as individuals, we're starting from an individual who's got that sense that they can work outside their comfort zone and they can do things themselves. Such an important part of developing human capability, our own resilience. We don't need this problem solved by everybody else.
I think just to add a brief comment on that, and I spoke about this morning, and it's always a common topic talking about AI and what AI is going to take over. If we build these skills at a young age, AI is not going to replace that.
Yes.
That human ingenuity and that creativity is what's going to set up people for life, to be differentiated, not to be disrupted by an AI.
And the government should just be an enabler, yes.
I mean, I just chip in there in terms of my views. I mean, a lot of institutions are talking about how do you cope with generative AI. I don't think it will ever go away. It's here to stay. It's how do we then work around it to say, how do we harness on the benefits of generative AI, coexist with it, and then tell ourselves how our nature of work should change and interface with it. Yeah, right. That's how we should move with it.
I'm not frightened by artificial intelligence. I'm frightened by artificial knowledge. You know,
misinformation.
AI, give me as much as you can. Give me fake news, give me people who are representing things as a lie, and that's what worries me.
Yeah, but you know, if you go back in history, and I consider myself as AI positive. If you go back in history at all great inventions, you go back when the railroad was invented and people said, oh, the railroad is going to drive past and people's eardrums are going to burst. So this skepticism of these inventions has always been there. And quite frankly, I think if we do a poll in this room who wants to abolish railroads, it's probably a minority. I think that, and the point that you mentioned around fake news is, it's not that fake news haven't existed before, and it's not that, like, this all existed before. And quite frankly, if you go back a little bit in time, you know, people would meet in a pub and there would be fake news. And we learned skills to differentiate who's telling the truth and who's not.
Yes.
When we go back and the printing press was developed and people started, propaganda started, us as humans learned skills in understanding how do we treat this, how do we verify this. When we look at, and we all know this if we work in a corporate context and we work anywhere where money is being dispersed and frauds happen, we learned mechanisms of, you know, two-factor authentication and kind of all these kind of rules of how we make sure that what we see is what it is. This just adds a new dimension, and we're going to learn the skills to differentiate and to understand. And maybe, and I think it's exciting, because I think what it means, and this is when we talk about skills and what humans need to do, is it means in order to understand fake news, we need to understand what is the context, who is sharing this with me, why might they be sharing this with me, and I think all these things. And again, we don't know this exactly, but I think this is a human evolution step, and it's just one step of many that we've gone before.
But these are the tools and the confidences that we give people at any age to question what's happening and to find a rational solution. I think in terms of lifelong learning, it's incumbent on the individual to, you know, prepare themselves for a life of learning and a life of change, but it's also incumbent on us as organisations to permit that and to be open. One of the points I want to talk about was personalisation, and not personalisation in the reductive sense of only teaching somebody something that they need to know, or only teaching them in a style that we think is the style of learning that best suits them. But personalisation in the way that we can provide for individuals, but between corporate world, government world, education world, the things that they need to navigate that world in a way that's based on them. And I think what we've got now is the technology and the ability to do that. So we think a lot about the NEOM, how can we work across the university, the schools, the research department, the vocational school, to say, why should your ambition be limited by what a company or a particular education institution allows? Why would you not study something with this organisation, something with your employer, something from a government programme? And all of these things are relevant to you, but there's no one individual body that is responsible for all of your development. And I think that's the promise that the technology holds for lifelong learning, is that you can draw on and use all of these different sources as and when you need them.
Can draw on diverse sources. I want to go back to the skills market match. Anu, I want to ask you about companies using skill-centric job descriptions and assessments to attract candidates and to ensure a more substantial match for workers in the workforce.
Right. So we did touch upon skills, and we also talked about how the skill level will, if I keep applying those skills, I would improve my skill level, and if I don't, then I would also see a decline in those skills. So what is important is, exactly what he said, to connect the dots. So using technology to connect the dots, because those are skills which, because I haven't applied them, they've not come to the surface. If I go as per what an organization is asking, or maybe an opening in a government, a job opening that I have, and I go purely by the job description, I might not be able to link and bring forth the strengths that I have from a skills perspective. So, it is important for us to focus on the skills, make the individuals realize with the help of technology, with the help of AI, that these are top of the mind. I should know my strengths from a skills perspective, and then be able to connect the dot. And if technology is able to put forward to me, hey, this job, is utilizing almost 70% of the skills that you are saying or are your strengths, or could be through the assessments also. I might not know that these are my strengths, but there are assessments which are available, which are bringing forth and telling me, mirror, mirror, hey, these are your strengths, and why are you not looking out for job roles which match your strengths rather than just going by, job openings and job roles which are available. And those could be absolutely on a, tangent, that those are roles which I might not even have thought of, that might be really helping me accelerate my career and, my learning. So, and if organizations also hire based on skills assessment rather than, job role mapping, then what is happening is that I'm really getting the right fit for that job role, for that opening that I have, and therefore productivity is getting impacted because I feel my strengths are being leveraged to the fullest. The organization is getting, higher productivity levels. So it's important to relook at this whole thing from a skills perspective. And on all skills, as was shared, I might not be a 5-on-5 or 4-on-5, but even if I'm on 3-on-5 and I'm recommended the right learning based on AI and technology, the gap that I have to bridge is only this much. So I know that I can really get onto that bandwagon of applying for that particular role. So, one thing that I would like to say here is, like in any situation, if I'm in a role which is not leveraging my strengths, first, and I'm getting feedback about it, saying that, you're not doing too well in this role, your metrics are impacted. First thing would be the fight aspect, where I'll fight it out saying, no, but I have put in my best. The next thing will be, once that those conversations happen over a period of time, it will be fleet. Let me run away from here because this is just not matching, what I'm required to do. But with technology, what we can actually do is help individuals flock and flourish. Right? Flock to those particular roles which are utilizing my strengths, right? And help me flourish. So skills, ontology, skills database, doing a mirror based on that, I feel will really accelerate the journey through technology.
And I couldn't agree more. And I think the technology can do the long work for us. So when we're talking about skills match and degrees, as humans, we know there's too much for us to process, so we shortcut. So we say, we only accept people in Vietnam with a degree because we can't be bothered to read everybody's CV and understand everybody's life and see who's smart and willing and who isn't. So we say, okay, we'll default to a degree as a proxy. And the same with the job. We say we want somebody who's driven a lorry for 10 years. But we don't really mean that. We mean somebody who's reliable, who's good at operating machinery, etc. But it's too much effort to spell all those things out. But we've got the opportunity now to do that. And to say, actually, we don't need to shortcut to do you have a degree, to have you got 10 years of doing this. We can look at what lies beneath that and take it apart and see if that gives us the things that we're looking for. And I think it's a really exciting time and for lifelong learning, for marketization of jobs, and for economy like the Kingdom's, which is changing so rapidly. It's essential. Otherwise, whole groups of this country will get left behind or left out of what's happening because they don't have the right certificate or they don't have the right piece of paper.
Andrea,
just add on to that. I mean, one powerful approach I realized that's worked in Singapore is this whole concept of workplace learning. That employees can influence each other, and the more individuals who are slightly more enlightened can discover for themselves and influence his colleague to think differently, and even to for the bosses to realize that innovation doesn't need to start from the scientists or the bosses. It can start from ground up to reinvent the workplace because the nature of work has changed. And I think we need to listen to the workers at the ground level to understand how these changes have impacted his work itself. I think qualifications aside, in the workplace itself, the moment you get into the job, it's not about your qualification, it's about what value you bring to the organization. What else are you doing to elevate the standing of the organization? What are new innovations you're bringing to the space, separate from the qualifications apart? You may have the best qualifications, but can you contribute and add value? Do you bring the organization to the next level as the nature of work change, as technology changed the nature of work? I mean, those are the questions we ask. And I realize that workplace learning is a very powerful approach, where individuals can be engaged, and next thing, they feel empowered, they feel ownership because they are in that space. Otherwise, they lose their job. And employers must feel enlightened that they need employees to innovate in their space because the employees are the one who is delivering.
Andrea, I want to pick up on what Richard was saying earlier regarding diverse resources and drawing on several resources. How do you think diverse resources can be blended to provide the best learning experience for different audiences?
Before answering, let me go back to the example of the railroad and artificial intelligence, because that's exactly the debate we're having in academia. You know, we could say there is artificial intelligence, we ignore it, and we keep testing the acquisition of skills using paper and pencils. Or we could say this is a tool that will amplify productivity, that will create new opportunities, but we need to be able to assess the skills acquired, the capabilities acquired by our students in a completely different way. And that means rethinking the way in which we design and we deliver programs. So it's a debate that is absolutely passionate, and it's taking place in academia at all levels today. So going back to your point, how do we integrate what you call theory and practice? How do we integrate different resources to create the best programs? I think the question is, how do we make sure, as you said a few minutes ago, that when participants finish a training, they don't say, okay, I tick a box, I move back to my role, and I forget everything that I learned. So to do that, I think the analogy I like to use is that we create a structure, we put the pillars of the building, and that is probably the role of academics, if I may so. But then we put colors, we put decoration, by using professionals who have the expertise on very specific topics that are important today. Second, I always tell my students, my participants, I have maybe 30, 35 years of experience. I can be the smartest person on this planet, but together you have 1,000 years of experience. In this room, it would be a pity if we don't use it. So I'm creating a platform for sharing knowledge, for making sure that what you know, that your experience, your solutions to a particular problem can be shared with your colleagues. So by creating this unique blend between, theory, rigor, practice, not only from outside, but from the inside the room, then you create that alchemy that probably is an unforgettable experience, but also something that allows them to apply the knowledge and to get inspired by colleagues from different sectors, by adjacent industries. It is a challenge, but I think it's a fascinating one. And also reduces the pressure on the person delivering the course.
Yeah, right.
Anderson,
I absolutely agree. Just one point in terms of inspire others. I think more and more stories, role models should come out in terms of how they applied the skills, how they, what were their strengths, how have they applied their skills, because that will really inspire so many others.
I think one of the challenges, if I may just add one word, when we design programs, often we introduce a project. So we want our participants to make sure that they apply what they learn, especially if it is a program that lasts several weeks or months, they apply that learning to a particular project that is important for the organizations. But that requires an enormous amount of energy to follow up, to constantly feed them with ideas and also receive feedback. But it's very, very important to do it.
Anderson, I want to bring you into the conversation and ask how we can navigate economic fluctuations by bridging skills gaps and adapting to remote work and the gig economy and establish equal access to education.
Yeah, she always gives me very difficult questions.
We haven't touched on this subject yet, so it was going to come sooner or later.
Okay, all right. I think the nature of work has actually changed significantly, all right, with the advent of technology. And this gig workforce is a force that is both positive and challenging, all right? I think for the individual, it has actually opened up significant opportunities, all right? But at certain organizational level, it can be a challenge, all right? I think adapting to a gig workforce environment is something that the individual should really strive towards, okay? Back to my example of Myanmar, all right? When the military actually took over the country, I stopped going to Myanmar, all right? Many businesses also stopped working with Myanmar. But the nationals didn't stop working with the world. They continue to leverage on their digital skills to serve companies in Singapore and other parts of the world. This is one very good example of how the gig economy can actually open up opportunities for themselves. And true enough, if the work is not or the opportunity is not provided by the government, the individuals will have to do that. Now, how to fit that skill into that kind of environment and the market is really the enterprise of the individual. Okay, and I think in peacetime, the learners will need to learn how to be exposed to many cultural environments as much as possible, right? Because the gig world is of no boundary. And being able to understand the needs of various cultures, all right, is something that is very valuable, right? Because to transit knowledge into productive work that somebody is willing to pay you for, it goes beyond just application of skills. All right, it's getting your skills being paid for, which is ultimately what we want. And if it is not paid for here, can it be paid for there? But for your skills to be paid for on the other side of the world, you really need to know how to fit your skills into that part of the world. All right, so I think when it comes to, be it green skills, for example, okay, in the past, when we look at IT skills, we think IT skill is very sectoral. Now, IT skill is just a, what do you call that? A soft skill, all right? I think green skill is another challenge because in green skill, all right, the big challenge is that we all need knowledge of green skills, but it is not a skill that is something that people will be willing to pay for because green solutions are so massive, so expensive, all right? Now, how does an individual who has already acquired some of these green skills monetize the skills? All right, I think this is also a very cultural, very environmental kind of positioning.
I think we're at a very interesting pivot point in K-12 education because of all these changes. Because again, I think what you're showing is we can't possibly pre-manage in our education systems. The kind of skill gaps that can come up. It's organic. Where it's going to happen is going to be determined by context, crisis, organic developments. We can't do that. What we're, though, having to go through in K-12 is to think about, and the new National Curriculum Centre here is going to presumably be working on this. It's going to have to identify how we express curriculum, how we organise it for schools. And for schools, we've really organised curriculum for the last 20 years as almost content blocks, very heavily on the knowledge side. Do this. We've ignored the experience of both the kindergartens, who do a mixture of a range of skills and practice, and we've ignored the vocational sectors. And actually, you've got a lot of the answers for us in schools. So we've got to go back to asking ourselves how we obviously we're going to cover a lot of content, but even more important than that, we've got to give children this experienced spine as they go through school, where all the time we're challenging them to take more and more responsibility for their work and to adapt to more and more circumstances, that they're encountering failure as well as success. And if we just take these big content knowledge blocks, then all we're really saying to children is succeed at the whole thing, and you're only good if you get it, you're better than the world. That's not going to deliver the kind of flexible minds. I'm almost at the point where I think the biggest change between now and 25 years in schools won't be the technology. It will be, in 25 years, what we've got to do is think that the biggest change is the students are going to be in charge. They're going to want, that's actually even faster a global movement than the advance of technology. People want to be in charge of their futures now. That's, they want, even to the point of some of them want their own knowledge and their own truth. And, but we need to work at helping children to take charge, and that is a balance of content and a balance actually of experiential education and the kinds of practice and proficiencies that you guys have been dealing with.
I want to open up the floor to the audience. We only have 4 minutes left. Are there any questions? Yes, sir.
I have one quick question, and to other fields it's relevant.
Go ahead.
You've lost 15 seconds.
Yeah, okay, fine. My question is, if any one of you, it's just a scenario, and I'll give you options, and you can add one option. If you are a managing director of a firm, and your firm is running through digital transformation, at some point you change the requirement or the skills that you need. and you realize that there is a minority in your employees that are not up to that standard or the new standards. So what are the options? How do you take action? So is it, number one, you give them a period of time so that they find their own learning and development path and come back to you and prove it? Number two, do you think it's the best way to provide and support their development so that they can reach these skills? Or number three, which might be less headache, less costly, you replace them?
I'll tell you what I'd do as owning a business. I mean, it's the most important thing is to know the attitudes of your staff towards their work and their willingness to take on change. And if their attitudes are positive, I'm going to work with what I've got, because going out and imagining it's better out somewhere else. That's where I'm going to start. So if you don't know the readiness of your people to do a completely different job, bad on you. But if you've got them on your side, then we build on them. If they're not on your side,
so it's on a case-by-case basis.
It's a business decision. You're going to go down. If you want to go down, hold on to them.
I want to give you kind of a real-life example of something that we're doing. So we're working with several customers with whom we do similar things. One example is BMW. And automation in the factory leads to the fact that there's a lot of blue-collar workers that are not needed anymore to reach the same production capacity. So we're working with them, but they have high needs in data analytics. So we're training these factory floor workers in data analytics. And what BMW in this example is what they're getting data analysts that know how you build a car and that actually know what's going on the floor. So not only are you getting someone who now has these skills, but they have the skills, they know your business, they're passionate about it, and they know all these details that someone that just has that element of the data analytics skill, they don't know how the screw is put in the car and kind of what piece can fall down and what can break and what can go wrong in the production process. So I think if that willingness is there, it's a massive benefit to take the people that you've got and the people that are already committed to your organization and that have that knowledge about how your organization operates.
We have time for one more question. Yes, sir. Please, go ahead and stand up. I'll repeat your question. Go ahead.
Distinguished panelists, my name is Waleed Al-Somali. I'm advisor at the Ministry of Investment, also an ex-Saudi Aramco. I worked for 41 years at the company before I retired.
I was going to say, who's ex-Saudi Aramco? When you go to Aramco, you stay at Aramco.
41 years, I'm retired, and I'm still learning. So the question that I would like to bring to the distinguished panelists, lifelong learning seems to be slightly missing from the operating model of academic institutions. Universities focus on teaching, learning, students, the traditional learning, research, and community service. What can be done by universities to instill and institutionalize the philosophy and the passion for lifelong learning among the faculty and students? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Being part of a university, perhaps I can answer that. I respectfully disagree. If we look at our operations, we do have degree programs for young students, for MBAs, but we have a very large executive education department that covers perhaps 50% of the operations of the school. How do we bring faculty? Simply by telling them you have the unique opportunity of testing your ideas with a bunch of very senior executives who work every day on the problems that you study theoretically. So you can bring very, very experienced faculty in those programs. And second, we know that we create knowledge that has to be relevant and impactful. And the only way of testing that is basically testing it with executives. So if I may, I disagree with your statement.
The time is up, but I will allow one more person to add to this.
I would maybe take this, and without going too deep down the higher education rabbit hole, and I'm a product of higher education. I sit on the board of 2 universities, but I think that higher education and universities they're doing a good job on the elite side, where you have top executives, because what higher education has failed to do is doing this in a way that scales, and doing that in a way that you can reach a lot of people, because for most of the things at higher education, it's still very much built around being physically present. Physically present means you have to be able to travel, you have to be able to have the time to travel, which means there's large amounts of people that are being excluded, including the fact that And you look at this, if you look at our quotas, our ratios that we have in our program of women, for example, which we beat any higher education institution out there because it's much easier. So and I think the key to this is, and the key to go to lifelong learning, and I challenge every higher education institution to do so because I think it's key and it's essential, is to go and find a way to do this at scale.
There's so much more we wanted to touch on. Unfortunately, we have run out of time, but please do catch up with our panelists outside. Thank you very much for your time today, for sharing your insights. Thank you.
You're great.
Oh, thank you.
You were great.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me briefly introduce myself. My name is Paris Delatraz. I run the Entrepreneurship Center at IE University. I'm also chairman of the Applied Innovation Institute, and we're very honored to be here today to speak about comfort zones. You might be wondering why we're standing. We've both been on 2 very long flights.
And furthermore, it's boring to see a bunch of people just sit and talk all the time. And so we're going to try to make this a little more exciting and interactive. So I'm Mike Lepik. I am a professor in engineering and sustainability at Stanford, and I run our Entrepreneurship Center in the School of Engineering. And before we get started, Paris and I wanted to thank the organizers, certainly His Royal Highness for his patronage, and also all of you for joining us at our session. So Paris, you're going to get us kicked off.
Okay, Mike. All right, so here today we're going to talk about a person's comfort zone. Because we've always heard that expression, get out of your comfort zone. Well, hopefully after today, you'll see new meaning in this. So what is our comfort zone? The way we like to define it is it's our relationship with uncertainty. I don't know if you recognize this wave. This was the biggest wave in the world that was written by Garrett McNamara about 5 years ago in Portugal. Did anybody see this wave? It was amazing. It was over 40 meters high. So do you think Garrett McNamara is comfortable with uncertainty? Yes, very comfortable with uncertainty. And so the way we like to define when you're out of your comfort zone is when you're in a situation where you're in an uncertain environment. And many people are not comfortable with that. What do they see? What do they feel in that environment? Fear. And that's how we are sometimes outside of our comfort zone. So very briefly, let me tell you my story. I'm not your typical academic. And I came into understanding this topic, which turned out to be the topic for my dissertation, through a real life story. And so again, these are not pictures of me. This is a long time ago. Yes, I'm dating myself here now, but this is my career path.
I don't know, that picture from 1980 is you, isn't it?
Yeah, no. In 1968, I grew up in California, and I was a fairly introverted child. Didn't like to go out much, and so my mother got me selling lemonade from 74 to 76 until I was 16. I was a paper boy. And finally, I did my bachelor's in mathematics, working in computer science and mathematics. And so this is essentially how I looked. I don't know if you remember in those days, men had long hair. So what's the best way to describe me? I was a nerd. Darfur, as you would say in this country. Yes, I was a nerd. Do we have any nerds here? I'm sure we have some nerds here, right? Yes, of course. It's good to be a nerd. It's good. And so in my personal life, I was also a nerd. This was my first girlfriend, Bonnie. At the age of 17, she left me because she said I was too predictable. Why? Because I told her I would call her every day at 8 o'clock. And she got so upset when her family would set their watches by my calls. And she was like, can't you call me at 8:05? Those 5 minutes for a woman are amazing. Does he love me? Doesn't he love me? That anxiety, the uncertainty, right? But no, I was a nerd in my personal life as well. And so what happened to me? My professional journey began in 1982. I became an investment banker for 20 years, 10 years in New York and 10 years in London. And then at the age of 42, I decided I had enough. I was tired of this kind of life, and I became an entrepreneur. For 8 years, I had 5 startups, and one was a sports marketing company. I used to take all the big European football teams to Japan. And finally, I got my PhD on this topic, the relationship of professionals with uncertainty. And I have been running the Entrepreneurship Center at IE University since 2011. But I'm still nerdy in my personal life. I called my wife already 3 times today. And I always call her at 8 o'clock. So this is when I realized that our relationship with uncertainty is very different in our professional and personal lives. And so let's talk about our research. Now, you may remember some of the research that was done in the UK by Sir Ken Robinson, where they looked at 5-year-old children and they saw that 82% were creative. They followed those 5-year-old children until they were 15, and only about 17% were creative. So what happens to us between the ages of 5 and 15? What makes us live in a box, not liking uncertainty? Education. And so our main research finding is that a person's comfort with uncertainty is very different in their personal lives and in their professional lives. Think about that. How different is your relationship with uncertainty? You know, when I tell somebody, get out of your comfort zone, you struggle with that. But what if I said to you, get out of your professional comfort zone? That would be a little bit different if you could anchor your personal one. And so, as Peter Drucker said, what you can't measure, you can't manage. And so we started measuring a person's comfort with uncertainty. And we created this scale. And very soon, you're going to become, hopefully, very familiar with this scale. This was the scale that we created that essentially looked at the personal life from P1 to P4. On the left, the P1s and P2s, they avoid uncertainty in their personal life. They need more certainty in terms of making decisions. On the P3, P4, they don't need certainty. They're very comfortable with uncertainty. And the same in your work life. W1, W2, you like certainty. W3, W4, which would be like entrepreneurs, innovators, they excel in uncertainty. What does an entrepreneur see in uncertainty? Opportunity. And so let's look at some cases here. Here you've got Abdul Rahman. He's a P2, W1. Fairly comfortable with uncertainty in his personal life, but very nerdy in his professional life. Should someone be a W1 in their professional life with the amount of uncertainty in the world today? Well, that's a good question. And then you have here Noura. She's a P1 W3. Everybody likes employees like Noura. Very stable, no surprises here. She's not going to show up one day and tell you that, you know, she's moving to another country without any notice. But she is amazing professionally. She excels in uncertainty. These are the types of employees that people want. And then you have here Fatima. Fatima is a P4W1. Fatima adopted 2 little children from Iraq with no arms and no legs. I could never deal with the uncertainty of raising those children. And so here's an example of no fear. in their personal life. And finally, you have Yasser. Yasser is a P3W4. Crazy at home and crazy at work. He's probably Lebanese, right? Wallah. Yes. The Lebanese live with uncertainty, and that's why they excel so much in terms of work, in terms of seeing opportunity everywhere they look, in terms of uncertainty. And so this was in Japan a few months ago. We gave this talk, and sure enough, these 5 students came up and said, "Professor, we're P1s. Look at the guy in the raincoat. He looks like a P0, doesn't he?" But the guy in the raincoat said to me, "Professor, I'm a W4. I have a startup. I have 22 people working in my startup. So, I love uncertainty professionally. But in my personal life, we like to stay home with my wife. We, order in and watch Netflix. We're not sociable, and everybody is telling me I need to change socially. I need to be more outgoing." And I said to him, "Are you happy the way you are?" He said, "Yes." Do you think most of the world is happy? No. So if you are happy being a P1, stay there. You don't need to be a Hollywood person to have a Silicon Valley mentality. But you see, this message is not pushed by society today. They don't celebrate P1s. And so after 20,000 data points over the last 10 years, these are the averages by nationality. No surprises here. Lebanon is up the top there almost. Argentina, anybody from Argentina here? No? You've probably known some Argentinians. They definitely are P4 W4s. Most of them Lebanese. And so we don't have a lot of data on Saudi yet, but our average so far is P2 W2. So the main difference in the scale, you mean? So if you're a P1, you don't like uncertainty in your personal life. P3, you like uncertainty in your personal life. More, you like it even more. So the scale is increasing. Okay, yes, feel free to ask any questions that you like here. And so let's talk about the research now, Mike.
So why there is no more information about Saudi Arabia?
Because we haven't done enough assessments here.
We want to do.
But we want to do. And hopefully today we will do some.
We will give you the chance today to do assessments.
You will know your P and your W today.
Mm-hmm. All right. Can you go to the next slide? All right. So, and as you can see, Paris and I are both wearing some stickers that have our P's and W's on them. As you can also see, I would never come up and talk to any of you at a party. But I'm reasonably okay with ambiguity at work. Right? So what does this have to do with human capability? Well, our research has found that innovative thought processes, that top line, that's really what we're trying to get to, is rooted in a few different things. It's rooted in emotional intelligence and your ability to learn leadership skills. Those are both also rooted in your level of comfort with uncertainty. All of these are positively correlated. And so as we're trying to drive innovative thought processes within any economy, we can start to achieve that by getting people more comfortable with ambiguity in their work life.
So what are some of our findings here? Out of 20,000 people that we assessed, we found that 80% of them with high W's, people who are innovative, disruptive, have low P's. 90% of W4s, people like myself, I'm a P2 W4. I probably won't go up to you at a party either, but more likely than Mike. 90% of W4s are P1s. So does this make sense that most of us can go crazy professionally, or those that do, and then in our personal lives, we're very nerdy? Does it make sense? What do we look for in our lives? A balance. Exactly. We try to balance, at least we try. And so we also found that for 10% of individuals out there have a high P and a high W. Probably people like Elon Musk, maybe. And that a high W correlates to innovative thinking. We have found that if you have a high W, you're happier in your life. And this is directly related to innovation and higher emotional intelligence.
So this relationship between innovation and uncertainty has been known for a long time. We know that there is some level of arousal at work which gets you to be more productive. You know, if you're a little nervous about your job, you start working harder. And so it's really trying to define where this optimal performance zone exists. We want to know, where is your comfort zone? And then how do we push you just beyond it? And then maybe also expand it over a while. Right? And so it's really that optimal performance zone between comfort and danger that we want you to operate. And that's where we see human capability expanding. We've also found really strong correlations with both happiness in your work life and happiness in your personal life. And so all of that coming together, we think, leads to a very interesting way to think about increasing human capability. Let's go to the next slide, Paris. You want to talk about this one?
So what we also found is that about 75% of the population is in this whole area of W2, W3, P2, P3. So
I'm weird.
Yes, right. Definitely a little bit different. I was a P1 for a very long time. I only recently became a P2. It can take you a long time to move sometimes in the scale. But the reality is that, as we've said, it's very much a curve here in terms of most of the population is somewhere in the middle.
Let me grab this from you. So let's break this down a little bit more, because all we've really been talking about thus far is the general population. How are we all in P's and W's? So here we're going to plot P's and W's. I'm an engineer, right? I'm a P1, W2. You're going to get some graphs. Thankfully, I took the equations out of this presentation. So we got P's and W's. We're going to start by graphing unity, right? And so that's going to be you with a balanced approach of comfort level with uncertainty in both your professional and work life. Out of some of the thousands of interviews that we've done and data points we've collected, we've segmented people by job type. So let's look and see some different job types. So here's where the engineers often sit. And so you can see we range somewhere on the W score between about a 1.5, a little more than that, up to about a 3 for your most risky engineers. And then we also segmented managers, professional managers, so middle managers, people who have gone to MBAs, things like this. They tend to be a little bit more comfortable with uncertainty in both their professional and work lives. Anybody who's been to an engineering school party versus a business school party understands this very well. And so yes, we start to see P and W scores go up, but you can see that W scores tend to increase more when we segment by professional breakdown. Entrepreneurs, when we ran this in Silicon Valley, entrepreneurs are more comfortable with uncertainty in every part of their life. And this makes some sense, right? This is a muscle, a skill that you can develop. It's habit forming. The more uncertainty and ambiguity you have in your life, you sometimes have no choice but to deal with it, going back to the Lebanese example. And so we know this is something that you can develop because certain groups of individuals have developed it over time. What we've also built now is a model, a computational model to help anyone assess their P and W score. So the way that it works is that we have looked at thousands of individuals in the population, and built a number of computational models to predict, based on some responses to a set of questions, what your P and W score is and how it relates to other people in the population. And we're actually really good on validating against what you all think that you actually are after listening to one of Paris's talks. Right, so it's been validated against your ground truth. On top of this, we've layered a generative AI model to ensure that you can communicate with the model very easily, conversationally. So if we ask you, do you like to live in a foreign country? You can answer, heck yes. We're like, wow, that you are very cool with that. Or responding with absolutely not. That shows us how strongly you disagree with some of our statements. And so what that allows us to do is very quickly assess P and W scores for anyone in the population. Paris, you want to talk about the assessment? And by the way, by the time you're all done, you're all getting stickers too. So you can wear your P and W scores proudly throughout the conference. And anybody who comes up to you can scan the QR code and also take the test. Go ahead, Paris.
Okay, so
get out your phone.
Please get your phones and let's scan the QR code. Now, when you answer these questions, this is going to feel like ChatGPT. It's generative AI. When you answer the questions, the assessment won't take more than 5 to 10 minutes.
Ooh, if.
Maybe at the most. But when you answer the questions, if you're really strong about that answer, say absolutely yes. Don't just say yes. Because, this is AI. Yes could mean, oh, yes, Absolutely yes is yes, or absolutely no. So please try to be as specific as you can.
And if you don't care, so, it doesn't matter to me.
You can, this is AI, so you can tell it whatever you like. It has been trained to some extent. Obviously, the more data we have, the more it will be trained. But please be as direct as you can. Absolutely no, absolutely yes. Let us know if anybody has any trouble.
Y'all can't imagine how scary this is for me as a W-2 to do something uncertain at work, like doing a demo live.
This is the first time that we do this in public.
You're chatting.
You're chatting with me.
All with Paris. If you don't like his questions, you can tell him where to go. Anybody walking into the room right now is going to wonder what the heck is going on.
It's a test.
Everybody's in here looking at their phone. When you get done, raise your hand. We'll come down. We'll give you a sticker. You can be the first one.
No, and we'll also leave the stickers here.
Stickers will be here.
When we finish, you can come up.
We want everybody to get a sticker.
We'll have time for you to come up and get your sticker.
Welcome, come on in. It's okay, come on in. Have a seat, scan the QR code, take our assessment.
Make yourself at home.
Yeah, we have plenty of seats in the back here. It's okay, come on in. Didn't know you're going to have to do work during this test. Yeah. told you this was going to be a super interesting presentation. You can take the test. Just scan the QR code. You can take the exam. QR code. Oh, you got your score already? What'd you get? P2W3. Congratulations. What'd you get? P2W4. Ooh. Whoa, all right.
And I work with this young lady, so I can vouch for that.
P2W1.
So yes, and don't worry, the rest of you, when we finish your conference, you'll be able to come up and show her.
Exactly. Yeah. P2W4.
A lot of entrepreneurial mindset.
Yeah, good to see a lot of entrepreneurial mindsets. As you can see, I was born a geek. I'm always going to be a geek and a nerd. Same as me. Oh, that's the best one.
If you've just arrived, feel free to scan the barcode, the QR code, and get your PW score.
P3W3. Ooh, a balanced one. That's the rarity. And one of the fun things to know about this is it. Yeah.
P1 what? P1W3.
P1W3. One of the fun things to know about this is how you relate to other people in the world. You know.
Wow, that's good, Salvatore. P3W3 over there. Eliana?
I got a P1W3. A lot of P1W3s right now. All right.
P3W4. Just like the Lebanese.
Just like the Lebanese.
And she is Lebanese.
Well, see, there we go.
P2W3.
P2W3. Sweet.
Okay, we'll do a couple more.
Couple more.
But don't worry, you'll be able to come and get your label when we finish. We have enough labels here.
We got enough labels for everybody. They're all
labels came from Palo Alto.
Oh, yeah, direct from Silicon Valley. Thanks you to Qatar Airlines.
Okay.
P2W4.
I think we can begin.
Yeah, we can.
Everybody just about finished? P3
for sure.
W4, that's very good. P3W4 here, Mike.
3-3. Okay, go ahead, Paris, because you want to bring up some live results.
Yeah. All right. If our technical staff in the back can provide us with some live results, please.
Or maybe not. I don't know if that's going to come up.
Okay. Something's happening there.
That's it. Which one were you? 3-4.
Can we refresh and see if by refreshing we get something here?
I don't think we're going to get.
Yeah, this is only something.
Sure. We'll get everybody some stickers, but yeah. So what we were going to try to do is show the live results. Not everything, if you're going to be risky at work, is going to work out. So you can see this is really driving me nuts as a W2. All right, go ahead, Paris. Oh,
okay, let's go back to the presentation. And let's try one more time to go hit the button and see what happens if we get live. Oh, here we go. Yes, yes.
Ah, there we go.
Here we're starting to get something. And there we can see the W scores. There's a lot of W1s here. A lot of W1s, as you can see, in terms of the audience today here. More W1s than we expected. Okay, let's go back now to the presentation. And now let's go back to the chart again.
Oh yeah, let's see if it comes up again.
Let's see if we get more refreshing here. Back to the chart, please. Yes, okay, now we're starting to get more distribution. You can see this now, that we're getting more people in the W2 and W3. It's pretty even. There are not that many W1s, not that many W1s, which is the W is the main thing that we're trying to measure here. And so as you can see that it's pretty even. We can go back to the presentation now, please.
Wow, that actually worked.
Yes. Okay, so where do we go from here, you might ask? Why did IE University, professor from IE University, myself, who started this with my PhD dissertation. And then we had Professor Lepik from Stanford University, Professor Ikhlaq Sidhu from UC Berkeley, who's now the Dean of the Science and Technology Center at IE University, and Mario Alonso Puig, who is one of the top Spanish self-help authors and experts in emotional intelligence and mindfulness. Why did we get together to do this, and where are we going with this research? Well, let's look at some numbers here, Mike.
Yeah. So the question that we had asked earlier was, can we actually use this in order to improve over time? And the answer is yes. When we measure individual PW scores over time, they change. And I think you would all naturally agree that your comfort level with ambiguity has probably changed over your life. Certainly, any of you who have children know that your comfort level with uncertainty has to increase a little bit once you have kids. Otherwise, you're probably not going to survive. So I'm not going to talk so much about the personal side, but I am going to talk more about the work side. And so here we have our P&W scores once again, and we're going to blow up this middle section just to see some movement of our three employment groups once again of their P and W scores over their lifetime. And so we'll do it once again for engineers, managers, and entrepreneurs. And we measured these at 3 different times. The first dot is going to be each of these groups as a teenager, basically what they were when they were graduating high school. 18 years old. And that's where the engineers sat when they were graduating high school. As an adult, they moved a little bit further down in their P score and about the same over in their W score. And then where they wanted to be in the future, well, where they wanted to be in the future was much more comfortable with uncertainty at work in the future, and about the same in their P scores. When it comes to managers, the managers felt that they were indeed more comfortable than the engineers at any time with uncertainty at home. They saw their uncertainty comfort level drop in both personal and work life as they went from adolescence to adult life. But aspirationally, much like the engineers, they want to be more comfortable, particularly with ambiguity at work. For the entrepreneurs, well, they start pretty comfortable. They increase their comfort level with uncertainty between teenage and work years. This is them becoming very comfortable with the ambiguity and uncertainty of being an entrepreneur. When they go from high school out until founding all these companies, they have to get good at it. And they want to be even more comfortable out in the future. And so we have seen you can absolutely change this over time. Now, as Paris had said before, how you are right now, if you're happy, you're perfect the way you are. We're not trying to convince anyone that they have to be different than what they are now. But if you want to change, if you want to become more comfortable with uncertainty, it's absolutely possible. And like I said before, increased comfort level with uncertainty at work directly correlates to increased happiness and satisfaction at your job. So just think about that. You're primed for more innovative thought processes, and you're happier while you're doing it? That sounds like a very interesting combination for increasing productivity and human capability. So now let's talk about innovation. So work that we've done has tried to break down what are some of the biggest barriers to innovation at companies today. And we've broken it down into 4 primary groups, a simple framework that we call COIL. The first barrier to innovation at work is culture, a firm culture that favors stability over risk-taking. And you know if you work at a company like this. I do. The second is organization. an organization where high dependency is placed on embedded resources and the current organization value network. Here's what we have in place. This is what we've built up. This is our organization. This is what we do. The third are barriers that come from incentives, financial and resource constraints that limit capability, not allocating budget, and an unsupportive structure and an inappropriate incentive system that causes inertia against organizations or innovation. And the third is leadership. Existing mental models that prevent leaders from making risky decisions. I don't want to be the one that messes up the company. And placing an over-reliance on previously successful business models. This is your Eastman Kodak problem. This is how we've made money in the past. This is how we will always make money in the future. And notice that of these 6 underlying causes, 3 of them talk about risk and whether or not we're comfortable with risk-taking. And so as we think about trying to increase innovation at our organizations, a lot of it stems with becoming comfortable with uncertainty and ambiguity in our culture and in our leadership at work.
Question here.
So if we go back to the Yerkes-Dodgson model, right, and that sort of being right in that danger zone, between that comfort zone and that danger zone, we do see outputs and productivity, right? Both quality of work and quantity of work, because you're right on that cusp. And absolutely, that's been proven. And that was work that, amazingly, was done in the early 1900s. Yeah, that's a relationship we've known for a very long time. Yeah. You can go back to where you were.
This is the one that we were talking about.
Yeah, this is one they were talking about, this optimal performance zone right here where productivity goes up and you just become better because you've got that edge, right? The way it is stated in the literature is the appropriate level of arousal in order to be top performing. I'll let you follow that, Paris.
Okay, let's see where we go from here. So we have done work at 2 very large companies in terms of measuring the PW scores of people in different departments. And here's an example of a very large company in Japan where the people in the accounting department were more creative than the people in the social media department. So there's clearly a problem.
I teach accounting. You don't want a ton of creativity and innovation in something called generally accepted accounting principles.
And then the other thing we found in this company is that the department with the highest turnover was the department where the senior managers had a much lower W than their staff. And so people were like going for the exit because they weren't challenged enough by their staff. We also found that employees loved bosses with low Ps because they were very stable. But they wanted high Ws. And so, as we said, this is the sort of analysis that we feel not only has a function at an individual level, but at an enterprise level. Now, where else are we going from here that we find really, truly exciting? We're looking to develop what we call the I2CS, which is a person's individual innovative capability score. From these 10 years of research, we have found that 3 key elements to measuring the innovative capability of a person are, number 1, their comfort with uncertainty, which is what we're measuring here. Number 2, their emotional intelligence. And number 3, unique personal innovation skills or traits, like we spoke about earlier, including leadership and the like. And so our goal is that this little assessment that you took today, which today is only measuring PW, will eventually measure the innovative capability of a person. And we're going to take AI to the limits here as much as we can, learning from the data that we have and more data that we hope to capture going forward. And so what is the future of the PW index? For individuals, it's providing users with their individual innovative capability score. It's leveraging AI to make personalized recommendations and provide feedback to individuals based on their profiles and goals. And as you can imagine, this can lead to training. And for firms, it's alignment of human resource strategies with organizational strategy within each business unit, defining specific behaviors that we want to incentivize. And based on these innovative capability scores of employees, to customize training aligned with the human resource and organizational strategy. And finally, to customize human resource management advice by function, role, or department. Thank you.
All right. So, ooh, that looks good.
Here we are. See?
So, a couple of final things. If there are just a couple of questions, we can also answer those. You know, as Paris had said, if you can't, well, as Paris quoted Peter Drucker, if you can't measure it, you can't manage it. And you've just taken the first step, measuring it. Now you know how you compare with some other folks in the room about how you feel about comfort with uncertainty. And also, you know how hard it is for somebody like me, a P1, to come up and talk to you if I don't know you. It's just never going to happen. Right? And so we feel this is just the first step in a long road to being able to improve human capability by knowing ourselves better and how we behave at both work and life. And so, yes, make sure that before you leave, you come up and get your sticker.
Let's move quickly because I know we have another session coming up. But we will be making more noise here in the kingdom. And there's a very large company here that asked us to do a pilot within their company. So if any of you would be interested in seeing how this could work within your company, let us know. Thank you very much. And please come up and get your labels here.
Get your stickers.
So good afternoon, everyone. First of all, we want to just check our mics because I know we were having challenges earlier. Can everyone hear us okay? Loud enough?
Right.
I can hear you. A little higher? A little foggy.
A little
How about
louder.
now?
Okay.
Much better? All right, so I guess we just have to elevate our voice. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jerry Gomez. I'm the moderator for today's discussion. Happy to be here. Naturally, there's a lot of content that we're going to run through today. But the most interesting part is we have a great panel. And this panel comes in with a diverse background, a lot of experiences. So if you feel that you have a question while we're going through the panel, we'll try to weave in the question. But ideally, we can hold them off to the end of the panel, and we'll be able to come through those at an appropriate time. So in the course of the hour, what we want to do is really ensure that you get as much out of it in terms of how to really, how's that? Better? Excellent. Over the course of an hour, what we really like is for you to take away as much on what stimulus and investment can do to unlock human capital and human potential. There's a lot on the table, and what we want to do is jump right into it. So without further ado, let's introduce the panelists. First, I want to address or introduce Abdullah Abjufali, who is the president of Honeywell of Saudi Arabia and Bahrain. He's also the member of the Saudi Leadership Society and one of the selected leaders of 2030 under the MIST Foundation. So welcome, Abdullah.
Thank you.
Also want to introduce Luis Garcia de Brigard. He's the founder and managing partner of Appian Education Ventures, an international investment firm that specializes in education. He also served as the Deputy Minister of Education of Colombia, where he led a widely recognized educational reform effort. So welcome, Luis. And also Sulaima Gourani, co-founder and CEO of Hapio Software. She's also a best-selling author, international speaker, and a VC-backed entrepreneur. Sulaima, welcome.
Thank you so much.
And Carl Manlin, VP of Inclusive Impact and Sustainability for Visa CIMEA. Carl focuses on enabling community impact with local, regional, and global partners, and co-creating partnerships that support small and medium businesses to thrive in CIMEA region. Carl, thank you. Welcome. And last but not least, Greg Morrow. Greg is a founding partner of Learn Capital that oversees investing practice of the firm. He also has helped lead Learn investments in companies such as Coursera, Udemy, General Assembly, and Higher Ground. So please welcome and give everyone, our panelists, a round of applause. So one of the things that we did prior to this, we wanted to have a quick chat individually and as a collective group, and we pared down some of the key questions that we thought were most vital. Again, and what I want to stress, if there's something that has you triggered and you really want to ask a question, jump right in. We want this for you to really take away as much as possible. So the first question is going to be for the entire panel, and the entire panel will give you an opportunity to give you a perspective on where they're thinking when it comes to diverse backgrounds in software and technology, education, finance, venture capital. And the question is really, how do you believe this investment and stimulus money can play a transformative role in unlocking and unleashing human potential?
So, first of all, thank you for the invite. And I can see the great example will start with Vision 2030 under His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman. It's a great example of how to unleash the human potential. If you see, like, the main objective of Vision 2030 is to create jobs in different segments and attract investment from multinationals locally as well as locally. The plan by 2030 to inject more than $3.2 trillion over the next 10 years until 2030. So if we all combine all of these together, It's exactly the right way to unleash the potential of a human being in terms of job creation, in terms of GDP contribution, in terms of quality of life. So all of that together is the right way to unleash the human potential.
So unleashing that potential means supporting small and medium businesses. So I'll give a small example. Last week, there's a Bahraini that leads a small business called Aida Al-Mudaifa. She was at the WTO ITC ministerial conference. She spoke about the value of a grant from Visa ITC, from Visa to support her, that allowed her not to take a loan, but to grow a business. What was interesting, in the audience we had the Minister of Commerce from Saudi, who at the end of the session went to her and gave his card because she wanted to go beyond the markets of Bahrain. And in terms of Vision 2030, with the youngest population, strong women community, it's important to be able to bring expertise from other parts. So Bahrain sees an opportunity coming here, and that's really by supporting small medium businesses, unleashing that capital.
No, absolutely. And I think we talked about this as a general panel. From the startup perspective, Salama, how do you see this? Because naturally you have an international background. Mm-hmm. You've raised capital here from Saudi Arabia, a large institutional family, and now you're living in Palo Alto. How do you see this? Because this is a real factor for you there in San Francisco.
It really is. Yeah, thank you so much for that question. So I'm Moroccan, born in Morocco, raised in Denmark. I immigrated to US 7 years ago. And 2 years ago, I started fundraising for the first time in my life. I never raised $1 in my life. I had no idea how to do it. And I put together my idea, a pitch deck, investment memo, all the things that you know that you need to have. And I started raising. And the first check was from Saudi Arabia, so thank you for that. And now I raised $7.5 million in seed and pre-seed, which is unheard of. It doesn't happen. And how can that happen? Well, the idea have to be great. But US, no offense, Palo Alto, Silicon Valley, still to this day have the best conditions for raising early stage funding. Even the state of California have given us so much support. I don't keep counting, but I think maybe I have received $150,000 cash from the government to work on my idea and take it to the level where we are today. As a female, as a woman, an Arab woman, I was told that I have 0.1 chance of succeeding. That's not a lot, right? 0.1. And, but I'm here because of early investments from family offices, very critical. Angel investors, very important that nations have good conditions for angel investing. Lots of countries struggle with that. And then there has to be really an institutional support for women, period. Otherwise, we cannot make it because we are not being considered for procurement procedures. I don't know about Honeywell, I don't know about Visa, but I do know that a lot of companies do not buy from women, not because they don't want to, but we usually have very small startups. We're not being considered. So you have to build an intentional program around it.
No, that's a good point. And Luis, I know we talked about your investment thesis around high premium educational institutions, but the challenge exists whether it's a startup or a growth stage asset. What's unique about that today?
I think the first thing is education as a space has exploded in a good way. So what we're seeing now is just an incredible amount of capital flowing into an asset class that didn't exist before. And that's new. That opens a tremendous opportunity globally to understand how can you bring that investment and pair it up with what it's the biggest investment always in education, and these are governments. No matter what you do, private investment in education is always a drop of water in a bucket. So you can essentially augment these investments with the private sector. And what we're seeing right now, again, is a fantastically thriving ecosystem that is investing both in the early stages, and education has had its rough patches, but it's there, it's strong, and with the AI, it's going to get even stronger. And then the brick and mortar has had an incredible transformation, and what you see now in the time I've been investing in this space is that originally these were small private equity, local private equity, family offices, and in less than a decade, these has matured all the way into sovereign wealth funds, pension funds, institutional investors of the highest caliber. So I think it's a fantastic time right now to think of investing in education.
Now that brings up a good point. And I know, Greg, when we talked about it earlier, you were early in with Coursera and Udemy. How vital was that initial stimulus and investment into catapulting it to really at the behemoths that they are today?
Yeah, it's fascinating to see look back on the landscape of education investing because there's really been three waves of innovation. The first one was sort of the original .com, which ultimately was a dud for the space. Fundamentally, those investments didn't work out, and really only Michael Milken was the only professional investor in the space for about a decade. But what we saw, we were general tech investors working with an affiliate of the Founders Fund, and then we saw some things coming together that we thought could change it. Namely, broadband penetration was reaching a critical point. You had the iPhone come out in 2007, you had pervasive Wi-Fi, cloud, social, mobile, and that kind of, witch's brew finally was enough to be the kind of precedent conditions to have kind of a Cambrian explosion. So you saw it go from 80 companies venture back to over 3,000 in a decade. And so early on, our first fund was only 10 million, we're managing over $1 billion now. We basically had to find the things that we thought could be transformative. And so, at Udemy, it was double-sided marketplace like eBay, and anyone to anyone learning. You wanted to see, what were they going to win as the attraction point? And what we saw is that anyone buying on Udemy, you're tended to get other courses purchased. So we thought that was going to be an early winner. We were the first venture investor there. It's now serving 65 million people. Coursera, fundamentally what's enabled with digital is this ability to go beyond premium schooling, bricks and mortar, and say, for the first time you can actually find things that are efficacious, that are high quality, but you don't have to be limited on scale. And Coursera had an explosive idea at the beginning, which basically we're going to take an Ivy League course that generally is such a hard thing to go and access, and we're going to democratize it and open up to the world. They have over 100 million people accessing those courses now. They've been able to parlay that into, you take 4 courses of specialization, you take an online MBA, they work with governments, and so, I think they're doing 700 million top line revenue now. But, it's really, it's efficacy and scale is sort of the name of the game, and it's finding platforms that can have sort of networked advantages in those dimensions.
No, that's a really good point. And scale comes in a variety of dimensions. And we talked about this, Abdullah. I think what's interesting is when we think about it from the Honeywell's perspective and the investments that they're making, what about the local impact and creating jobs and skilling and upskilling? How do you see that coming to life? Because you guys really have a large footprint and have a big bat. And how are you swinging that bat here locally? Because I think it's fine to talk about globally, but let's talk about KSA for a second.
So if you see like the global as well as the local mega trends, which is aviation, automations, and energy transition. So if we just pick automation by itself, globally, it's contributed to the global GDP as per McKinsey Institute, $13 trillion. So that's globally. Now we'll zoom in locally. In Saudi Arabia, we partner with the ecosystem because we cannot survive alone. So I'll just give you 2 examples in the automation as well as in the aviation. We partner with Saudia Technique, part of Saudia Group Airlines, to start the first MRO license in the region, and they're going to serve the whole MENA region from Saudi. The second example, to have a JV with Aramco in Saudi, serving the industrial part by digitalizing the whole industrial part. Imagine I have these 2 examples, partnership with the ecosystem, how much it will contribute to the GDP, how much it will create jobs, and how much it will uplift the know-how as well as the skills of talent. If you see the multinational companies, let's say 20 years ago, it used to be less Saudis and locals working over there. But now, more Saudis. In Honeywell, more than 53% are local talent. In fact, 25% are female, part of our talent in Saudi. And we are doing more and more to make sure that we are part of the ecosystem, partnering with the player in the country to make sure that we are continuing the growth in these 3 mega trends.
No, very good. And Salam, I know we talked about Hapio, and obviously the fundraising is amazing. Congratulations.
Thank you.
We had a sidebar and a lot of good insights there. But if we think about Hapio and what you're doing today and the impact that it has on the workforce and what you see that can unlock, how do you see that coming to life now?
So Before I established this company, I was actually responsible for early stage software implementation for Hewlett-Packard, Microsoft, and Maersk. And in fact, in my 20s, I was responsible for rolling out online e-learning, for teaching people on ships how to, security, education and stuff. So I always had a big passion for education. And I'm a 7th grade school dropout, so I think that's kind of funny. But anyway, I decided to dedicate my life to free up time for people. I had a massive burnout in my 30s, so much so that I was picked up by the ambulance. I was, an overachieving young woman. I really wanted to prove as a first-generation college student and all that I could do well. I almost felt like I represent all Arab women in Denmark, right? That was, I don't know, that's a silly pressure to have, but I felt that I need to pursue something extraordinary. Long story short, I created a piece of software 2 years ago with the help from Hitachi Japan, MasterCard, Volvo, IKEA, and others. And it's a spam filter that sits on Outlook. And it's the first spam filter for meetings, not emails, but meetings. So you tell my software, this is how I like my meetings. And, maybe you have some criteria of some kind. Maybe you want always there's an assigned note taker or whatever. So we read all the invitations that come in and we flag and filter. Point is that if you interview outside these doors, what is the number one concern you have at work? What is the most devastating part of your work? A lot of knowledge workers will say meetings. I see a lot of nodding heads, meetings. And some of us waste 30, 40, maybe even 60% of our time daily in meetings. Meetings has always been broken, always. But now we have the methods for doing something about it. And I also think that's why we raise so much money. Fast forward, skills, it's interesting. We don't spend our time in meetings because they're relevant to our work. Actually, they hinder us in doing our work. So I'm deeply passionate about finding out how we can save time for millions of people at scale and bring back the work satisfaction. Because the more meetings a company have, the less happy people are. So let's reduce those damn meetings. During the pandemic, it just took the next level. So I believe if we can remove meetings, we can start thinking about reskilling, upskilling, and educate people and get them back to working on things they really want to work on. And I believe in 5 years from now, all companies will have some kind of a health score. I don't know what we can call it, but let's just call it a health score. Every major public listed company will have to start reporting on how they waste people's time. Because if you want to work for Honeywell and you are a smart engineer, you're not going to work for Honeywell unless they guarantee you that they will not be wasting your time in meetings. You can actually come and work and do really well. Not to sit in meetings, but to work. Agree? So that score will be developed. I'm developing it, and if I don't do it, someone else will. So I might as well develop it. But that's the future I see.
Very good. And it's interesting is that I had sent her a note. I said, hey, let's catch up. I didn't really give her a subject. And then after she told me this, I realized I have to do a better job if I want to engage her. So she said, don't worry, Jerry. We'll take care of you later. But Luis, given your focus on education ventures, how can targeted investments in education and technology and innovative learning models contribute to preparing individuals for a rapidly changing job market to unleash really the big potential that's out there?
So I think there's 2 parts to that question. The first is how to invest, what money to invest. And the second is where to invest it. Because I think there's absolutely no question that the rate of return of investing in education is extremely high. And you see the histories of entire nations that have built their success upon investing in human capital. East Asia is a very good example of that. And you find that playing again and again. But those are not easy investments to make unless there is a commitment that is at a national scale. And I definitely see Vision 2030 doing that. But the first thing is, do you do it through the government? Or do you channel it? The typical way a government thinks about investing in education, and I was running a budget for a country at a point, is you take the money, you spend the money. And how do you spend it? You mostly pay salaries. That's typically what governments do all around the world. And when you start thinking that there's a valve in between the government and the classroom, and that's private sector and innovation, what you're doing is you're augmenting those resources dramatically. And then when on top of that, you bring private investment to the equation, then you're multiplying that times many times. So I think it's about thinking, how do we think outside of the box in terms of one of the largest flow of funds in humanity, which is public investment into education, and we add a multiplier in between that's actually done through innovation, the private markets, and then on top of that, we attract the private investors to actually be a part of that. And then, I mean, where you do it, it's a pick and choose, because you can start in early childhood with phenomenal rates of return, and then you can go to the other end of the spectrum, lifelong learning and career readiness, which is also being absolutely transformative. So I think you have a massive spectrum of areas to invest, all of which require different kinds of capital and have different layouts for the investment. So in a way, there's a place for everyone in these growing space right now.
If I could comment on that. I mean, what's fascinating about Vision 2030 and some of the things they're looking at doing to implement it in education, real estate is this giant, and facilities are this giant boat anchor on innovation in the education space. They're a nightmare, and they're typically conjoined in most education systems run by the government around the world. And it is, anytime you find something that's successful and you want to scale it, the limitation in scaling is like, oh, we got to go solve the real estate problem. Well, what's happening here is looking at first off, putting it in the hands of professional managers and separating the real estate from the operations, so that if there are successful operators, they can be paired up with people who are running facilities that meet, service level agreements. So it's like you don't have to worry about them. You have facilities with great services and Wi-Fi and catering and all that stuff, because they're doing what property management firms do, running good facilities. That's hard enough alone, and they should focus on that. And here they're going to be able to do that and serve the innovation and growth on the operator side. It's brilliant. It's the first country I know of that's doing that, and it's going to pay massive dividends because it allows for a platform of innovation and growth on top.
Have you seen that done anywhere in the region, or do you have a good example of that you could share with us?
No, it's happening here. The Ministry of Education here is planning to do it. I've never seen it. I have not seen it. I've never seen it done where government looks at it that broadly and that boldly and says, everything we can give to a private manager, to a private operation, even though the government will obviously be a partner in that, we will. And then we'll look to bring in as many operators that we can to come in and run, and then we'll hold them accountable to produce results. Mm-hmm. And we'll give parental choice, we'll have oversight on efficacy, and move the ministry to basically setting policy, evaluating results, driving curriculum goals, setting target sectors. I mean, that's what they should be doing instead of trying to fix a toilet.
And also on top of that, a skill set that was required 100 years ago, it's not like the skill set that's required today, and it's also not like the skill set that's required 10 years from today. So what I have been noticing, as well as the study shows, that only if we focus on the automation by itself, there is probably within the next 3 to 5 years, more than 85 million jobs globally will be eliminated. However, the good part, in the same study and the World Economic Forum, they're going to add 97 million jobs globally, but a different skill set required. And here the role, the education institute with the corporate institute, with the whole ecosystem should come together and partner to find the right skill set that's required for the whole ecosystem. Just give you some example that we are trying to do. For example, we're partnering with KFUPM to see what is the skill set that is currently developing and also what's required to make sure that some of the courses that the student is having. Also with Al Faisal University in Saudi as well. I'm sitting in the board of the engineering advisor to feed back the courses, the skill set. So by having that open dialogue between the corporate, the education, the skill set will be combined, and then we'll have the right talent in the right time for our future.
I would encourage you to work with platforms too, because universities can only move at a certain pace. And whereas you look at platforms like Udemy, for example, when a new software development language is coming out, right? It may take a university at least 6 months, if not a year to years, before they embrace that language. Before it's even officially released, there's usually 6 offerings on Udemy to learn that language before it's official release. So the time of innovation is moving where these platforms that work with the universities and work with corporations and kind of provide that feedback layer. It also allows governments, when they're spending money in skills generation, to say, I want to see jobs created in the sector, but I want to make sure I'm not overfunding and creating an abundance of skills in a given area that aren't matched with the job. So, platforms in there can basically make sure that what's getting financed should be financed because they have a stake in the outcomes. We've moved to this outcome-based financing scheme for a lot of workforce skilling in the U.S. And from welding to nursing to software engineering. And the best programs offer guarantees. They'll train you for free. If you don't get a job in that field of study within a certain period of time, the loan is forgiven tax-free. And it's because in the age of digital, it's ones and zeros. This stuff either works or it doesn't. And then if you're aligned to the employment, you know what the jobs are if someone meets the standard, then you know they're going to get a job. So that ecosystem management that you're doing, there's lots of really exciting evolution in that space in the next 10 years.
I think what you're saying is very relevant. I mean, again, I'm a 7th grade school dropout, right? I shouldn't be sitting in Silicon Valley with a company that is worth $30 million, right? It should not happen, even though that it did happen. I will say a few things, and that is, if you take tech giants like Google, to some extent even Microsoft, Amazon, what have they been doing for years? They've been offering online classes, Udemy, Coursera, and whatnot, and through their own education systems, because the systems around them have failed, right? And you don't have to have a formal education to get a job with those companies. You have to prove you have the skills, but they don't care how you acquire them in some time. And you take a test, and if you can pass, you can get a job. So I do think there's something that's very important here, and that is partnerships with platforms. I also think we need to address the unfairness in education. Only half of the population in the world have access to what I would say stable, not even stable, but Wi-Fi of some kind. And even when you drive through rich states like California, you will see kids still sitting outside Starbucks because we have free Wi-Fi, doing homework, right? And if you go through parts of, Africa, Asia, even Europe of some parts, there is not access to hardware, software, Wi-Fi. So it's a very unfair advantage, even to talk about access to education. So platforms, yes, but it has to be done through mobile. It has to be mobile first, because otherwise people cannot access those education.
I agree with you. I do think there are, I don't think Wi-Fi is a requirement or high broadband to drive fundamental efficacy across education systems. True. Shannon May's here. She's the founder of New Globe, and they're serving 3 million students from Liberia to Nigeria to states in India, and they're powering the entire public education system. And they're environments that are 2G only, that have no power requirement, and yet they're able to basically take any of the governments they're working with, up in the league tables from low income to middle income, from middle income to upper income. So it is doable in low tech environments, but you do need at least 2G.
Yes, we agree on that, absolutely, yeah.
I think I'll just add to the points around education innovation that were brought. For the human capital imperative to be real, we shouldn't forget health as a key component of making sure that actually when people study, they get to the place. So, and related to that is how do we ensure that people can participate in the digital economy? So if we have the education, the innovation, health, and the social services that allow those that will not have access to participate, then we can really drive towards that sort of human capital imperative that helps for the participation in the digital economy.
If I can comment on that, I think some of the most interesting innovations, and I think these require still a lot more scale, but when you think about the logic of how you pay for education, it's pretty broken. You pay upfront, and you pay a lot of money, especially when you're talking about post-secondary education. Like the standard is you pay for a semester ahead of time, and then you're doing that while you're not making money because you're spending 4 years of your life where you don't make money, but you pay upfront. So there's a lot of space for innovation in the financing of education in so many ways. In financing, but also in payments themselves, and also in channeling the enormous amount of funds that are flowing through the educational systems in a way that actually brings back or gives back a little bit of value to the customers right there. So there's a phenomenal opportunity there. And nascent, I think there's companies working on that, but I think there's going to be a lot more of that coming up.
I'm actually curious about what could be alternatives. Could it be, is it the Chinese model that you pay for your doctor, but if you get ill, you stop paying, I think, right? Could we have something like that? I don't know.
Well, actually, in the US, there's a few very interesting indicators coming up right now where universities, instead of having the rankings based of how many PhD professors you have, how much papers they publish, is about value added. And I think this is one of the most powerful things we're starting to see is universities proving that they're able to add value to their students. So if you're a student and you're making a decision, and I'm talking again about the US ecosystem, where you're going to spend $250,000 to go to a top school, does it make sense? Like, should you do that? Or in a way, the data shows you if the university is not adding that value added, that you probably shouldn't make that decision and that you should get that training somewhere else.
There's next gen sort of fintech, ed tech platforms. Correct. Like Ascent, they have underwriting where they underwrite the outcome of the university. They look at what is the hiring rates across by major, and they'll only loan you money, for your education based on the actual major that you're doing. And they do the same thing for skills boot camps. And so their algorithms and AI underwriting is all based on what the outcomes will be. And that's why they're able to basically do these guarantees. They make the provider guarantee the bulk of the outcome results. So, and then they jointly set the admission criterion. So we're moving, what's interesting is like with AI, you're gonna have these fundamental supply shocks where the cost to produce someone that's capable of doing these things actually goes down massively. And what really is the problem is persistence, is grit, and someone able to get through it. And maybe they were robbed of that primary education, because of the situation they grew up in, but that needs to be remedied. But that's really what we're getting to is sort of human motivation and grit and persistence and good health to get through those things, because a lot of the other ones are going to be solved through AI-driven supply shocks.
There's two topics that keep coming to mind, right? On this, one is financial inclusion and upskilling. And Carl, we talked briefly about this. What are some key takeaways or key enablers, particularly when we're talking about SMEs, to really unlock that potential to drive greater skills? Because in a country like Africa, yes, it's great to offer a lot of free education, but many don't even have 2G as well. So we need access. But if we just focus on the core upskilling for SMEs, because a lot of individuals today don't work at or don't own, as we talked about, Visa Inc., right? It's Carl. Or it's individuals.
And I started with the example of this young lady, and there are many of them across the world, across the African continent. And it's how do we make sure that first they understand the value of financial education? Because when you first earn, let's say from your small business, do you differentiate between your personal income and the income of a business as a starting point? The second one, what kind of skills do they need if they want to access larger markets? You can take a woman at the border between Ghana and Togo, where the market is really the people that are passing by, but can she produce something that has a bigger market? And that is a pathway to financial inclusion by making sure that she moves from a cash-based selling to actually using financial services. And that path to financial services may appear evident to many of us around the table, but for many people, it's actually not the case. So then, from an education perspective, are there elements that can be brought in specifically to address that particular component around access through financial inclusion that helps that individual grow their business? Because ultimately, and you're a good example, drop out from 7th grade, but you started a small business in an environment that allowed you to actually grow. And that's also critical. Do we have this environment and ecosystem that allow more people to actually grow, regardless of their educational outcomes?
Greg, we had talked about some of the investments you've made, and we talked about how these strategic investments can really shape learning, contribute to the disparities. I know we talked about a few examples. Could we talk a little bit about what you've done over your course of your career, where you can highlight and maybe even take away some key points that could be replicated within the region or even other parts of the world?
Yeah, again, all of education came from sort of this analog, non-innovative Borg that you'd gradually just take different subsectors of it and drive innovation. One that we saw recently that I think now gives this region a leapfrogging opportunity, because they don't have to bother with the legacy, would be in reading delays and dyslexia. Okay, it is a space that in the U.S. traditionally you got to pay $5,000 to $10,000 for a neurologist to make an assessment, and then you're paying $150 to $200 an hour for some highly trained person to do an intervention. Right? Well, we partnered with a lab at Yale to basically evaluate the best analog solutions that have been around forever. We found the best one that was twice as good as the other analog ones. We digitized it, It's now in a scripted curriculum, and we can train a tutor to be using that system in 2 hours. And it's known that one-to-one intervention is the most profound intervention you can do for reading delay. And so we now have a system that isn't just for delayed reader. It's so good it can handle a dyslexic reader on the same system. It can assess people off a multimodal assessment with like 95% accuracy. And we can identify kids who have dyslexia before they're even learning to read based on other evidence and criterion, including soon, once we get to 10,000 students, we'll be able to run genetic tests as well. And the same lab at Yale has a genetic marker for dyslexia. So we can do we can basically know that your kid is going to have a delay or dyslexia challenge and remediate before. And if you can remediate dyslexia early, you can almost get full, you basically have almost full remediation available. Whereas if you discover it when they're 11 or 13, best case is like 80%, 70% remediation. They'll have to kind of employ hacks to sort of solve that disability. So you can effectively eliminate it through early remediation. So in Saudi or the region, they don't have to, the neurologists aren't making their $5,000 to $10,000. They don't have to have this codified, super expensive $150 an hour intervention. It's all online. The cost can be sucked out. And increasingly, you'll see a lot of those sessions be AI run as well, right? So that it really frees up the individual to manage a portfolio of AI-driven therapies as well as deal with the hardest cases. So it really democratizes access, and we're seeing that across AI, which is these things that were sort of bespoke things, luxury goods, if you will, from a tutor to a therapist, are effectively going to get kind of blown up, reassembled, much more efficacious, and much more lower cost. So it's quite exciting.
And Luis, I know you've you've started your fund or your investment vehicle. What are some examples today that you can point to where these investments, early stimulus, has catapulted some of these companies that really were out there, no one was paying attention to, but all of a sudden they have huge impacts?
Yeah, and most of our practice is actually brick and mortar K-12 in the premium segment. And I actually point out to one example I think is it's the first thing we've seen these in recent history, which is what the UAE did by saying they could have done what every government does, which is let's just open a bunch of public schools and let's fund them and build a bunch of schools, one next to the other, and hire 1 million teachers. And what they did was let's just turn these into a fiercely competitive but extremely focus-driven market for private operators. And what's interesting is how that has matured from the UAE having to lure investors in, please come, here's land, to becoming incredibly selective in who's allowed in. And so that shows you that those choices of allowing the market to be an active participant in a sector can turn it into a very innovative. And I'm on record here, I guarantee that we're not too far from starting to see the UAE, particularly Dubai, climb to the top of the rankings in academic performance globally because it is a competitive market where the government is doing what it is supposed to do, which is deliver results because we're giving you the opportunity to play in these extraordinary markets. So for us, when we started investing, what we're seeing again is how the source of the capital providers, which are very sophisticated now, we're talking again sovereign wealth funds and global pension funds, what they're seeing is, can you bet on markets like these that are giving you these opportunities? And I see more and more of that, although there's a lot to come yet, but I see the transformation happening very quickly.
At this point, the role of government is extremely important because they do the annual ratings of all the schools, and it's transparent. It's a publicly available document. So any parent can make an informed decision as to where do I want to put my child and how much am I willing to pay for that investment. But that combination between the market forces and the role of government, I think is quite significant in achieving the outcomes that you're talking about.
And a small point there, you mentioned choice. I think when you think about empowering users, whether it's parents or adult users and learners, to actually choose what they want to do with those funds, it's extremely powerful. I think it's not an effective strategy to dictate exactly how people should learn, and releasing these ability of people to make their own choices, informed decisions, is a tremendously powerful force.
I think it's going to become a requirement for competition going forward. I mean, in the U.S. is a laggard, but we now have 36 states that have education savings accounts. And some are quite meaningful. So Florida being sort of the best example. And so it's basically going to be driving what you saw in Abu Dhabi. At the same time, the U.S. basically has, a paralyzed education system that's probably on par with Liberia for like 25% of the population, in broad swaths of places like Illinois and Chicago or Baltimore. These things are as bad as you get in any country in the world. So we have this duality that's just wild. But you are seeing, the sort of civil rights issue of our time, which is these education savings accounts spread more broadly. And when they do, I think you're going to see, a lot of innovation. And so the opportunity to just not be embroiled in a lot of those ideological debates that have really stumbled a lot of Western countries, in that they're just, they're calcified in the way they sort of operate these things. If you can go beyond that argument, you have an opportunity to leapfrog for the broad base, and that's what really unlocks the big GDP gains.
You mentioned a great example in the US. The education system is scattered all over the place, from East Coast to West Coast, and universities as well as corporate. And this is what's happening right now in our region. So if we see, for example, Vision 2030, NEOM in the north of Saudi Arabia is creating jobs, creating a new education system, helping the society to create jobs in the north side. If you move to the west side, you see Red Sea project, Amala project, also helping the youth with the education required in the eastern province. If you go to the south, similar to the Asir investment company, they are creating education system, creating jobs. Even if you move to the east side, Aramco and Sabic, and going to the central, all of Giddiya project, Giga project, Dir'iyya. So if you can see all the regional movement in the right place, right education system is helping the whole nation moving in the right directions.
Absolutely. And for a country of this size to have, and this well-resourced, to have that level of ambition, broadly distributed, it's a unique point in time. It's going to be an amazing next decade.
Yeah.
So panelists, we have roughly 10 minutes left. So what I would like to do is ask a question to all of you. And then, given on our timing, maybe we can open it up for a few questions if you have time. So what lessons can established industries learn from the agility and innovation of startups? And how can larger enterprises adapt their investment strategies to capture the spirit of the entrepreneurial ventures? So,
I think the fintech space is probably showing that. And a company like Visa is working with a lot of them across Africa and around the world to make sure that, again, more people have access to financial services and lowering the cost of actually having that access.
Okay.
I can see some successful story for multinational companies. They go to an economy, they succeed, and some of them, they exit within a few months. The difference is partnership and going local with the local. So mixing these together, partnership mindset, and make sure that you are within the economy, creating jobs, partnering with the ecosystem, then it's a win-win approach for the economy as well as for the corporate globally.
Well, as a startup, I can say that it's two very different mindsets to be a corporate or a startup person, period. And we took money very carefully, but we did take money from Salesforce, Microsoft, Volvo, MasterCard, and others, long list of enterprises, because we knew if they invested in us, they would most likely also use us. And we had really big considerations by taking money, for instance, from Microsoft, because we still want to be open for acquisition from Google or Oracle or whatever. And but I do think that we bring some sexiness and some agility into the game. And I do think some of the most successful startups are those who have very early partnerships with large enterprises, if that's what you go for, and be a SaaS enterprise. So having someone in the startup who really understands how big enterprises act and breathe, head of partnerships, I don't know. I have that skill from my previous careers, but there has to be someone really understanding large organizations. And at large organizations, really having someone that respects the craziness it is to work with younger companies. And when you buy us, it's really important to keep that spirit for a little while, not kill it completely to begin with. So I think it goes both ways. But we took the chance and took money from very, very, very large organizations.
So when I think about I think about how capital essentially is motivating behavior. And when you think about private equity, for example, they're typically thinking about protecting the downside. And when you look about venture capital, they're mostly thinking of the upside. So it's just different ways of thinking. And so typically you have larger companies that behave like private equity. They're protecting the downside. And then you have younger companies that are looking for the upside. So I think the solution is, can you be a big company that is able to segment a part of yourself or your culture that is continuously thinking of the upside rather than protecting from the downside. I'm a pilot, so as in my free time, and I love aviation. And I think about an MRO, which is essentially protecting from the downside and the risk. But then you think of Lockheed Martin and how a company like that is able to produce the most cutting-edge technology in aviation because they've separated kind of these skunkworks team that's doing things where they are completely incentivized in a different direction. Build the future while someone else is making sure that hopefully door panels don't blow out of a planes. And I think that combination is something that big companies can learn how to do as long as they understand where incentives lie.
So I think what's interesting is, I think Fortune 500 companies generally, and just larger companies, they are not startup investors, and it's generally a sign of a peak market when you see them creating corporate venture groups that are trying to make decisions, particularly if they go anywhere near early stage. It's usually a bad sign. And like, for example, when we got started, the CEO of Pearson at the time, she'd been around the block, so she saw us. Like, every corporate venture team I've ever seen, is built in the top of the market and disbanded as soon as the market goes down. So I'm not doing that again. And she was actually the first check-in to Learn Capital, and she said, my team is going to be working alongside you. They're going to review the investments we're making. We're going to look for opportunity for business development. We want early access to acquisitions. We don't need a ROFR or anything like that, but we want to basically, learn from you relative to what's innovative to find what to partner and what to buy. And it's been a 13-year partnership, 200 companies we invested in. They've done deals with a huge range of them. It's been a very productive relationship. So I'd recommend, that type of relationship to just, respect the backgrounds and DNA of the different parties. Or if you really are going to venture into it, I think these groups that you're talking about, like a Lockheed, where you set up an own group with its own incentive structure, that's great. The chance that you're going to pull that off, making new investments versus developing a new product is very low. So.
Whether you're a startup or growth stage or scaling, investment is required, right? Whether you bring it in from a shareholder or a family office.
Or angel investors, I want to highlight, very important.
Investment is required. And the stimulus is a natural byproduct of that. But stimulus obviously carries a lot of weight, meaning it could take you on a good ride or it could take you on a not so good ride. But ultimately, I think no matter what happens, we need good partners. We need very smart board members. We need a chairman that's very dialed into our business. And more importantly, the management team has to have the flexibility to operate. But we still need investment. And so as a corporate partner or a mid-market partner, it's required. So we have roughly 3 minutes left. So want to open it up to any questions. And let's get started. Yes, sir.
He is a superstar.
Okay, I'm going to take a different approach to, and I would like to challenge or
Please.
Wait for your responses. I'm going to approach this investment opportunity from a public sector perspective. One, education, human capital development is a public good, okay, which requires public sector intervention. Unfortunately, the public sector, as the gentleman here mentioned, they pay salaries and that's it. They have no profit motive. They have no reason beyond spending the money to provide a qualitative outcome, not output. On the other hand, it's a long-term endeavor, so people want to see quick bucks or quick return on their investment. How do you propose a model or a framework that balances between these two competing ideas or competing concepts?
Can I say something there? I lived through that as an investor in the space when we started investing in K-12 and the capital we were getting was private equity. They have an investment horizon. They need to leave, period. They need to leave. And what we started doing, and this was not just us, say we need to convince the long-term investors like sovereign wealth funds, infrastructure funds, and pension funds to invest. And they they actually drove the multiples up. So I think it's about understanding who's the right investor for what. And what you're seeing now is a tremendous appetite from long-term investors, including the PIF, that's saying, I can put money there, I can make money, it's just I don't need to exit. It's a dividend base, and so there's enormous attributes to the education space that can attract these kind of capital. It just didn't have the scale 10 years ago. And now you are seeing the scale and you're seeing the capital flowing. So I think there are mechanisms to get to that.
Yeah, I would just say in this digital era of ones and zeros, you have the ability to focus on the outputs that you didn't have. This argument 20 years ago was, you couldn't make it, right? Now you can hold people accountable by doing all sorts of metrics relative to what you want the output to be, the non-economic output. They're making money and scaling these private schools, but you can hold them accountable. I was having a conversation with the gentleman from ETS, and I met the guy who developed the PISA score, and they're developing I think they're already rolling out where they can do a PISA score by school. I mean, that's one way to hold them accountable is insist on the elevation of the PISA score by school, and look at the slope of that. So I think you can get the compromises with the data, the evidence-based data that people have to produce, and you feed the winners and shut down the losers.
I can highlight, as you know, like Saudi Arabia used to be a new oil-based economy, building the economy from a government. However, what PIF is doing right now, creating companies to make sure that it's self-sustained by having their own board to make sure that it's sustainable for the economy itself.
So Abdullah, Carl, Greg, and Luis, and Soleima, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. And
thank you for moderating us.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eric.
Thank you.
No.
Good? All right. Welcome. Can you hear me in the room here? Microphones are on? No?
No.
It's not good enough in terms of the mic?
Yeah. I can test. I think mine is on.
Yours is on.
Yep.
No, mine is not on.
Okay.
Hello.
I think mine's
Hello.
working.
Mine is.
Yeah.
I need some help from the technician team.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
that's
working.
better.
Yeah.
Thank you. Great. Welcome. Welcome to all of you here around the table, and welcome to all of our attendees joining us on this dialogue around the future of work and well-being. What a topic. I think that we all know that the future is in front of us, but when we are talking future ready and the readiness, I think it's no better time to talk about what it means. So today you will hear on the dialogue, and let me take, so make not mistake on your introductions. Today we have Alan Hood, who's coming from SABIC as a HR specialist.
Yes.
Is that right? In
Senior
well-being.
analyst, yes.
Senior HR specialist in
Yes.
well-being. And Alessa, we have also Jennifer Moss, author, researcher, workplace policy strategist, coming all the way from Canada. We have then Jason Box coming from SABIC as well, as the director of engagement and well-being. We then have on my right Stuart Evans from Rolls-Royce as a people director for future of work capability and learning.
Yep.
And then we have right in front of me, we have Abdullah Al-Rashid, director of the King, I'm going to probably pronounce it wrong, but please forgive me.
Give it a shot.
King Abdulaziz Center for World Culture, ATRA.
Very good.
Good. Myself, Olivier Dubuisson, coming from Rhythmic from Switzerland, and that's us started. So, future of work well-being. As we said, very important topic, and one will go with the other. Well, let's discover how we are going to do that. I wanted to maybe let's back into the definition of future of work, because it means a lot to a lot of people. So the 4 quadrants I had the personal opportunity to research was that in the future of work, we need to think about mindset, we need to think about the way we think, the culture, how we are engaging with our workforce or resources. We need to think about leadership. What's the role of the leader? How do I encourage an organization that is curious in the future, and how do I take the steps to do that? We are going to talk also about the 3rd quadrant, which is technology. No, of course, AI has been omnipresent in big stage, but also here in the dialogues. But there is also other elements of technology. How can we always be in a ready state of whatever is coming that will disrupt the workplace in the future? And the 4th quadrant, which is ways of working. How can we engage in different ways of working, which means different ways we meet, different ways of collaborating, different ways of being in the workplace. So these are the 4 quadrants which will encourage our discussion. And then we'll come to that question. We'll come to well-being. But let's get started around it. And we have a bit of time, as you see, for those of you in the room. We have about an hour and 15 because Jason and Alan from SABIC are going to give us the honor of presenting also a little bit more in the details, one of your specific programs. So we look forward to that. And we end up with some Q&A. Okay. I will go for the 1st quadrant, mindset, culture. What does it mean in the future of work? Let me start, I will point, Jennifer.
Sure. I mean, that's a very big question. Culture is actually at the foundation of well-being, I believe. If you don't have trust, if you don't have relationships with your people, if you, if you're disconnected and you lack empathy, there is going to be a real issue with well-being. The book that I previously wrote, which is interesting because I wrote it in the pandemic, and I'd been writing about burnout and researching it for probably a decade before the pandemic hit, and I was saying burnout is a problem, we should probably be paying attention to it, and then, pandemic hit and everyone was talking about burnout, and it was already an issue, but it exploded the conversation inside the pandemic. And what the real issue was, and why people were leaving and why people were feeling burned out, is that we had a business as usual mindset in the middle of a catastrophic crisis. And the reason why 41% of the workforce turned over, It wasn't pay for 2 years in a row. It was lack of empathy from my employer. They don't care about me, is what they were saying. And so when we think about, well-being as a nice to have, it's actually a critical must have if you want to be able to keep this future workforce engaged and healthy and to have them stay.
You speak about burnout and burnout rates. Can you tell us more? And then we'll be keen to also hear from each of you. What was your research? What did you find? I hear it, but I'm wondering if you have insights you could share.
Yes, so for 40 years, there has been an argument within the academic world about what to call this, what is referred to in Sweden actually as extreme exhaustion disorder. But finally, in 2019, the World Health Organization identified burnout as institutional and occupational stress left unmanaged. And it was the workplace context so that we could have some accountability. And so at that point, the reason why they had identified burnout and had to make it and label it was that the ILO and the WHO had a 7-year study that found that 700,000 people die per year from overwork alone. And it was catastrophic. And so when they labeled it, this was in 2019, 2020 hit, and then obviously went through the roof. And so we saw mass numbers of people burning out. It was roughly around 65% of the workforce at one point had said that they were feeling always or often burned out. And then we started to see that rise in certain groups. Women in particular were more likely to burn out than their male counterparts. And we thought that, and I hear this, burnout is so 2020, we don't want to hear about it anymore. And yet, we are seeing worse numbers than we are on burnout than we did in the center of the pandemic right now. We have the highest number of mental health disability claims across Europe, and not all across Europe, but in the UK, and we see this in Italy, we see this in US and Canada, where there's high levels of burnout, and it is because we have not had time to recover. And that is where I think organizations are really missing this idea of, and CEOs, again, growth is their number one priority, and then AI, and then workforce. And if you don't have a recovered workforce, you're not going to be able to establish AI, and you're never going to be able to establish growth. So we have to flip that around.
I wonder if there is a role that plays into how you can also address or prevent burnout. Is in the ways of working, it's the element of being safe, to be able to speak up, to be able to raise to leadership. I'm not feeling well, or I don't have the equipment or tools. That brings about, and how do we create this environment that's safe? Now we talk about psychological safety. I wonder if maybe Stuart, you would have to give us some perspectives on what that means and how does that relate to what Jennifer was sharing too.
Yeah, I think it's a critical area. When you talked about mindset at the start, it was psychological safety that jumped to mind for me. I think very often we think about psychological safety and we point to the organization or leadership and think it's their role to create a psychologically safe environment. And of course, to some extent it is. But I think there is a personal mindset element as well in psychological safety, and that's one of having a growth mindset, or I talk a lot about learning agility. So that ability to unlearn things that you might have known for the vast majority of your life and relearn them in a new way, and then be willing to unlearn them once again and relearn on a continuous cycle is something that's critically important to enable psychological safety, and I think success probably in a fast-moving world that we live in today. So yes, environment important, but there's a personal accountability piece as well in this. It's not a blame game.
I wonder how you create psychological safety. Is there anyone that would like to contribute? Jason, maybe?
Well, I'm going to, first of all, can I just go back to the mindset question, because it's very interesting, because mindset drives culture, but also mindset shapes behaviors, and they all are very intrinsic. But if you then lean into mindset, well-being probably fits under employee centricity. And employee centricity is about the care and well-being of people in the company. And some of the work we've been looking at in SABIC is about the maturity and the culture change gaps that possibly companies need to look at. And in this case, you can look at it in two extremes. On the far left, possibly leading up to and post-COVID, it was very physical well-being focused. Then companies said, well, let's build on that and bring in a lot of the sort of mind well-being, psychological well-being. And then actually the world is moving forward now, and it's actually starting to say, well, actually it's more than just mind. And you're going to hear from Alanude later about, the end-to-end well-being is far more than just physical and mind. And then you go from a culture perspective and mindset is, does a company want to go all the way, which is actually well-being goes end-to-end. So it does not stop at the company gate. It follows you all the way home and it comes back into work. And therefore, when you look at mindset, the final sort of maturity point is whether a company is willing to go end-to-end and train team leaders to identify early warning signs in people, coach them how to help and have good conversations, and then how to flag it if it's a concern. And really, companies can choose where they want to be in terms of the mindset and the culture that they want in their company. And if they want to go left, then it's more of a lighter touch, much more cascade, top-down. If you go on the right, it's much more equipping everybody in the company to have greater awareness of well-being, coach the leaders to intervene and mentor, and also from the top down, the leaders are walking the talk and driving that level of culture into the company.
I think you both started, and Jennifer as well, is that at the end, culture, mindset brings us one part of the equation. Leaders, you mentioned right now, Jason, but you also implied it, into your talks, is that to be able to navigate it, we are going to have to create a new level of leadership too. Abdullah, would you like to? Or
Yeah, I wanted to say something before we move on to leaders. So, if you're so I'm speaking of maybe particularly Gen Z and Gen. I know Gen Alpha aren't at work yet, but that's where we research mostly. Gen Z and Gen Alpha with their families and all of that. But on the work context, you asked about psychological safety at work and mental well-being at work. I think it's three-pronged. We're gonna talk about leaders, so I'm gonna leave that. But there are two other parts: the individual's mindset, like the actual employee, and then the group mindset, which is part of culture as well. So taking the individual mindset, some characteristics of the younger generation, and I speak to a lot of the people in the audience because in the kingdom we're a very young nation with a lot of people in the workforce in their 20s and in their early 30s. There is a paradox that is very difficult to manage mentally. The drive for career and success and extreme competition that comes with that, with such a large population entering the workforce, fast-growing country, high pace, and then the desire for work-life balance. And so, although leaders have a big part, as you've said, to play part of that, actually your peers play a big part in setting that as well. And so when your peers, your colleagues next to you, you see them staying late at work, seeing them respond to late emails, even when the leaders don't have a role in that, you feel an impotence to try and do that as well, and you reach burnout and do that. So part of it, I think, is an internal, first of all, is an internal decision that you make about what you value, what you think is important. It's very difficult to do this at the ages of 25, 24, and 23 to think so long term. But when you listen to people who are at the end of their careers or professors at the culmination of their practice, they all talk about what's really valuable in life. And they all talk about human connection, mental well-being, as things that they felt that they could have spent more time on in their 20s and 30s. And to have the consciousness to absorb that in your 20s and 30s is, I think, an advantage on the long term. And the second thing is, can you create a culture in the work environment that allows people to have that individual decision? And that's maybe something we'll allude to, but that's the safe space that you want to try and create.
But it's, again, we are all somehow finding that this culture, which is an aspirational and also translated into the day-to-day part of the work, being, this kind of resulting of the collective that comes together like teams, that forms that overall culture. And then the leaders, the role of the leader. I'm really curious to hear more about what's the role of the leader. Happy to, Alan, would you like to give your perspective? And of course, the impact on well-being too.
Yes. Actually, we will describe later the overall what we are doing regarding overall well-being for our leaders. But the role of the leaders is to be more interactive with their employee because they have the direct impact and overall well-being of the employees. So the way they are treating them, the way they are putting some pressure on them, or to build psychological safety environment for their employee is the one creating and engaging the employees to have more positive mental health at workplace.
And for some of you leaders, we are starting now, so we appreciate the role of the leader will be and moving into something quite critical. We took burnout, psychological safety. You reinforce that point, Alan. Stuart?
Yeah, I was just going to jump in and say I'm going to come back to my learning agility or growth mindset piece. I think that's an important element for leaders, particularly when they're older, from a generational perspective. We've got a whole load of leaders that are not thinking the same way as the Gen Z, Gen Alpha, and probably not even in the millennial stage. So I think it's helping those leaders understand what the differences are amongst the generations in terms of expectations of work, full stop. And then at the top level, thinking about how they translate that into the systems that exist within the organization. Again, relearning what they've been brought up with through their own careers, where they've probably been told when you think values and behaviors, you have to set an organizational mission and a big purpose statement, and think that once we've set this purpose statement, that's done because everybody then will follow us and they'll know why they're coming to work every day. And the reality is, for the younger generations in particular, purpose isn't about work, or it's certainly not just about work. It is whole life. It's something much bigger than work. So how do you build an organizational system that supports that kind of environment? And some of the work that I've started doing is looking at belonging versus purpose. So having individual leaders create a sense of belonging, it drives inclusion as well. So everybody is able to show up and be themselves. They feel like they belong as part of that organizational system for however long that may last. But that's very different to a top-down approach that tells everybody how they're going to turn up and what they're turning up for.
Curious to hear, Jennifer, is there a research or work that you have been exposed that underpins some of what Stuart and the team were sharing today?
Yeah, so I might be a bit provocative here to say this, but I actually think that leaders and executive leaders play a primary role in well-being, and that mindset. I've spent time with Marty Seligman and worked on, psychological fitness, and he really strongly believes that it is around our own ability to practice that psychological fitness and to overcome a lot of those barriers. But when you look at the root causes of burnout, the 6 root causes of burnout, they're, lack of fairness, they're, lack of pay, appropriate pay. So until we get equal pay, then we're still going to have those kinds of issues. We're looking at lack of community, loneliness, workload, unmanageable workload, and then values mismatch. Just being in a fit. And we saw a lot of that happen, especially in healthcare and teachers, where they thought that they loved their job, and then in the pandemic they hated it and felt demoralized. We're seeing a shortage of critical skills and talent because they are feeling a lack of match to what they love to do and passion for it. And the reason why leaders and executive leaders and at the firm level play such a big role is that we could want to and desire to to have agency, but if we don't have that, if we don't have that autonomy, then we're never going to have the well-being realized. And it's hygiene. I mean, Herzberg's theory, which is the research that I spent a lot of time in for the book, is this idea that if you don't get the hygiene, the corporate hygiene, which is basically the pay, the root causes of burnout, if you don't get that right, what he's found is you cannot motivate. So unless you get those root causes solved, you will have a continually disengaged workforce. So that has to happen. And what we're doing is we're tackling well-being way downstream with tactics that aren't dealing with this part, like just pay people equally, promote women, make sure that there's not bias in the workforce, make sure that you have people that feel safe, physically safe and psychologically safe. And when we looked at the data around people that were always or often burned out, 67% of those people that identify that way could not admit that they had mental illness, that could not admit they were burned out. So, again, we have to really get at the root cause before we can get to well-being. And right now, we're looking at the lowest level of unhappiness that we've seen in decades, and it is because we're attacking it way further downstream.
Jason.
Yeah, I'd like to build on the psychological safety piece, because as you said, Jennifer, if it's not a safe environment for you to feel as though you can declare that you're not feeling well. My previous company, we had a saying, which is, it's okay to not be okay. But actually, that's such an easy thing to say, but it's actually a very difficult thing to deliver if the psychological safety and if your team leader is not trained to be empathetic and open. And as Alanoud said, the other driver is, if you even got the psychological safety, if the team leader is not driving the right meaningful work and the right environment for it to be safe to speak up, to have belonging, to feel included, to be inclusive, if it's set in the work that is not in line with meaningful work where people want to go and develop, then that's going to create stress. And therefore, the team leader, if it's not well trained, can actually be causing a lot of the issues on the team. So the drivers are going both ways, and it's really important that both are addressed.
Yeah, I think on a more tactical level, because I think what you're talking about is really important, because it's root cause addressing. But on the tactical level for a leader, some things that we found are critical. So I'd say there are two main traits that are encompassed by empathy as an over-encompassing thing. The first is bravery as a leader. And that's bravery because all these corporations, all companies have jargon, have values that speak to all of these things. And leaders who really want to do best for their employees and people who are under them need to be brave enough to live up to those values. And that's sometimes standing up against the unwritten values that happen. I always like striking the example of the leader has a boss as well, right? And their boss asks them to finish X or Y within a few days, right? And so some leaders take that, say it's 3 days' time, and cascade it down as a one-day deadline, right? Because they don't trust their team to do a good job. That creates an incredible amount of pressure, psychological, etc., on the employees. And that stems from, I think, a lack of bravery to challenge the original deadline or whatever it was, but also a lack of trust in your employees. And then the second part is communication, because sometimes you do have to make some really tough decisions that are going to be detrimental or not great for your team. But if you communicate them the right way, you tend to get people on your side rather than flip on the other side. And these two are really just empathy, right? It's just like putting yourself in the other person's shoe, understanding what it takes, what they're going to sacrifice in order to do it, and practicing it. And these are really small, simple things that we do maybe with our families or ourselves that we never really practice in the workplace because we put other things as priorities, but are really powerful even for younger generations because they feel like they're part of belonging and the team as well.
The trait of leadership that I was kind of trying to summarize in my mind, and I wonder what's your perspective on that, is in the future of work, do we need the leaders of yesterday that had the answer? Or do we need the leaders of tomorrow that are curious and vulnerable? Vulnerability is a word that we can play with, but curiosity, I think, is a very important word there, which have this ability to do two things. On one hand, attend to the execution, the operations, what they know, and they are comfortable with doing and leading organizations into that. And on the other end, the innovation, the creative thinking, the intuition, going beyond the boundaries, going in the unknown. Yeah. And sometimes I wonder if the leaders of tomorrow have this, or needs to develop this ability to browse the future of work, or navigate, or surf on it, or whatever we want to do, but have this balance of both. Perspectives on that? What does that resonate with you? Does that challenges you? Where's your energy?
I've got a couple of points maybe to... I mean, leaders can be either open or closed. And if you're a closed mindset, you're not really in listening mode. And when you're not listening, you're not curious, and therefore you're not learning. In SABIC, we've actually embarked, and we're striving to look into becoming a learning organization. The world is complex, it's volatile. You know, a lot of things we're going to have to do is going to have to be very different to what they are now. And if we're not a learning organization, we're not going to be able to thrive in the future markets that we're going for. So a learner mindset is absolutely critical, and it's built on psychological safety, but it's all about a curious mind. It's about, it's okay to fail as long as you fail fast and you learn from it. So encouraging experimentation, vulnerability, fallibility of leaders, and that sort of openness. I think there's another piece of study that says a very simple concept of the line, and of course that's quite a big theme in Saudi because we're building a line, and you're either above the line or below the line. And if you're above the line, you're very curious, you're open to failure, you're really good in creativity. And whether you're below the line, you're looking for blame, you're not got the energy, you're not open to explore different ways. And of course, you can be above and below the line either as your general character or during the day. If you're having a bad time, you possibly will slip below the line. And so it's a really important thing about leaders. Where are you at the moment? And if you are below the line and you need to inspire your team, you've got to move yourself above the line. And that's about leadership, and it's about discipline and behavior change.
You described there, looks like a roller coaster. Just had a chance to look at this line, and in mind I had this roller coaster. Right.
Just a comment there. I worked in an engineering capacity as a leader, and I currently work in a completely creative sector, like it's culture and arts, basically. And the skill set, the difference in skill set in managing in both couldn't be further away, right? And in one, you have really concrete 1 + 1 = 2. Your engineers like really concise, direct instructions and you can have direct black and white answers. And in the other, you're trying to create a painting, right? So like, what makes a good painting? Do you put your opinion? Do you not? Yes. Do you get them or not? And so to your point about balancing execution with curiosity, the future is going to be the merger of those two things, as technology, and which we're going to get to, but technology and other things come into, which are engineering capacity-driven things, and then creativity becoming the core human capability that will add value in the workplace as we automate further. The ability to balance those two is going to be really critical, and I speak a lot with my leaders about the challenge of doing that. When do you diverge and when do you converge as a leader with your team is really important.
I'm going to point to Alanud. Leadership. Give us a closing comment on what will be your suggestion to leaders for the future of work. Then we move into technology.
For the leaders, you mean? Okay. Maybe it's creating the psychological safety for their employees, so they can encourage them, they can make mistakes, they can be open to try new experience. Because the things that we are now here, it's based on our experience and current experience. This is our future. So if our leaders creating this psychological safety environment and behaviors that we can move on, and we can sometimes make a mistake, and we can sometimes we can reach our things that we want to be at the future. So maybe this is the most things that I want to highlight.
Thank you, Alanud. Now, let's move into the third quadrant, technology. So we know that we have heard it. We're probably going to go into it. So apologize already in advance. We are going to talk about AI. But there is more than that. And I wonder, what's the role of technology in the future of work, but also what's the role of technology to achieve the state of well-being, to be satisfied with work? I think technology has a really important role to play, but what would be practically, what should we do, and what organization could do? Who would like to start, Jennifer?
Well, I think it does dovetail into leadership because, I was sharing that I'm in the throes of just finishing the manuscript now for this last this Coming Up book, and I have a chapter that's jumping the timeline, and I feel like we are not in the future of work, but we're actually in some sort of metaverse of work, and we've skipped over a timeline because, you know, when you look at the history of work, it's been 500 years since the first office and factory. I feel like we're in year 4 of this next 500 year, or however long this next section is going to be. And so when we think about technology and AI and any sort of thinking around how to lead this, you know, well-being through this next phase, it's about looking at it like there's no frame of reference and it's all new learning. And so a learning culture is essential because we don't have a frame of reference. We are not doing things as we did before. And that when it comes to well-being, one of the things that we're seeing, and Gallup data just came out around this term that they affectionately call FOBO, another one, which is fear of becoming obsolete. And younger generation right now, that's doubled their fear of being obsolete. And it used to be older workers feeling like automation was coming in, but it's actually now Gen Zs that are feeling, and younger millennials are actually feeling this sense of obsolescence and fear that AI is going to take over. And yet we have shiny object syndrome, and that's terrifying people because yes, AI is important, but it's an and statement. It's a both and. We need AI and to be competitive and to think about it, and we need to scale up workers because they dovetail. And I think Satya Nadella and how he's kind of looking at that at Microsoft is looking at combining those two things and really looking at the fact that by 2030 we're going to have $8.5 trillion deficit in talent and 8.5 million jobs left unskilled. But if we're only focusing on AI, people are going to continue to feel obsolete and we're not going to have enough people skilled for roles. So increasing well-being is understanding that these two things are very much together, and communication from leadership around compassionate integration of AI and not just wholesale adopting technology without really thinking about why it matters and how to communicate that, and making sure that people feel like even if you might not stay in this company, you have a job somewhere because I'm going to make you future ready or timeline multiverse ready. And that's not happening really as well as it should right now. We're seeing just a lot of people saying, let's take on AI and not actually think it through and how to compassionately integrate it. And that I think is that place where we meet well-being in execution of communication.
Sure. Yeah, I'm going to sound, certainly I'm at risk of sounding like I've been drinking the Kool-Aid, but I think AI actually has the potential to be a win-win in terms of driving productivity for the organization, but also being a key driver of well-being for the individual. Particularly when you start looking at AI assistants. So again, Microsoft looking at Copilot, everybody's looking at a Copilot if they've got a tech platform. But if we can have that permanent AI assistant sitting alongside us, and I think we talked about it in an earlier session around being a personal tutor for learning. Well, it can be a personal assistant for anything, frankly. Then it enables a better balance between what you prioritize to do and what you get the artificial assistant to do for you. So I think, again, if you think about AI being more relevant probably in the task space, that frees you up space to be more creative, to think about the type of activity you want to be engaged in, or to prioritize home life or other things that give meaning to your life, coming back to that sense of real purpose being bigger than just work. Very quick example, we're looking at it for our engineering populations. We've got 14,000 engineers globally, just doing a piece of work using generative AI to try and better capture the knowledge that we've got across the enterprise. At the moment, our engineers estimate they spend about 25% of their time trying to find the answer to something, find some knowledge in the organizational system. And they say 3 times out of 4, it's the wrong answer. So if we can improve just that process alone using generative AI and build in a kind of company-specific data lake, we not only drive a huge, and I mean multi-million pound productivity gain year on year, but how much better for well-being when you're not having to spend a quarter of your working life just searching for information, knowing that 3/4 of that time it's going to be wrong anyway. So big
Well,
potential.
Can I just add, I just want to say something to that, because I think what's so interesting is what we've seen with AI as we've started to adopt it. We are working 30% more each day to hit the same goals. So our productivity since 1950 has risen 430%, and yet we're working more. And as AI continues to increase, and we've seen this now in Dr. Gurja's look on time poverty, we're more time poor than we ever have been. So how do we make sure that AI isn't just filling in more space and we're just working more, which is leading to our lack of well-being? So I feel like we need to think of, how does AI actually give us time wealth? And right now it's still, and I do believe that AI, I agree with you. I actually think we need two things to happen at the same time, but what I'm finding is that time poverty continues, and AI is supposed to give us time back, and it's just not doing that yet.
Interestingly, when I look back at AI and the jobs, and I mean, a lot of people fear about what it means in terms of job losses in the future, and very encouraging messages as well to say, it will create so many jobs. He's one person, though, which I had a chance to meet last week, Mo Gaudat, ex-chief from Google X. And we, in a very short interaction, he reminded me of something that he said to Stephen Bartlett, the Diary of a CEO podcast. He said, immediately, AI will not replace your job, but someone using it will. And so I think that that's very profound in terms of what it means into the day-to-day of what we do. But then there are two things that comes to mind, and it relates to well-being. And Abdullah, I will come to you, because I know that in our preparation, you mentioned something which made me think, is there a new category of well-being that we are looking at? Disparity of access. Large organizations have the funds to fund Copilot. I come from a startup world, that's no money, and it's too expensive. So we have to find ways. How could we create that level of access? And not every country has equally access to the technology. Try AI in Arabic. There is another software that does that. It's how do we train it? What's the level of knowledge and that exists, that is being consumed, that we do that? The second one is the fear of what it creates to it. So I wonder if, when we relate to well-being, what does it mean? And is there something that we have as leaders and professionals to, as an accountability, to create something, that a response to it that also linked to the well-being into the workplace? Abdullah, in preparation you did mention to me, and I was like, oh, this is really something I was not expecting, but something about digital well-being. Can you tell us more about what it means, and
so this is
relate
where,
to this?
Yeah, so this is maybe, out of the 4 areas you've mentioned, this is where I think we are probably world leading as an institution. We do some of the largest research in the world around digital well-being, as we've defined it. And beyond AI, because I think AI is a tool or a channel, we look at technology's implication on humanity, particularly on, again, younger generations. So just throw some stats. 30 countries surveyed, one of the largest surveys in the world in that space, and 53% of Gen Z say they'd rather lose their friend than lose their phone. And that tells you, like, everything you need to know about social life for a new generation. In ranking world countries in FOMO, that come out of notifications out of digital devices, Saudi Arabia is in top 3. The other ones are India and the UAE. And you touch your phone over 2,700 times per day, just to check out various things. Even today, like we're talking, 50% of the audience is on their phone, right? What that does about time poverty, because time poverty isn't about just the amount of time you have, but the quality of the time that you have. I get bombarded by my peers for not taking photos. Like I virtually have no photos in my phone, because I like to enjoy the moment that I'm in as much as I can. I have other guilts that are, but maybe that's one of them. And if you think about workplace well-being, what that does, so take it on multiple levels. First, the interruptions that happen that have nothing to do with work to your employees, etc., just because they have a device next to them that goes with them everywhere they go. It's the last thing they touch before they go to bed. It's the first thing they touch when they wake up. It's what they spend the most time on. I think our average is 1 day per week. 20 years, if you live up to 80 years, are spent connected to the internet, according to that. And while AI can be used for positive things, if you take, for example, social media, which is one of the biggest areas you spend your time on, a lot of social media interaction by percentage is negative or neutral. Very, very little of social media is actually positive for you. And so I think we've seen some policies from governments, we've seen some policies from companies about trying to stop that tide or curb it. And I think they've been met with mixed results. But that, for me, is some of the biggest fears I have. As you have Apple Vision Pro Quest, and they become glasses that you have on all the time. In a few years, this is not going to be very far. It's going to be a year or two. As you get connected entirely, and as your reality and your virtual world mix together, what that does to your mental well-being. Our polls show that 40% of people self-profess that they have a completely different personality online than they have in real life. Can you imagine? Like, that's bipolarism in the new world, right? Like, I act completely different online. I'm like aggressive. I cyberbully. All of that. But in real life, I'm like the nicest guy. So it's an outlet for something else. What happens when that becomes like completely immersive in your work life, in your relationship life? So we're trying to understand this a lot more. We work with Mo as well on this, and a few other international peers, to try and provide insight into that. And that's where I think I don't have an answer, but I would love to raise a wider alarm as we adopt these things. I love a research that we had from Spain that said that you would never get into a car that's never been crash tested. Right? Like, if an Uber driver gets into stops and the car looks weird, you know, maybe it has no wheels or one of them are going off, and they're going to take you on a long journey. You would never get into that car if it's not been crash tested. But you're willing to put on a VR headset connected to your brain that will rewire the way you think, and it's not been crash tested because there's been no mental well-being tests on it. The implications on your psyche have not been checked. It doesn't go through FDA approval. Like, it has nothing of that. It's a tool, a device that rewires you, and it rewires us, and it's been proven to do that. And so it's interesting, I think, to spend a bit more time on that, have a conversation about that at work and beyond it.
We have right to disconnect in Canada.
Yeah.
The law,
what is that?
The right to disconnect law in Canada, which is now that if an employer does try to reach out to you after hours, you can sue them. There's a policy.
I have some of my employees here. It's not a good idea.
There's probably not been a single lawsuit.
Oh, really?
But it is now law in Ontario.
Does it come from COVID, post-COVID?
Yeah. Yeah, they decided that there needs to be some protections, and whether it's being regarded or not, it's not like Canada has the best data around overwork. They still do have high rates of overwork, but it is supposed to be kind of a deterrent. Yeah.
Okay. For me, I just want to add one point. I personally agree with the same fears of the things that what the AI going to do with our future. Personally, I share the same fear. But I think we can use this technology to reach all let me take it from my perspective at SABIC. We are a global company. We have different regions, different sectors. So we are not all our employees and at the same time, at the same place. So it's nice to have like a well-being app to reach all the employees under one platform. So it will increase the awareness, and we can reach them for well-being campaigns, resources, and some measurement. So I think this is the point that we can use the technology in our side sometimes, and let's ignore sometimes the fact that our fear in the future. So now we are exploring the market and what the things that can be in our side regarding the well-being app. So this is the things that I want to add, the positive side regarding the things.
Yeah. Of course, building on that, that comes back to mindset, because if you've got a mindset where the whole company takes it seriously, deploying an app on well-being is going to land well. And coming back to the future and AI, I mean, you can use gamification. And how much fun is it where you have region against region, you know, on a fitness campaign for the month, you know. It just gamifies it, makes it a bit more fun, but actually there's a serious undertone to it as well. And Abdullah, to your point, I love the distraction point around phones, and I've got 2 children, so I'm very disturbed by it all. But You know, I've seen research where even if the phone is on your desk, switched off, it's still 30% distracting you during your day. 30%. So that's got to be having well-being impacts on people. Doesn't matter the generation, it's impacting everybody. But on the flip side, coming back to the technology piece, I've seen research where, you know, particularly the young millennials, although I feel that I'm a young millennial, particularly with my phone, is that 7 to 8 apps, digital apps, they've been on in the morning before they even get into work. And then when they come into work, the first thing we do is put them in front of the desktop or a laptop in a cubicle, logging into big, monstrous systems, heavy processes. And so you can see the disconnect between the world they want to live in and the work environment that we put them in. And there's something there that we've got to make the work more meaningful by embracing technology, digital, in some way. It's not an easy answer, though.
Future of work is also the future for children, for sure, no? And how they are being exposed to technology at this point. Should I remind that AI, from a strategy perspective, there is a Tortoise Index that I invite any of you to go and explore. And the Tortoise Index evaluates what's the policy, what's the vision, and what's the execution, etc. And guess Saudi Arabia ranked at which number? It's number 1 on the vision. So clearly, you know, there is a very big vision. Now, America wins on all of the other components, now effectively, to bring them to be number 1 of the overall Tortoise Index, and then some other countries. But so there is also an emerging reflection coming from other parts of the world as to how technologies, especially AI, and how does that bring into the vision of the workplace. Then what does it mean for kids? Your point. What does it mean to the younger generation coming into the workforce in 10 years, in 20 years? They're already born today. They're already here. They're around us. No, not in this room, but no, they are already in our lives. So what are we preparing for them? That's a question that we will keep up. Technology, any more that you would like to close? Are you okay to move? I'm also conscious of time. We will get into SABIC in a minute. Fourth and last point on the 4th quadrant of the future of work, ways of working. The ways of working is vast. It covers quite a few things. One of the very common threats that I've had a chance to see in the future of work is how do we collaborate differently? Removing silos, etc., which has very repercussions in culture and everything in leadership. The second one is how we meet in the future. I was actually meeting, she was on stage just before, this lady that has developed Appio, and it's kind of a decluttering meetings, you know, and I find fascinating, so I was researching it earlier. So meetings, collaborating, innovating, there is a new recipe required, and that will require some change in the way we work. I just wondered what's your perspective and the link to well-being as well? I will start with Stuart.
Yeah, I think it does link back to technology actually as well as one of the key enablers. I was chuckling at Jason's example of people being put into cubicles to do work, and that's a great definition of siloed working, right? Because you're literally surrounded by walls every day. But in an environment where we used to make people commute into work, or some companies still do, and there's a generational issue there as well, depending on how old the CEO is, but that's a different story. But if you're commuting into work and sitting with the same group of people every day, then by default you're not collaborating across the enterprise, across a broader network, globally, across boundaries. So the technology is an enabler for that, as long as you don't end up taking it too far, right? So I've been a big fan of hybrid working since before the pandemic, which everyone's jumped on the bandwagon of now. But working from home as much as you need to, if you don't have a need to be in an office for a physical presence for a particular purpose, is good for people's well-being. It enables balance, and it drives productivity. All the data backs that up. So I think we've got to get away from this. Is it a return to the office mandate? Is it a fixed hybrid mandate, which is bizarre? That's an oxymoron in itself. But how do we help, back to leadership probably, how do we help people have better conversations so their relationship with work is personalized? Because everybody's role is different, right? So you choose the right location for the work that you're doing on that particular day. You choose the right technology to collaborate, to connect, to talk to others, depending on the work that you're doing, the project you're doing, the scale of the collaboration that's required. And sometimes you'll even meet in person if that collaboration makes sense, if there's a need to build team or whatever it might be. So for me, it's hyper-personalization of the work experience moving forward.
I agree with that entirely. I think that we are great at personalizing products for our customers and our clients, but we're not great at personalizing our relationships and the way that we work and how we interact with employees. And as leaders, that isn't our best. We haven't seen that executed in the way that it should be, And so if we can have leaders and managers and direct managers have the ability to have that radical flexibility, which is, and I love this, Adam Grant talks about this freedom from and freedom to, this idea of we're so hyper-focused on where we're working versus who we work with, how we work, and when. I mean, there's 60 or more % of the workforce that is not optimized for working remotely anyways. So let's think about the fact that, maybe instead we can think about pairing people on shifts together that get along better. And, what about changing timelines? We did this research with nurses, for example, and there was a group of nurses that found that it was very difficult to get care in the morning, but they could get care in the evening. So they just shifted their hours by 2 hours, start time, and started a bit later, just so that then they could work out the shift, and it changed morale. I mean, these are very simple ways that we can be thinking about how and when, and that hyperfixation on the where piece, I think, is the problem. I mean, for those that are remote enabled, Nick Bloom has great, data to show that the purely capitalist, if you want to think purely capitalist, best way, the worst is 5 days in. Remote is not great, but it's better than 5 days in, and the best shareholder return is hybrid. And it's hybrid with flexibility on coming in with, like Microsoft does, moments that matter. So it's thinking around more like 50% of the time you're at work, and that can give or take, but you can come in core hours, and you come in for what they call moments that matter, and that's really like onboarding, new people coming in, a project that you want to work on together, and each manager decides every single week with their team when that fits. And if a week doesn't fit, it's okay. And so I think from the where standpoint, that's a really good autonomous way of leading. But in general, it's more just about freedom and thinking about giving agency and freedom in those decisions.
No, nothing from my end.
Okay. For me, if we take a moment and we go back to the pandemic, when it's locked down and we all at home, we were appreciating the one single normal day at work, right? Isn't it about we don't want to work from home now, or we want to go back to the same things that we just want, staying at home and disconnected from our work? But it's about making balance. So sometimes flexibility is the key message that the employees, they are seeking for. When we are raising sometimes work from home, it's about flexibility, because there is different circumstances. Life is changing now. There is different things that sometimes when working in different cities, traffic, family, responsibilities. So we have to take all those things under consideration when we say about flexibility. So this is what it's good to be in the office and to connect and socialize with employees and with the leaders, with all our colleagues, to stay connected with the company. But we don't want to ignore the fact that we need to make some flexibility and work-life balance. So this is the things that I want to add.
Because we are going to move to Jason and Alan giving us a speech on that. I would like to ask you, each of you, to come back when you were 18 years old. It's difficult, no time for me. It is.
It's a long time ago.
Know that you know. Yes. Know that you know what you know. What will you say to yourself? Starting on my left, going to my right.
You probably don't want to start with me because I'm still traumatized from an event when I was 18. and it came from when I left university. I got a job and I joined an office. There was about 20 women and one man. And I came in full of confidence, obviously, post-university, thinking, I'm going to help you shape your strategy and do some people analytics for you. And so they just thought they'd teach me a lesson, and they sent me to the photocopier, and I had to do double-sided, color, stapled 20 times. And of course, they're all sitting there, and it just went horribly wrong because, I wasn't taught how to use a photocopier at university. And so they've all fallen off their chairs, and I'm so embarrassed, and I just remembered for that moment ever. And my learning from that was really, it doesn't matter how senior you are or how many qualifications you've got. You've got to be humble, you've got to learn every day, take every opportunity every day to learn, build your experience, because you cannot just keep moving and being promoted without building your experience. And even a simple thing like photocopying is experience.
Oh, for me, maybe it was just about stay connected to the moment and enjoy every single steps. Because when I was younger, not that far, okay, but we want to grow up, we want to lead things, we want to go fast. But life is about the journey, and that's not about the destination. So staying connected to each moment and appreciate it, that will be the things that I want to highlight.
I think work being related, I'd say pick a good boss.
Yeah, I like that. I would say that every job teaches you something, and I think that there was a time where I moved from Canada to the US. I was in Silicon Valley, and there was a period of time where I didn't have my visa to work. We were waiting for green cards, and just love to work, be excited to explore whatever you're doing. And I had 3 jobs at the time. I mean, I had just left a great job. I had my degree. I had established myself in this great role. And here I was working at a bookstore, at Ann Taylor Loft or something, and an Indian food restaurant. And I took 3 jobs, and I just wanted to work. And I think that work ethic and feeling a desire to have that independence, I loved those 3 jobs so much. I had such a great time in that experience, and I met so many people, and it was a catalyst to other jobs. And we should never feel like we're too above any role, and having the experience of being able to be in those jobs with lots of different people and creating those relationships. I think that I would remind myself at 18 that best laid plans are never actually a reality.
Yeah, mine's probably a build on that, and I tell myself probably to ignore everything I was told at school about needing a career plan. So don't stress about not having a plan, not knowing what you want to do even. But the one that I have tried to follow in later life is never say no to an opportunity. And that's really worked out well, and I've used it with people that I mentor and seen them doing it from a younger age. They are really gaining significant advantages from that approach. So never say no to an opportunity.
Yeah.
Wisdom, you can see it translated here. Yeah. I'm going to hand over to Jason and Alanud, who are going to give us a presentation on SABIC and what you are delivering that's related to future of work and well-being.
Okay.
So, thank you. Look forward to screen.
Yes.
Is it possible to put the... There you go. Ooh. So we've had some very rich dialogue on well-being, but what we're going to present now is a little bit more disruptive thinking, that not just well-being, but actually engagement as well. We have not really talked much about engagement and the importance of it, but well-being and engagement are intrinsically linked, and hopefully we'll show you a few things that will bring that sort of message together. But also bring some disruptive thinking on top of some of the great dialogue you've just had. So if we roll forward, I haven't got a clicker, by the way.
Yeah.
Is there? Thank you. Right, we got it to work. I'm going to move the flow of it through much more towards well-being, because Alanud is going to cover the piece on well-being. So I'm going to speed through this. But the message, I suppose, what I'm trying to bring together is that we talked about mindset at the very beginning. And SABIC is on a mindset and culture change journey. We are transforming. We're looking at growth, and we're using a framework there, as you can see, and our shift now has moved to culture. And culture, I'm translating as mindset and behaviors. And so we are now looking at why are we having to do that? Because a lot of our core capabilities are going to have to change in the way that we think about them and the way our mindsets are. And as Stuart said, we're going to have to unlearn some of our behaviors of our past and really embrace some of the mindsets of the future. So we're really getting into a mindset journey. But these aren't easy. And why is that relevant is that our research and what we've come to learn is that you have to, a mindset change is heavily integrated with engagement and well-being. You cannot have one or the other. They have to all three come together. Otherwise, you will fail in your mindset and culture change journey. And hopefully, you'll see some of those points shortly. Oops. Bear with me. Well, we talked about the mindset, and at SABIC, we have done a culture assessment. We've created a framework on our own, and we've used that to identify where we've got gaps and where we need to shift mindset. And that's become a journey. But the important point here is that we talked a lot about the leader's role, and change has to be leader-led. And so every leader, in fact, every employee, all go through a personal change journey. And we've used a very simple framework called know, feel, do. And leaders cannot walk the talk until they really understand what the change is, why it's relevant to them, their values, do they align with it, do they believe in it, and what's their role in it. And that takes a lot of effort. Okay? So what you're starting to see is engagement becoming really critical here. Because unless they've got a strong belonging, affinity to the company, they're dedicated and motivated, their day job is hard as it is. They're not then going to, move and clear their headspace and start investing the effort that's needed in order for them to start understanding why they need to do the change. And then the feel part is even more important and is even harder, because then they have to roll the sleeves up and actually try and immerse themselves in these new behaviors and the new mindsets, which means they try to unlearn the practices, practice new behaviors, set new experiments. And of course, with that will bring failure and vulnerability. And unless they're resilient, they've got a high cognitive state of mind, they're not going to invest in doing that type of activity. And then if they're not getting through those first two stages, they're never going to walk the talk. They're never going to affect change. And therefore, that's one of the reasons why many culture change journeys fail, because they're long-term, often 4 or 5 years. And that means leaders have to really be resilient, focused, motivated in order to want to make the change happen. And that's what you start to see there, is that that's important. And then engagement and well-being, if you have a look at some of the benefits, we've talked a lot about well-being, but the one I like is the adaptability piece. If you've got high well-being, the adaptability is leading to the learner mindset, the psychological safety, the ability to be agile. And if you're trying to transform, you need that criteria. And then when you look at engagement, productivity is the number one value of engagement. And therefore, bringing all of those together, you start to give yourself a chance to shift in terms of culture. And then when we look at, it's not getting easier, because companies traditionally use these drivers to shift engagement and uplift engagement across the company. And I think we've said why it's important, but actually you've got to drive all of those 5 areas equally. And in SABIC we do. All year we have channels of dialogue and engagement events that are hitting all of those 5 things. But what we've come up against now is that particularly the Generation Z and Generation Y, is that they have different needs.
And it's no longer these 5 drivers. They're starting to have different needs around career development, meaningful work, and well-being. And unless companies start to change the way they target and uplift engagement, we're going to lose out on this critical part of the population. And in Saudi, I think you mentioned it, Abdullah, it's probably going to be between 60 and 80% of your workforce are going to be Generation Z and Y. So therefore, this is really important. And you can see that unless you get those other 3 things right, career development, meaningful work, and well-being, millennials will trade off. So if you look in the bottom right-hand corner, they will trade a company with a fantastic reputation, sustainability, and brand for a company that will invest in their future, give them regular progression, comp and bends, and coaching and mentoring and career development and well-being. And they'll trade that off. So that's a real challenge, I think, for HR and for team leaders, because it falls on team leaders, because that's where coaching and mentoring of career is carried out. That's where meaningful work is set. So therefore, this is now going to become a real challenge, I think, for team leaders and for HR around the world. And then lastly, we've made a few changes to try and meet these challenges. So we've created now a global team that looks at culture, well-being, and engagement, to try and really look at how we tackle that collectively. We've looked at changing the way we've got all our campaigns around engagement, and we're now looking at increasing it so that channels and team leaders are going to be more equipped to have tailored dialogue for career development and meaningful work. And the critical thing here is that team leaders are going to be more challenged because they're going to have to explore, using experience, education, and exposure, how they allow their teams to get more experience, to get more variety in the type of work they do. Because millennials are asking for it and demanding for it. And as you can see in the previous slide, their well-being gets impacted if they don't get it. Then we've got a couple of things here on well-being, which I'll pass to Eleanor. She's going to show you a framework that we've created. You just hit that one there.
Yes. Thank you, Jason. And now I will start by highlighting the 2 things, burnout and stress, because now it's a critical and it's real. And the recent studies has shown that the chemical industry is witnessing high risk of burnout, and 92% in our case. And I'm sure most of you will be shocked looking at the various sectors, which is all over 75%, reinforced by the fact that by Gulf Business Association, 68% in KSA rated high level of burnout and signs of burnout. Actually, at SABIC, we are not ignoring this. We are not ignoring the fact that the chemical industry reported one of the highest raising the burnout symptoms, and what we are in the middle of this transformation. We are now launching an executive well-being program. Also, we have well-being framework, global well-being framework, covers all the things that I will shortly show you. And also we have, as I mentioned, global well-being app. It's going to be a platform, so we can have all the employees under one platform. And now this is the framework that I want you to walk you through. Well-being, it used to be about physical or mental health, but here it's different. It covers 5 main dimensions. It's end-to-end framework, so it covers the employee inside the company and outside the company. The things that we added, and it's really important, it's the social, the career, and the financial piece. We cannot separate it anymore. It's not isolated. We cannot separate mental and physical health and ignore all the facts that it's really affecting our mental health. Actually, the reason that we created this framework is to structure all the well-being across SABIC. We have different and many teams and function are offering support and help regarding HR operation, EVBs, medical centers, because as you can see, it's different various of the things that we have to cover. And our aim is to coordinate better and to have more impact and more impact for all employees in a meaningful way. Now, as we are in our vision 2030 and its exceptional growth we are going through, most of the leaders, they have to lead this from the front. So there is some giga project, some exceptional industrial growth. We have many projects are running now in our country. So if you can all imagine with me a leader leading a huge project with high mandate, and they have to thrive. They have to thrive this and make it work. So if we are, okay, excuse me. Okay, so the example is a leader under pressure. We have to make a decision, and the decision he has to make is non-reversible and under rapid timeline with a large degree of ambiguity and personal risk. After he made the decision, 6 months later, the decision went bad. Imagine what the thing's going to happen for this employee. Some of the things that maybe he will start feel shame. He will touch his personal image, maybe in general. The company will start blame him. The line manager will start to complain about what the things that he made because it's irreversible. So this is going to affect first his mind, and this will increase maybe his anxiety, fatigue, irritability sometimes as he's going through the decision he made. And then that will affect his body. So there will be high blood pressure, increase of caffeine seeking, and chronic headache. And sometimes he will feel more of anxious and exhaustion. And regarding the social, because this is touching his personal reputation, and this is touching himself personally. So after that, he will maybe feel social withdrawal, social isolation, disconnected from the family or from friends. And then his career for sure, because he starts to miss deadlines, and maybe he will lose bonus, maybe he will lose some promotions, and this is affecting him at the career-wise. Financially, the family will be the first thing that will impact him financially, because maybe he will lose his job, maybe he will lose the opportunity of promotions, and some of the bad coping mechanisms that some people they will start impulsive spending, or they will try to make themselves to cheer better. So this is the things that will cover all over the aspect of the well-being. This is why we want to launching the executive well-being program at the company. It is important to thrive this, starting from the leader to touch all the employees. And the program, because I have only 1 minute, the program, I will just walk you through it. It covers 3 phases. So the first phase will be initial phase, and the first thing will be diagnostic, assessment, and just build the trust with the leader or individually. The second phase, and this is the major one, which will be more of ongoing support and coaching and mentoring for each executive confidentially. And then the last phase will be the final report and assess how it impact of the program and the feedback and how we can maintain it. And thank you.
That's it. Thank you, Olivia. So it was a challenge because, of course, the clock is ticking. But the good news is that SABIC has booths in the main area, and I invite any of you that would like to know more about the Wellbeing Program and the work that fantastically you're doing to join Jason and Alanut to have some more details. The gong means we have to close up. So I'm going to close up with 3 things that has come up from me for the discussion. The first one is technology. It's playing a key role. We can't miss it. It's there. It's in front of us. And the concept of digital well-being, the idea that we have to attend to our habits in the digital space, is a very nice invitation, which I think comes out of the panel. The second one is it requires experimentation and curiosity. And so an experimentation mindset, which will be the curiosity and trying out, is going to give leaders and teams the opportunity to explore the future of work and their own well-being through it. And the third one is that well-being is end-to-end. You showed us 5 dimensions. I'm sorry if I have 7, but I know that they weave into yours. Social, financial, emotional, physical, mental, digital, and ways of working. Seems to be the 7 collective. If you focus on your well-being in your organizations, you start somewhere, 2, 3, 4, and it's amazing that you can see that it's end-to-end. And you weave them into your culture as well. Thank you so much for Alanut, for Jennifer, for Jason, Stuart, and for Abdullah to have come on stage with me today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You did well.
being with us today. I hope you're having a great time so far at the Human Capability Initiative. Our next session is a dialogue on youth empowerment and upskilling. The discussion will be in both Arabic and English. Please feel free to use the headset for translation. Starting off, I want to leave you with some opening remarks with Ms. Nahd Hussein, the United Nations Development Program Resident Representative of Saudi Arabia.
Thank you very much, Kinda. And I'm really pleased to be here to address this very important session and also contribute to this very critical topics of skills development and youth empowerment in the Arab states. So over the years, we have been witnessing a profound transformation in the job market. And it is driven by technological advancements, globalization, and socioeconomic changes. These shifts have presented both opportunities and challenges, particularly in regions like the Arab states, where we face a very unique and significant obstacles to employment. Youth and women in the Arab states face disproportionality, high rates of employment, skill mismatches, and income disparities. Moreover, the rapid evolution of industries demands a new approach to skill development. So we need really to be ready for the future, and we need to be very equipped for those, to mitigate those challenges. At UNDP, we recognize the instrumental role of skills development in empowering youth to thrive in today's dynamic job market. By investing in education, vocational training, and entrepreneurship programs, we can unlock the potential of young people and enable them to contribute meaningfully and effectively to their communities. However, addressing these challenges requires concrete efforts from all stakeholders that include governments, educational institutions, private sector, and civil society must come together to bridge the skills gap and promote inclusive economic growth. And only through collaborative action we can build a future where every young person has the opportunity to succeed, and where no youth is left behind. In closing, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizers for their dedication, commitment, and also to the panelists. And I would also like to thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, and also thank my colleague Asim and Abdurrahman for preparing this opening remarks for me. And I really wish you a very fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the introduction. Certainly, the job market is undergoing a profound transformation, and the ability to adapt and learn new skills has never become more critical. According to the World Economic Forum, by 2027, approximately 60% of the global workforce will need training to align their skills with the evolving demands of the jobs. The situation in the Arab region appears notably precarious, primarily due to the widespread of unemployment and the educational system's inability to adapt to the ever-changing job market needs. It is imperative to place substantial emphasis on youth empowerment and skills transformation to equip the current and future workforce with the essential skills to thrive in knowledge-based economies. To further discuss, please allow me to introduce our panelists, Dr. Margaret Jones-Williams, the United Nations Development Program Deputy Resident Representative for Saudi Arabia, and Dr. Hani Turki, Chief Technical Advisor and Project Manager of the Knowledge Project at the United Nations Development Program. Thank you for being with us today. It's an absolute pleasure to be here with you and to have this session alongside you. I want to start off with you, Dr. Margaret. Presently, the globe hosts 1.8 billion young individuals, surpassing 113 million in the Arab states alone, constituting the largest youth cohort in history. This generation is exceptionally interconnected, with many at the forefront of driving political, social, and economic transformations within their communities and societies. The UNDP gives young people a critical voice and actively involves them in co-creating the solutions they need. How can we consistently and meaningfully engage young people today?
Thank you, Kinda, and thank you to everybody for joining this session, the last session of the day. So we hope that we will keep you engaged. I want to just set the context a little bit, Kinda, if I may, because this panel is about empowerment of youth and future readiness, right? Because the youth of today are of course our generation for tomorrow. And the Human Capability Initiative states that it will consider skills, the future of work, education, talent, and technology, and bring together different groups of stakeholders. So that's why we're here. And this particular session focuses on empowerment. So I wanted to just start with a little definition, if I may, on empowerment. And the definition that I have is that empowerment is the process of becoming stronger and more confident, especially in controlling one's life and claiming one's rights. Now, there's a whole lot packed in there. So when we're looking at skills development and youth empowerment, we're looking at how we can build mature individuals to claim their rights, to own their own destiny. So it is a big challenge. So from the perspective of UNDP, we have been engaging very strongly with youth. So we have recently signed in 2023 our 5-year plan with the government of Saudi Arabia. It's called our country program document, 2023 to 2027. And in preparing for this, I had a look through it a couple of days ago. And I was very pleased to note that in that document, we actually mentioned youth over 15 times as a key demographic in the work that we plan to do. And in what context did we mention youth? There are a few specific areas that we will work with particular groups, of course some groups vulnerable and more at-risk groups, including women and persons with disabilities, but it also includes youth as a key demographic. That we will work towards supporting economic diversification in the kingdom and job creation, and through the engagement of youth on this. We will also promote local and sectoral dialogues. Ms. Nahid spoke about collaboration. And we will work to strengthen the resilience of vulnerable groups, and we will seek to promote volunteerism and engaging with youth. So there's quite a lot that we already are looking at in terms of what we said we would do. So I wanted to also just present some actual facts on what we have done so far. So we have within the UNDP country office here a youth focal point to ensure that there's integration of youth and the youth demographic in our programming. We also have a youth development delegate, which is part of UNDP's regional youth project, and that seeks specifically to look at empowerment and youth engagement project. And both our youth focal point and youth development delegate are here and instrumental in facilitating this. We also have worked with the LCOI, which is the Local Conference of Youth, and this is the official constituency for children and youth in the UNFCCC, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. And so this gives the opportunity for the youth demographic to contribute to discussions on climate. And we've supported the youth in preparing their submissions that goes upwards to the policy paper for MENA, the Middle East and North Africa region, and then that goes upwards to the UNFCCC. We have also partnered with the government of Italy, UNDP globally, on something called Youth for Climate Initiative. And that looks at a compilation of offline and online tools and resources for youth and by youth, particularly in the climate dialogue. We also, UNDP hosted the first International Youth Day event and Youth Cafe. It was at the UN House here in Riyadh and had participants from all over the kingdom. And that was really very well attended also. And we have participated in the MISC Fellowship, the annual competition as a knowledge partner, and we've been doing that for 4 years. So we've been engaging with the youth directly. We've been working with them to ensure that they have a voice in national and international platforms, and we have been trying to find opportunities for them to step into this space of empowerment. The last point I wanted to make on that, because I mentioned volunteerism. So we also have been working with the United Nations volunteers at the UNV's one arm of the UN system, and we have a new program where we are seeking to engage more Saudi nationals in volunteerism and also within the UN body as a whole. And having them deployed not just nationally but internationally. And that program has already started, and Saudi nationals have also already been deployed, I think, as far as Malaysia and Thailand. So it creates the opportunity for youth to be involved, for them to explore volunteerism, and for them to be a part of the UN. So that's how we are positively engaging with youth.
That's incredible. That's a lot of programs globally and regionally, and that actually takes me to the next question to Dr. Hani. إقليمياً يوجد العديد من الجهود التي تهتم بالشباب من خلال المشاريع التي تقوم بها المنظمات الدولية وخاصة برنامج الأمم المتحدة الإنمائي. أخبرنا أكثر عن تلك الجهود.
في البداية شكراً كندا وشكراً الحضور على حضوركم.
Thank you for being here in this last session. Youth are a very core base in the United Nations developing program. For example, there is a regional project is called Shababik, which is affiliated for developing a program in the UN, and it is concerned with the economical and civil participation. And what we mean by that, the growth in the workplace, and we are expanding the opportunities of youth in entrepreneurship and linking them to job market. And when it comes to civil association, and is strengthening the policies, the services of youth when it comes to the knowledge, international knowledge project. I'm very pleased to manage it. All the activities in this project is linked to youth in a very great way. For example, we launched and we organized in 2022 a knowledge forum, and it was a voice for them, and most of the speakers were youth to present their experience and their success story and the challenges that they're facing. And we also, and when it comes to Knowledge Week, in certain that
جزء من حل المشكلة.
They are part of the problem. Solving these young people, we trained them in Egypt, Morocco, and Jordan, and we worked with them for a week, and we trained them how to read these data and how they analyze these data and how they treat with the big data, especially in the social media platforms, and how it did impact them and how they can enhance their research skills. And at the end of this week, each group of these young people, they can analyze the knowledge indicator, and during this analysis to present the problem and present the solution before the decision maker, and so they engage actively in this. Egypt started a commission in knowledge commission, and also Jordan did so. And those young people that we trained, trained 700 in Jordan, and 35 young male and 35 females, and post-COVID knowledge dialogue, and this is we are distributing knowledge, and we are focusing on knowledge, and we are bringing experts from around the world, and it is twice a month, and they started participating by raising questions through this platform. This is a platform of this is a part of the efforts. And there is a regional program which is affiliated to the UNDP, and there are several efforts. For example, the Future Initiative, and it is focusing on this. These are a great efforts. I'd like to focus on the point that you mentioned. Youth are a part of a solution, and I'd like to be back to Miss Margaret. Dr. Margaret,
the youth offer in today's solution, and as Dr. Hani mentioned, be a part of the solution.
Thank you, Kinda. As you had said at the beginning, I took a note of your statistics. 1.8 billion young people in the world. 113 million in the Arab states alone. And I'm just going to add to that, I know that for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, about 36% of the population is between 15 and 34 years old. So more than a third of the population here is a youth demographic. So I think it just underscores the importance of that demographic. And in a way, why we have an obligation to seek their insights and solutions, right? If this is a large number of the population. And in fact, the World Economic Forum recently had a statement, and it said the young people hold the key to creating a better future. And there are many ways that they can do this. Right now, the young people are probably one of the demographics most widely affected by a lot of the crises that are happening around us. They are also very innovative with a lot of ideas and energy. If we look at the way technology and innovation is going, the way the young people are involved in computers and games and really visioning how things can move forward so that they can help to build a better society for us tomorrow. So in terms of the insights and solutions, in order for us to get insights and solutions from them, I have 3 points that I thought that we really needed to consider. First of all, we need to listen to the young people. I mean, really listen to the young people. As I said, they're involved, the largest demographic in a lot of countries, and probably most impacted by a lot of the crises, whether natural or man-made crises. And in many countries, they're listed as vulnerable groups, right? Or as part of the vulnerable group. Because vulnerability really is linked to resilience, right? And resilience is your ability to bounce back from shocks, whether internal shocks or external shocks. And young people they probably don't own property. They don't maybe yet have a bank account. They're depending food security on their household, so they're not in charge. So basically, they are like a vulnerable group. So we need to listen to the young people to find out what their needs are and what their perspectives are. Linking to job opportunities, the types of jobs that they may want to have, the traditional jobs that maybe were suitable 10 or 20 years ago may not be so suitable now or may not be appealing. So we have to really understand what they want. The second thing is to engage the youth in policy development. So as I'd mentioned before, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change has the local conference of youth, which is an official constituency to engage youth in contributing to the discussions at the conference of parties and the outcomes. And I think that we have to ensure that other platforms try to officially engage youth, because they can contribute into the decisions. As I had also said before, the decisions that are being made now, today's decisions by the decision makers, are going to be impacting tomorrow's generation. So we need to have the youth of today engaging in the policy dialogue. And the third area is really technology and innovation. The ingenuity, the energy of youth, what they can think of, what they can dream of. I'm always fascinated when I see them with their phones in their hands doing things, and I'm trying to figure it out. So we really mustn't underestimate also that they're a part of this generation where things move at a particular pace with technology and innovation. And last week I had the privilege of attending the ICSGI, the International Conference for Sustainability, Development and Innovation, hosted by Prince Sultan University here. And there was an exhibit from the research students on all the research that they were doing, medical interventions, waste, recycling, renewable energy options. And it was really fascinating to see them sort of on the cutting edge of this. So I think that we really need to tap into their energy and the way that their young minds work. And the last point I wanted to make on that is really to also link the youth achievements to the Sustainable Development Goals. You know, these 17 goals, they're interlinked, I think 169 targets, and issues of decent work, issues of biodiversity loss, pollution. A lot of these issues are the issues that the young people are talking about. So it's a way to also energize them and to get them in the dialogue where they can contribute to their own country achieving the Sustainable Development Goals.
That's very exciting. That's where empowerment comes in when activating those goals. I want to talk more about implementing this and switch back to Dr. Hani. أطلق برنامج الأمم المتحدة الإنمائي من خلال مشروع المعرفة.
UNDP launched a project which is initiatives for future for everyone. What are the initiatives and why it got launched, and what is the importance in the workforce? This question would take so long to answer it. Please allow me if I elaborated, but I'm noticing it is very cold in here in this hall.
بس احنا مشروع
knowledge project started in 2008, and we are the first agency in doing this, and we started this with the students in the K-12, and this is started in 2010, and this is before the uprising of the Arab Springs. And we found that there is a big gap with the answers of students are the same in Morocco, in Yemen, in Tunisia. It is the same equation. This is meaning that the education systems are similar because the outcomes are similar. In 2012, we had a project to develop knowledge, to have a test for the university students, and we started to notice a simple improvement, and also there is a great gap in the knowledge skills in 6 Arab countries. Afterwards, we launched the international index in the knowledge status all around the world, and it is covering 133 country, and the World Bank when it comes to the knowledge index.
لازم نتكلم على الخلط.
And here creating that due to the matters that is faced by the
مجتمع المعرفة
Arab world when it comes to the knowledge society is taking into consideration economical, social impacts. When it comes to knowledge economy and its nature is depending on technology and human capital that is highly skilled, and this is what we don't have in the Arab countries. When applying economical
إلى فجوة اجتماعية وفجوة اقتصادية.
This made a huge gap inside Arab countries, and because we don't have these skills. In 2018, in this knowledge project with the PwC, and we launched the knowledge future predicting is our Arab countries are ready for this. Do they have knowledge and awareness with the future skills? And we founded that especially Arab countries, they don't have the awareness what is the future skills that is acquired for the job market, and we spend a year and a half what are the future skills, what is the changing job market, and what are the factors that is impacting this, and what are the impacts that is impacting on the outcomes. So we have education system which are similar in the Arab countries, and we have job market that is changing continuously. Some people would say that technology is impacting job market, but this is not true. Social factor, political factor is affecting job market, and that the solid thing is in the Arab country is changing. So Arab region is not only one region. So we can call in the UNDP, it's the characteristics of the Gulf area. It is different than the North Africa, and especially the Levant countries, Iraq, Jordan. All of these factors made us what are these skills, and I'd like to share some statistics. 300 million worldwide, they would learn new skills in 2030, and you mentioned they will have new training in 2027. In the upcoming 5 years, it would be changing, and we have to study the education systems first, then the job market, and we found that the postgraduates of Arab countries, and here I'm talking about countries that is really doing this inequality of postgraduates in the Arab countries. They are holding degrees, but they don't have the real skills. The educational systems in the Arab countries are able to be competitive in the global job market? Majority no. Any education system is based on competitiveness. They won't have a student that is able to do so. So
التي تسمى كليات القمة. ده رقم واحد. رقم 2
The other thing, educational systems all around the world, it is based on generalization. There is a teacher that is explaining a curriculum for all the students, and it is not taking into consideration the differences between each student. That's why these educational systems cannot keep up with the changing and with the students and their characteristics. The outcomes of any educational systems after 12 years of education of these countries are able to develop their educational systems. Are they be able to join the job market? Are we guaranteeing that this job market will be fixed for 12 years? The job market is changing rapidly and continuously. The first thing that we have to learn and educate the students that we have to have the set of skills to we have to take into consideration with the skills more than the scientific material, and the most important skill is to learn how to learn. This is the most important learn, which is the continuous learning. When we studied all of these things and we studied the job market,
في قمة المعرفة في نوفمبر اللي فات في 2023 كان عنوانها الثورة الصناعية الخامسة. وليست الثورة الصناعية الرابعة.
And this is
تحدثنا عن الثورة الصناعية الرابعة.
We talked about the fourth industrial revolution, and this is making a relationship between the human beings and the machine. The fourth industrial revolution, that the machine or robot and technology will be in the heart of the fourth industrial revolution, and the humans will be disappearing. And I don't know if is it okay to say this. One of the advantages that we had from COVID, that they made the human intervention very prominent. One of the jobs that would be lost by the
الخامسة رجعت تاني البشر في قلب الثورات الصناعية. بنينا بكل هذه العوامل.
All of in these all factors, we built the future skills. These are initiatives and has more 1,500 learning program that will make Arab countries to develop their curricula, and we give them for free without any charges. We give them to the students these skills so they can to be able to be competitive regionally and internationally, and we cover by these skills the soft skills, digital skills, career readiness, and the fresh graduates, and the students who didn't yet choose their career path and entrepreneurship, and we have a path linked to jobs. One of the statistics that make me sad, the completion of these programs is only 12%. Why? Because it's free.
فما فيش دافعية عن
So there is no
عشان كده احنا
no intense
نظام الكورسز او
because that's why we directed from the courses to separate courses to a whole of programs, and we try to push these learners, and now we have approximately 500 and we are aiming to have 6,000 learner, and our aim to have 1 million learner, and so we want to have an Arab collation for this, and we provided an environment that can graduate students and learners so they can be competitive in job market. This initiative is not only about youth, but we are the private sector employee, private public sector employee, entrepreneurship, and lastly youth. I'm sorry I took so long, but this is a very important important initiative. That's why I elaborated.
مبادرة رائعة صراحة كثير.
Thanks, Mr. Hani, and I'm very curious to know more about this.
Simply summarize, I believe as the digital age grows larger, the need for developing soft skills and skills that match the need of the market really grows bigger. I want to thank you both for being with me today. It's been very insightful. This is a really important conversation to have as the gap grows between the skills and the job market. So thank you so much. I want to leave some room for questions if there are any. And then thank you again for being with us today.
أنا هل بس
Thank you.
المبادرة موجودة على الموقع الخاص بالمشروع.
This is on knowledge number 4.
كل المعلومات
All the information will be available and you can apply free and all around the world.
شكرا دكتور هاني. Thank you. Thank you.
شكرا مارغريت.
Thank you. Let's go. Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you. I wish I had given someone my phone.
Grazie.